The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Contenders left it all on the boards at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. Hans Niemann is officially in the winning column, picking up his first victory to catapult into the group tied for second place. The spotlight is not too much for Anna Sargsyan, who continues to shine in her first time on the national stage, winning her third game to reclaim clear first. After a rejuvenating rest day, players are back and ready to battle. Day 5 of electric chess. Coming up next.
Chess fans, and welcome to round 5 of US Chess Championships. After a well-deserved rest day, the players are back to the board and ready to fight. We are here next to the Hall of Fame, which is right across St. Louis Chess Club. So visit the chess tournament and then come here to visit the exhibitions and Q Boutique. Let's go to the studio and start the day 5 with Yasser, Maurice and Kate.
We have a clear leader in both the US Women's and US Championships. But the lead could change hands again in a single round. After the first rest day, will the players be recharged for round 5? We'll find out as our coverage of round 5 from St. Louis starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I am here with Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Maurice Ashley.
It's a pleasure as always to be with you both. Hello everyone and welcome to our live broadcast of these national championships. Indeed, it was a very well-deserved rest day and our commentary team certainly enjoyed ourselves on that rest day. We're feeling recharged. Let's hope the players can match our energy. Maurice, what's your thoughts about that beautifully delivered message?
Yeah. I like the way you pat yourself on the back. Yeah. Well,
I'm the only one doing it around here.
Showing a lot of love here with the group. Well, I would say that the players themselves, there's not be any love lost here. The players are going to take this rest day, get all the energy they can. Those who are not doing so well, this is really their chance. You don't pick it up right now. You're going to play yourself completely out of a championship. And then those who are in the lead, you can't just rest on your laurels and try to consolidate that lead because there are just too many people hanging out near you at the top. So I expect to see a lot of fighting chess coming up in the next couple of rounds.
Wonderful. Me too. Tell us about the standings. Let's start with the ladies, Katja.
Yes, we have a sole leader here, Anna Sargsyan, because she won against Megan Paragua the 4th round, and she's leading with extra 1 point. And then it's a 3-way tie. Alice Lee, Anna Zatonsky, and Nazi Paikidze.
Very impressive performance thus far from Anna in the open standings.
Here we also have a sole leader, Wesley So, with 3 points. So far playing beautifully. And then a 3-way tie for the second place. Fabiano, Caruana, Levon Aronian, and Hans Niemann, who won just a spectacular game in round 4 against Sam Shankland.
I'm detecting a pattern there. Tell us about the format for these national championships.
So we play 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. Classical chess, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1. Now, no draw offers are allowed until after the completion of Black's 60th move.
And our schedule, Katja.
So today we have round 5. As you can see, yesterday players had a rest day, then 3 more rounds, another rest day, and last 3 rounds of the event. And if necessary, there will be playoffs on October 25th.
Lovely. Maurice, it's crowded at the top.
It sure is crowded at the top, and it's going to be quite contentious at the top as well as the leaders start playing each other. They might have had a chance to break out of the pack, but no more. They will go head-to-head. As we take a look here, we see Wesley So with that half-a-point lead, as Kate said, over Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, and Hans Niemann. he might want to cruise. No such luck, because all of these players will be playing each other in some way, shape, or form, starting with Hans Niemann. As you see, he does get the almost unbeatable at this point, Abhimanyu Mishra, to start round 5. He's nursing a 71-game unbeaten streak, but then he has to face off against 2 players who are tied with him in Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana in second place. That's going to be tough before he finally gets to round 8 against the young Andy Woodward. Now taking a look at Levon's line, well, round 5, he gets a chance to take a bite out of Wesley So right away in this round. And then, as mentioned, he gets Hans Niemann in round 6. So the leaders, again, you'll see the pattern as it is unfolding. 7 and 8, he gets Robson and Sam Shankland. Let's see what Fabi has to do. Well, we haven't mentioned him just yet. Well, there it is. He's got to play against Wesley in round 6 and Hans in round 7, bookended by Dariusz Swiercz and Ray Robson. And finally, the leader himself, Wesley So. Well, we've seen his name a couple of times already. Well, let's just make it straight. There it is. He has Levon next, and then Fabi. The 2 maybe toughest players in the tournament as far as he's concerned, at least the most accomplished throughout history. This will be his test that he will try to pass before getting on with his tournament. As we see on the women's side, Anastasiya a full point ahead of the field. She is ahead of Alisli, Anna Zatonski, and Nazi Paikidze, who are definitely chasing her down. And then there's one Carissa Yip, who is the back-to-back women's champ that she has to play right now. Carissa knows full well she has to win now. She is literally 2 points behind the leader. She draws, she will be in trouble for the rest of this campaign. And so a definite challenge for the leaders right now. By the way, Anastasiya does also play Nazi Paikidze next. So she has her hands full with 5 championships between those next 2 players.
Very nice. Thank you, Maurice. And tell us about the pairings for this round 5 coming up.
So let's start with the women's section. And yes, the key matchup here is for sure Carissa Yip against Anna Sargsyan, because if Carissa wishes to have a shot at her 3rd title, she needs to win today. So we will be for a treat with this game, because we can expect Carissa to fight really hard. And then another important game, Nazi Paikidze against Alisli, and of course, Talia Cervantes against Anna Zatonski.
Looking forward to those matchups. And then in the open, pairings there.
Here we also have to look at the leader, Wesley So playing Levon Aronian. That's going to be a big match. And then Dariusz Swiercz against Fabiano Caruana, and Hans Niemann against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Great matchups, to be sure. Along with the national titles, the players are fighting for a lot of money.
Yes, and in the women's section, the total prize fund of $152,000. First place winning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place $4,000. And there is a winner's bonus. If a player is clear first after 11 rounds, there is extra $5,000.
Nice. And in the open?
Here we have a total prize fund of $250,000. First place earning $55,000, second place $43,000, third place $35,000, and again all the way to the 12th place $6,000, and a winner's bonus $7,000.
Wonderful. Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club for your generosity.
And then there's this Finish Strong prize, which $5,000 awarded to players in both sections with the highest score in rounds 6 through 11.
We'll start the countdown for that tomorrow as we go to the newly renovated St. Louis Chess Club. As the players taking their seats, they get through the security wand. So I like arriving late, as we see. Is that Sam Shankland at the bottom?
I think it's Sam and Awonder.
Yeah, Awonder always arrives early. I see, yeah. But Sam's had a tough first 4 rounds. He's lost that game. Ooh, that was such a brutal game to just lose to Hans.
You know,
it's wow.
And also with Wesley So, he has 2 losses in a row.
And then he had a win as well. He had a win over Dariusz, and he was thinking, okay, I'm back in the national championships. As we see Anna Zatonski coming into the tournament hall. Again, at the very, very top, there are these 4 very large tournament rooms, and each championship has their own room next to one another.
It looks like more ladies are ready to play, whereas the guys are still yet to arrive. Okay, no, they're here too.
And Carissa always hanging out in
right?
this
They're
section.
very, very friendly.
I think she feels that one day soon I want to be here.
And the open,
playing in the open section.
Right.
And so not a bad thing to be hanging out in this. Oh, whoa.
Whoa, that looked like a right cross.
Almost hit. Awonder there. The bottle. Well, those two are quite friendly with each other. But here go 2 other players who are very friendly as well. Been around for quite some time. It's Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. The number of titles and championship tournaments they've won, just
impresses.
Incredible.
Wow.
Just absolutely incredible. But Levon has not yet won this title.
Which is really kind of a surprise, because each and every year he comes in as one of the rating favorites, most certainly. And they receive Mishra. I mean, we're going to have to start calling him Iron Man, because 71 games without a defeat in these national championships.
The youngest grandmaster of all time. He is now showing his potential that he showed at a very young age. I wrote an article about him for the cover of Chess Life magazine before he got the GM title, and he absolutely has, as we see the confessional booth, which I believe is now possible for the players to use.
Yeah.
I think it was down before, but players can use it. But I was making this point about Abhimanyu Mishra. When he was 6 years old, he was studying chess 5.
There we see. From the confessional, I think Kevin should go into that booth and say, look, 10 years of Grand Chess Tour, 14 years of U.S. Championship following. Man's got some stories.
Games hasn't begun. If I could just finish this point,
please.
That Abhimanyu Mishra, when he was 5 or 6 years old, he was already studying chess 5 hours a day.
Wow.
Wow.
That's amazing.
And by the time he got to 10, 11, he was up to 8, 9, 10 hours a day. So he has been studying chess a long time. He's only 16 years young, but he's been at this for over 10 years already. No surprise he's up at the top.
Right.
But let's get to the games.
We are looking at the game of Fabiano there with the black pieces. I believe as we were coming on, Maurice, you were telling me that Fabi actually has a very good score with Dariusz. As, by the way, Fabi mixing it up again. I mean, against 1 E2, E4, you're playing against Fabi. You expect maybe a Sveshnikov. You can kind of count that maybe he's going to play a Sveshnikov. Okay. You
maybe
second
E5,
choice,
Petrov?
For sure. Second choice for sure is going to be a Petrov / Joko Piano if he plays knight C6. But C7, C6, that's down on his list. And Dariusz played the advanced, which has become the go-to way of meeting the Petrov these days. I think people have given up on E takes D5.
You mean meeting the Caro-Kann?
In the Caro-Kann, yeah. And Bishop F5, and a lot of games have continued H2, H4. Back in my day, the way they used to play this with White was far more aggressive. Remember, I had a number of games with Dr. John Nunn, Jan Timman, and many others that went G4, Bishop G6. But today, H4 has really become the go-to weapon, if you will, H4, H5. Bishop D3 is one way. We've seen that already in the tournament. C2, C4 is another approach, knight F3, and so on. Let's see what they have played.
Nothing has been played.
Stopped.
This has come as a surprise to Dariusz. Yeah. As you said, this is not something that Fabi plays a lot. And to see it on the board, Fabi has already gotten up from the board. He knew full well he would be surprising his opponent in terms of preparation in this game. And he has done so, as Dariusz is sitting there going, I really don't like Fabiano Caruana being well prepared. Like, that's not something you want to know, as Fabi has put this on the board and said, what are you going to play, Dariusz? So this is an interesting line. I would like to jump to the game with Wesley So and Levon Aronian, because I saw a position that
the Scotch ending
in the Scotch that just is not your sharpest line, if you will. Wesley is very practical when he gets the lead. Very practical. He picks who he beats. And, I mean, just let me just say, he picks who he goes after.
Very nicely put.
And so Levon is not one of those people he would want to really work very hard thinking, I'm going to play a 7-hour game and still draw this guy. You know, like, why would I want to do that? And I can see a line like this one, because he normally would go for the Joko Piano against players he's trying to beat.
Right.
But here, it's clear that he is avoiding the bowels of those kind of crazy theoretical lines and playing something much more passive.
Yeah, we've been calling it the Scotch ending, and I think that's a good way of phrasing it. I mean, literally, hundreds of games have started from this position, and mostly they end in a draw, but a little bit of a twist. I mean, I'm certain it's been played before. In fact, I'll just pull it up on my openings just to get an analysis of this move. So yes, e takes d5. Well, there you go, bishop d2. In the nearly 7,000 games we have on our database, the move bishop d2 is the second most popular move.
But only 300 games.
Yes, not much at all. Most popular continuations, I'll just go down the theoretical pathways here. Most popular moves for both sides are takes, munch,
the players are blitzing these moves.
D takes e4. So this particular position has been reached 113 times. Now, at the end of the day, bishop takes. It looks like bishop takes. It looks like queen takes b2 is the main move in this moment. And did Levon stop?
No. Yes, Levon stopped here.
So Wesley has 5 extra minutes on his clock. 5. Like, you think he's prepared?
Okay.
And Levon has 2 extra minutes on his clock. So
yes, this line
and here we go.
Is pretty much nothing for white.
Maybe a forced draw, in fact, right?
Right now, they're just blitzing out moves, but it's almost assuredly that Wesley is looking for a draw here. I mean, the win percentage for white is negligible in this line. As the symmetrical pawn structure is clear, there's just no real advantages anywhere that you could play for. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're done in 5 minutes. They could figure out some kind of repetition very quickly.
And I remember somebody lost this endgame as black because they weren't paying attention. They did something very routine, let's put it that way. Some move like bishop e6, a2, a3, they made a move, and after rook b7, they got their feelings hurt. So I mean, you're definitely right that this is a very, very drawn position.
And let's take a look at the lifetime score. 3 wins, 3 losses, and 24 draws. Wow.
The old World Championship matches were 24 games. These guys know each other so well. It's like they played a World Championship match with each other. And look, Levon is continuing to blitz, and he's played the move rook d8 again. Lots of games from this position, but it's an endgame position, and a draw seems like the most likely outcome.
Bishop f3, by the way, was played. If we just go one more move before we leave this game behind.
That's the most popular move. It protects the d1 square, as white really wants to play rook b8 and pin black on the back rank.
But king f8 now.
King f8 is
just the most logical move to play.
Isn't it? Yeah.
And so now if you play rook b8, you can just play king to e7, prepare to move the bishop out, and figure out what your repetition is so they can have a light day at the office.
Yeah, but there is this move, rook a8, just to try to disturb. I guess you got
a6, right, to defend that pawn.
Let's say a3, just being coy.
Well, can I do bishop b7 here?
Don't do it.
Bishop B7.
Oh, you take first the rook. That's
That would be surprising.
Put the move on the
That's
board.
too early.
It's
Nope.
a nice little trick, but too tricky. Tricking yourself.
Yeah,
Yep.
it doesn't work. All right, Katja?
Maybe we just check in with Hans Niemann against Abhimanyu Mishra. What's the opening?
One of
And
our
then go
top-
to the women's section.
One of our top matchups. It's a Joko piano, D7, D6, C2, C3, castles. It just amazes me how cagey the players are these days, and they play these amazing waiting moves: A6, A5,
H6.
H6.
Bishop A7.
And they usually don't want to commit their king this early because sometimes a very, very well prepared bishop G5 is a bit annoying. Hans said, no, I'm not going down that pathway. I'd like to play knight D2. And that's also, for me, a kind of a surprising move, bishop B6. In a sense, it puts the bishop in reach of the knight. So I'm far more familiar with moves like A6, A5 in order to drop the bishop out of sight. Bishop B6 was the move, bishop B3, knight E7, knight C4, knight G6, rook E1, and the players are blitzing.
They're just
one
playing so
another
fast. They
as
are
if-
in their preparation.
Exactly. That's exactly what it says to me as well. All right. There was one other game before we do go, and that was Wesley, Levon, Dariusz, and Fabi. Okay. So, again, a kind of a key moment in the labyrinth, if you will, of the advance. Now, Nigel Short went with the whole knight F3, bishop E2, and essentially rewrote this whole opening system as white. He didn't play these attacking moves H4 and G4. Let's see what Dariusz did play. Knight F3, and Dariusz played, and this is, okay, knight D7. Now I have to remember, I believe in my match with Spassky, I played the move C5 and knight C6. I got a decent position. I was happy with the outcome of the opening. Normally speaking, white is trying to making it difficult, I want to say, for black to get in the freeing break D5. And oftentimes white takes some space on the queen side. Like, for example, if you could put a pawn on A5, oftentimes that requires you to respond with A7, A6. And then, I'll have some squares that I can roost on. That did not happen. Knight D2, and Fabi thinking about G5, major difference is playing for bishop G7 and F6, or counterattacking immediately in the center with C5.
Could we go back to the game with Wesley and
For sure.
and Levon, because
Are we about to see a handshake? Yes.
I mean, look at this position.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. Boy, did that happen fast.
So quickly.
Bishop F3, Bishop F5, Rook B7. We've been mentioning this.
And this move, stop, because some in the audience may not understand why Bishop E4 is a possible move.
Right.
But Bishop to E4 was a big moment here. It's a small tactic. You obviously cannot capture this piece because there is a mate on the back rank, and that would be an odd ending to this game, a shocking ending to a game between these two players. Of course, Wesley
mate.
did not do that. Wesley continued with the line he knew would be equal, and this position is simply
A draw.
There's no way to make any progress here as white.
What's a funny insight to this position is, are you ready for this? At this exact moment, Levon made a novelty.
What is
This
it, move
position
like 30?
is, I mean, we get to a rook and pawn endgame, and I'm saying, I think H6 has been played before, F6, G6, G5, novelty. And G6 has been played 3. I mean, wow. Okay, so the whole idea is that as soon as we put our pawn up the board, black is ready to shift his rook behind the pawn. The only way to win the game is to bring white's king to the queen side, but that means you'll lose everybody on the king side. Hence, theoretical draw.
Wesley played rook A6. The move rook D4 was played, and now Wesley has put his rook back on A7.
An invitation
That
to
is
say...
absolute invitation. You play rook d8 right now, I will play rook a6. Now, rook d8 is not exactly the top move.
Play h6.
Right? Like, you should probably play a logical type move. But this is Wesley saying, play something else. And Levon said, okay, that's a little ridiculous.
Right.
I'll just play h5. And there's rook a6 again.
Yeah, right.
Wesley's making just absolutely no...
attempts to win.
Yeah.
No winning.
Or to show that he's trying to fight this game. He said, I am here to make a draw. This is a logical result. He wants a second rest day. He just had one.
Right.
He wants number 2.
Exactly. So h5, f6, a more or less perfect setup from Black's perspective. These 3 pawns. He'll just put his king on g6. And then again, he's just waiting for his rook to come behind. And Wesley says, I'm not even going to try to push my a-pawn. I'll make a draw. And
here it comes. Wesley has an hour and 40 minutes on the clock, by the way.
40 minutes.
Make that an hour 41. As they are now repeating moves.
We would call this a grandmaster draw back in my day, but I'm just kind of, the g5 move, novelty made me chuckle. Okay.
What time is it, by the way?
What time have we?
And we have a handshake, so it's a draw between Wesley So and Levon Aronian.
It's exactly 12:15.
Yeah, first 15.
Exactly 15 minutes this game lasted.
For Levon, thank you. I'll take it.
Short day at the office.
You look, Wesley, I know you're one of the top players in the field, but I have the black pieces. I know you're leading the tournament. Congratulations, but now I, Levon, will do my best to damage somebody's ambitions with white pieces. For Levon, he's very, very, I want to say pragmatic, practical when he has the lead. He just says, okay, you're dangerous, and I'll pick my targets. Okay, Katja, shall we go to the ladies?
Yes, let's go to the ladies section and look at the leaders. Anna Sargsyan against Carissa Yip.
I want to say, though, we're letting this kind of pass, right?
Right.
Like, okay, it was a quick draw, whatever, strategically. But might this come back to haunt either player? Particularly Wesley. He's being very practical about, I've got the lead, let me get a rest. But he is throwing away, essentially, a white, right? We know it's like the serve in tennis. In chess, to have the white pieces, you could go after one of your main rivals. Levon is only half point behind.
Right.
You knock him down.
Oh, that's huge.
And you're like, I've just gotten rid of this guy.
Right.
But now you've kept him only a half a point away. He could just win a game, and suddenly you draw, and he's tied with you, and you're like, whoa, why didn't I get rid of him? And you still have him chasing you. It doesn't seem a little early, round 5 only, to be trying to draw, or is it just, let's just be practical? I don't really want to fight this guy.
It's an approach. I must say that I grew up with Anatoly Karpov. When he was white, he played to win. Garry Kasparov, he played to win white or black. So you got an issue there. And other players, like Wesley in this particular case, nursed a good result. Like when they were having a good result, they drew a lot of games, no losses. They were very, very pleased. In Wesley's case, he loves the fact he gets a win, people are chasing him, and he plays his best when he's started well. I mean, not many people chase him down, so to speak.
6 rounds to go.
I know.
Sorry,
it's
7.
early.
Actually,
it's early.
7 rounds to go, right?
Early.
I am
It's
surprised to see
this
Wesley
round.
going this way. Because for Levon, I think it's very okay. You have black pieces, you are playing the leader. 15 minutes game, I can go home, prepare for tomorrow. But for Wesley, I feel like, okay, like you have a chance to play. And Wesley is always well prepared in the openings.
Sure.
So it's not like he's risking anything.
And let me ask you this question. Let's start with the top players in the world right now. Magnus Carlsen, would he do this?
No.
Fabiano Caruana, would he do
No.
Sorry, let me just go with number 2 in the world.
Hikaru
Nakamura, would he do this?
No.
No. Fabiano Caruana, would he do this?
No.
Gukesh Demuraju, would he do this?
No.
No, right? So you say it's an approach.
Ali
Nordebek, like...
Ali Reza, no.
No. The answer is no, no, no.
So they're white, they play for a win.
So you have the idea, yes, it's a way of approaching things.
Right.
But we just listed a bunch of players who'd be like, I don't think so.
That's not the way I play.
That's not the way any of us play.
Right.
But we play. Wesley has this very specific strategy. It has worked for him in the past, and we know it has. But I do feel like Wesley So could have been world champion. He's got the talent level. If he just took a bit more chances and realized just how extremely talented he is and went for it more.
One other player in the Wesley So, if you don't mind me, just because we're making some comparisons, Tigran Petrosian just didn't lose. I mean, he just didn't lose. And when he picked his opponent, usually that opponent fell. You know? So we'll see how it goes. By the way, I'm on the game of Carissa Yip and Anna. For Carissa, our two-time, our defending champion who's won 2 titles in a row, she's just absolutely had a terrible start, scoring a mere 1.5 points out of her first 4 games. Keeping in mind, last year she started with 8 points out of 8 games to begin the tournament. Okay, today, I dare say she's in a must-win situation as she's got to beat our tournament leader. Check it out. Are we going to see a Sveshnikov? A Sveshnikov would result after, for example, knight f6, knight c3, d6. There's our beloved Sveshnikov. No, we're not.
It's a Kalashnikov instead.
Kalashnikov with the move f7, f5.
That is not one of the top moves in this position, I'll tell you right now. That move is like 6th on the list. You play bishop e7, you play bishop e6. You do not play f5 as a normal move. In fact, it's the 6th most popular move.
It's all the way behind bishop e7, bishop e6, g6. Oops, excuse me. Didn't mean to. So bishop e7, bishop e6 are more popular. g6 is the 3rd, a6, knight f6, and 6th.
F5. You could get away with F5. Everybody would play this move.
I played it actually against Tadej Abrahamian in the U.S. Championship.
Did you get away with it?
It was a draw.
You got away with it. Anastasiya.
Yes, Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm here together with Wesley So, the leader of the tournament, who just finished his game in a draw against Levon Aronian. Such a great mutual respect from you guys, from both of you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. But, yeah, I played the Speed Chess Championship yesterday in the hotel. It was a very tough match against Vincent Keimer. Like, he was outplaying me for a long time, was, like, destroying me in certain positions. But I finally managed to get him in the overtime. Like, I won the last 3 games in the bullet. So it was great. But then after that, my mom and I had a celebration dinner. So
what were you celebrating? The victory against Vincent?
Against Vincent, yeah. Was very in the speeches.
Congratulations, Wesley. It sounds really crazy that you have to play 2 tournaments at the same time.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, because right after the tournament, I go straight to India for the World Cup. Like, I arrive early. So, and I don't want to play an online event in India because the internet's very shaky. Also, the jet lag. But Fabiano and Niemann are smart. They're also playing the speeches, but they insist on not playing the rest day. So they're very smart. It's probably a small mistake, too, because I didn't really get much rest yesterday. Like, the match was 3.5 hours long. Also, I did some preparation beforehand. And Vincent is he's improved a lot. He's number 6 in the world currently in live rating. So he's a very strong player. And it was an annoying match. Like, he was up 1 point for a long time. Then I managed to get him in the end. But, yeah, and so obviously today, I mean, you don't really want to make a quick draw with white. But if you're going to make a draw in 4 hours or 10 minutes, you might as well do it in 10 minutes, get the rest day. So it's just practical. Also, Levon is a very powerful in the opening. So if you don't have any opening ideas, then you don't get a game. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, also,
I actually thought he'd play the French today, so I prepared something.
Ah, okay, yes. Normally he uses also French defense.
Yeah, French.
Maybe he was also following your match yesterday, and he had an idea that you might be a little bit tired.
No, he didn't know. Because some people did know, like Chris Bird knew, some other Hans knew. Actually, Hikaru's playing a match right now, like in the hotel. He's playing. Hikaru is here playing a match against Wang. So this speeches championship, I've been playing this for around over 10 years now, and it's a 16-player event. And this year it's extra prestigious because the top 4 qualified to play in London, also qualify for the Esports World Cup, which is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, but I mean, coming back quickly, Wesley, for US Chess Championship, we're still here in St. Louis playing. I guess this is the main event right now. Like, what do you think about leading right now after 5 rounds? And like, what do you think about your perspectives here?
Well, it's good. At least I'm not on 50%, but it's still a very long event. 6 rounds go. So now we're getting halfway, and I needed this rest day. Hopefully, sleep early tonight and get some energy back. But it's
yeah, it's very important to have the energy back. Sorry, Wesley, we have to run back to the studio. Games are
maybe I could join the studio now. I could go over there.
20 minutes there, for sure. Thank you so much, Wesley.
Yeah, and thanks again. And,
grab a chance and go.
Wesley, welcome.
Yeah, be careful what you ask for.
My seat is
no, he can have my seat.
Well, very, very nice. Wesley, I didn't realize that during, I loved yesterday's rest day and doing nothing. I didn't realize that the top players are playing for Esports Championship, and he played a big match, obviously, as he was explaining with Vincent.
Not the top players, one top player in Wesley, because the other guys did not play.
Yeah, Levon didn't know
about it. Bobby didn't. They said a rest day. This is the U.S. Championship, after all.
Right.
Remember, there was one U.S. Championship where one player here played not only this championship, but
there was an open tournament.
There was an open tournament. He played both tournaments, but that was at the same time. Even,
yes,
right. Like
It
they overlapped.
was the morning round, I think he played, and then he went for the afternoon because the round used to start at 1 p.m.
Exactly. Picking up our action with Dariusz and Fabi, it kind of a strange move is wrong. A flexible move, Queen C7. Again, my match with Spassky, I was playing for C5 and Knight C6. Many games today are going with the G5, Bishop G7. Queen C7, I would say, fits more in the latter category of attacking the pawn on E5. If you're going to play C5, it makes more sense for, let me just put some moves on the board, where you might end up putting your queen on B6, pressing against D4. So Queen C7 may be an indication that he's playing for F6, well, anticipating an attack coming against his E-pawn. Rook to E1 by Dariusz, and maybe Dariusz is also thinking about routing his knight to the queen side. Katja.
Let's go to a similar structure in the women's section. Only difference is that the light square bishop in the black camp is actually still not developed. The game Atusa Purkashian against Tatev Abhimanyu.
We didn't get a chance to finish the game Carissa versus Anna, so if you'll forgive me for just a moment, I'll go to the Tusha game. Just, we've got the Kalashnikov. I was about to say, a very, very sharp defense.
No defense here.
It's like
F5
for Anna to go after Carissa.
And that Knight C3 is not the top move in this position. The top move is to take the pawn on F5 and resolve the situation there.
Quickly.
Create all those light square weaknesses that cement the light square weaknesses that were created by the move F5. This was not played, and this surprised Carissa. We should point out, if you look at the clock times, Carissa is already down. What move number are we on? 7?
7.
We're on move 7. That last move 6 put her in a tank. She stopped and thought for 16 minutes. This is move 7 we're talking about. Maybe 20 years ago, even 30 years ago, people stopped and thought for 16 minutes on move 7. But in this popular opening, to stop and think for 16 minutes on a move means something is off. She was not prepared for the move
F5. But guys, Bishop G5.
And now she's decided to play very sharp chess with Bishop G5.
It's occurred once before, though. I see that it had been played once before. Queen takes G5 is the theoretical game. Knight C7 check. Let's see how this one came out. King to D8. Knight takes A8. Knight F6. So an exchange sacrifice. This knight is peculiar. Why isn't this just very good for white? Knight F6. knight b6. And this all has been played before. F takes e4. Very unexpected exchange sacrifice. What's your first an initial reaction here, Katya? Do you believe it for black?
Not really, but I'm not sure if I have to capture on g5 with the queen.
No, you don't.
So I wouldn't give up that exchange.
No, I'm just saying that this is the theoretical variation. And if you felt that this position was good for white or black. I'm going to throw it to you, Maurice, because bishop g5 is not in my knowledge base, if you will.
Mine either. This
Right.
move, f5, is not a natural move in this position. And in fact, knight c3 turns out is a good reply to this move, f5. Normally you'd want to take here, but after 16 minutes of thought, which I assume means that she was not familiar with the position. Imagine you're not familiar with a position. You sit here after seeing this move and you think, okay, what am I going to do about this move? Because obviously my opponent has prepared some line. I don't have a ready response. Let me think about it. And you play the move knight c3, knight 1 to c3, knowing full well that a6 will chase your knight back to the a3 square. Your opponent plays the natural move.
a6.
And you play bishop g5 in response. Again, you think your opponent has prepared this position, and you're not that familiar. I'm assuming all that, obviously, because f5 was played quickly, and knight c3, knight 1 c3, was played after 16 minutes of thought this early in the game. But she is confident, is Carissa in her tactical abilities. This young lady has no fear of chaos. It's the one thing that actually makes her go to the top of U.S. chess, U.S. women's chess, because she just is not afraid in chaotic positions. You might grind and play positional chess, but not against Carissa in the wild ones. Queen g5, the Incr thinks is just a bad move. This is not a good sacrifice. Check.
No.
The king goes wherever, take the rook. And where's your play? I mean, point to your play. You don't have anything. So it turns out after bishop g5, the only move that stays within range is this one.
Which
and there's
was played.
And it has been played. There's a fantastic move here. The move knight to d5.
Which was not played. Knight a3 was played, but knight d5, I take the knight.
And if you take the knight, then pawn takes. And there's this knight b6. It's like, I want your rook. No, seriously, I want your rook. So knight b6 is a threat in the position. You'll capture this knight back. The best move here is...
Knight d4?
Sorry?
Knight David 4?
Knight d4 you want to play. Well, this move actually runs into rook c1.
Interesting. You're not playing...
Yeah,
I was hoping for knight b6,
Queen
c7,
and
queen a5 check.
Yes.
Take that knight back.
All right, let's put that line on so that folks can follow. So knight b6, queen c7, knight takes, and this check was Yasser's devious little trick.
Thank you very much.
But no, after
you went rook c1,
bishop d5, queen d7, sorry.
Knight d5. No,
knight d5, takes, knight d4, rook c1.
I really like that, getting the rook to the 7th rank. Rook c7 is a big threat, and bishop c4, and maybe I'm going to be trapping the queen.
Yeah, no, it's tremendous. And also knight c7 by itself is a big problem.
Bishop c4 check is coming.
All that's coming. So, but Carissa did not play that way after queen d7. So again, it's clear to us in this position here that Carissa was not prepared, right? Because if she were prepared for this line, if it was just like, yeah, I'm just showing my preparation, I'm pretending. I've done it before. I don't know if any of you've done it, but certainly I've had positions where I know exactly what I'm going to play, but I don't play it immediately because I want my opponent to waltz right into the trap.
Right.
I remember doing that against
unawares.
Shabalov many years ago. In fact, the tournament I got my first GM Norm, I did it against him in a French defense, beat him in 22 moves in a bit of preparation that Josh Waitzkin had actually showed me after he had lost to Shabalov. He showed me this nice novelty that I got to play against him. And I did not want to play quickly because Shabalov was so confident, and he walked right into it and got beaten. But here, knight d5 is the move that is really the top move. Knight a3 says that Carissa was not fully prepared for this line. She played knight c3 and bishop g5 on her own. Kudos there. Now we have a really sharp position on the board, and now whatever preparation Anna had, she is now out of her book line.
She's on her own.
She is on her own, so we have a super sharp position. The ancient still said slightly better for white here. The organization of black's pieces is not, with the queen on d7, leaves something to be desired. These pieces are on natural squares, even though the knight is on a3. It goes there in Sveshnikov lines, Kalashnikov lines, so
Right.
Carissa will be playing chess. They'll both be playing chess from this position on.
Wow. Let's give it a pause.
Yes, because we have Hans in the confessional. Let's see what he wishes to say.
Trying to get the right angle. Yeah, so the preparation worked out quite well. We played quite a crucial game in the Grand Swiss. The position was quite complex, but now it's going to be quite technical. He should have been more precise. H6 was quite imprecise. He should have played d5 or bishop g4, trying to break in the center, but now I have two bishops. Can't really play d5, so it's going to be a long technical game, which is quite good against him. And my previous victories were quite positional and technical, so I feel quite confident. And yeah, we'll see how he tries to untangle, because he can't break open the center. I've developed too much, so I'm optimistic.
Well, you heard it yourself right there. And I've got the position on the board, what Hans was discussing. What Hans was saying was that he felt that Mishra erred by not counterattacking early and quickly in the center with d5, that after d4, b5, he was particularly critical of the move h7, h6. He now believes that he's just got one of those nice, sweet positions. You've got the two bishops that he can just grind, and he can grind for free. And he's so confident that his two bishops, he thinks a victory is but just a few more good.
Yeah, it's great to hear players, to hear kind of what are their thoughts, because Hans really sounds like he's very optimistic about his position here.
Very, very optimistic indeed.
Did anybody tell him that this kid hasn't lost in 71 straight games?
I guess that's a news flash. The move knight d2, that was a bit of a surprise for me. I thought Hans's intention was just to continue with his normal development, queen d2 and rook d1. Knight d2, and if you gave this position to the computer might agree that, yeah, white's better, but it might say a third of a pawn better or half a pawn better, not victory is expected, see you in 4 hours, you know, and we'll be signing the score sheets. So that is a very optimistic Hans speaking there from the confessional move. Knight d2 on the board.
Yes, so maybe
yes.
Can we jump to the game of Carissa Yip against Anna Sargsyan?
Of course.
Because there is this move, f5, that the engine does not like at all.
Well, she's telegraphing the idea that the bishop is going to be trapped. a6, g5 on black's agenda. The problem is white can play f3 and scurry home.
I'm also not sure how worried I'm about h6, because it weakens the light square, the diagonal, and anytime you play some h6 here, I can have queen coming to h5.
True.
So if I start, let's say, with knight d5
a very,
right now.
very good move.
Which was played.
By the way, you're eyeballing nicely the square. I guess I've got to sidestep the fork of knight b6, reintroduce the threat of h6, by the way.
Okay, so now h6 is a threat. So I can go bishop e2.
Wow.
Or are you gonna...
Okay. You, for some reason, you don't worry about your pieces.
Bishop h4.
Bishop h4. Oh,
you don't have g5 anymore.
I sure don't. I would love to play the move g5, but bishop h5 would hurt my feelings. That is for sure. I guess.
So, by the way, queen f7 is on the board.
Yeah, these moves look. They feel like Black is forced to go down a very narrow pathway here. Not too many choices for Anna. I don't like the move F5, F4 for a different reason. The whole idea of F5 is to put as much pressure on the center as possible. So you want to, you do want to take and, I don't know, develop the pieces and let's go. When you play the move F4, you just take all of the pressure out of the position for Carissa, giving her a free hand. Maurice, jump in on this one. Knight D5.
I'm going to show you one of the craziest moves
Let's do it.
you've ever seen.
Let's do it.
Courtesy of crazy computer. Take a look at this. Knight D5. You play this move Queen F7. Right?
She played it.
She played Queen F7?
Yes, Queen F7 is on the board.
Wow. I don't expect this line to happen. The sequence I'm about to show you will not happen.
Okay.
It will not happen.
Okay.
The top move is Queen B3. The point of this move is to go to B6 and play Knight C7. That's the point of the move.
Makes sense.
So now, let's say you respond with the move H6.
Yep. Winning a piece. Yay.
That's going to be my piece. Well, I told you I was going to play this move. Queen down into position. And now, we're going to move the rook over so that you don't get anything. What's the deal? Let's get back to the business of your piece.
Right.
We go Knight C7, no fork. It's not a fork. Move your king, King D7. And what do you think you should do about your piece when I play King D7? That's the question.
Maybe nothing.
Maybe some bishop E2 go on that light square diagonal.
Something logical, yes? You want to know what you should do here? Well, there are different moves to play. But here, would you ever think of that one?
No.
What is that?
That's not on my radar.
Like,
So knight captures?
like, what is it? Knight takes, right? And very simply, C5.
and long castle and just rest.
You're just going to castle. You're going to bring the bishop out. You're going to take care of it. But why did you put the bishop on D8?
Was that necessary?
Was it absolutely necessary?
What?
So if we go back, I'm glad that you guys are joining me in this befuddlement, right? So
I'm
in this position here, you could also just castle in this position. That seems logical as well, right? You castle, and if takes, then play C5. Except the knight's out in the game.
Instead of on D8.
Instead of on D8, it could just go back in the sequence. We just lost a tempo with this move. Maybe the H file opening for the rook. We didn't want that to happen. It's mighty subtle. Nevertheless, this position is still very good, even if you don't play this cockamamie move, bishop to D8. You just castle, and if you look at this position, dumb piece, dumb piece, dumb piece, dumb piece, dumb piece, reasonable piece. What are you doing? My bishop's coming out. That piece is the real question, and this is a blistering attack. If Carissa plays Queen B3 right here, right now, this will completely blow up everything that her opponent has done, and she will be well on her way to winning this game, maybe in like 20 moves. I mean, it'll just be over just like that. Anna has experimented in this opening line, and there's not much in her position to show for it, except a ton of weaknesses. F7, F5, I mean, followed by F4, that just seems like a waste of two moves.
But we have to say, Maurice, that this is the position that Carissa loves, right? She's an aggressive player, she's a strong attacker, and I think finding a move like Queen B3 and long castle is something we can expect from Carissa.
Oh, that's not that hard for Carissa. No, not at all. That's even, not only that, it's logical. The only problem is your bishop's hanging.
Right.
So you do have to check on the fact that your bishop is about to be trapped. But if you realize just how many weak pieces, weak squares are in Black's camp, excuse me. Queen B3 with the Queen B6 threat. Carissa is staring that down. I think she's looking at it. Even looks like Anna is staring it down right now as well.
And let's take a look why this game is so important for Carissa. Because when we see the standings, you see Carissa is only 1.5 points. She's tied for the 9th place, while Anna Sargsyan, she has 3.5 points. So Carissa really needs to get closer to her and needs to score in this game.
Remarkably, should she win and take down our tournament leader, that would only get her to 50%, which is not a place where we would expect our defending champion to be. The funny thing for me, Queen B3, Queen B6, those are devilish tactics, and they appear to be very, very good. To my way of thinking, Black has wasted a few moves. F5, F4.
By the way, we have F3. Yasser, your suggested move, F3 on the board, to make sure the dark square bishop can escape and not get trapped.
Exactly, and I find that move to be the most logical. Queen B3, Queen B6. You're looking at some very, very sharp and, dare I say, very unusual tactics that aren't common. On the other hand, I'll ask, I think, a very pertinent question. Put the bishop on F2, and I see weaknesses everywhere in Black's camp. I see weaknesses on B6, C7, D6. It's not like it's a King's Indian where there's a white pawn on D5, right? There's a white knight, and that white knight is really, really good. Put the bishop on F2, I see a positional victory. Contrarily, I play the move Queen B3, I see a totally crazy tactical slugfest. I'm sacrificing a piece. I better be 100% sure of my attack. And that's where preparation could be the ultimate deal breaker.
But slugfest, I think, is a strong term you just used. You said slugfest.
As
slugfest,
both of us
it implies that you hit me, I hit you back.
Right.
This wasn't a slugfest. This is am I just winning, right? Am I just crushing you? Or am I losing a piece? And if you're not sure, and if you look at the position, as you said, logically, F3 and bring the bishop back, you got weak squares.
Everywhere.
That's easy chess.
Right.
Like, just flow.
Right.
This could be, I could see Kasparov sitting there for a while going, you can't play chess like this. I smell you. You know Kasparov's face when he doesn't like,
yeah, like something's wrong.
like rotten eggs.
Get out of here.
And he has the look, he's looking at you like, and then he's looking at the audience, the crowd. Like, can you believe this clown played this move? I'm going to refute this right here, right now. And then they study moves like Queen B3 for a long time to see whether or not it's a crush. She might have seen the move, realized her piece was getting trapped, said, I'm just going to not bother myself and play a move like F3. Bishop E6 now on the board. If your bishop gives itself up for this night, we'll tell you right now, positionally, that is as ugly as it gets in a position like this one. F3 being played to save the bishop. The dark squares will be weak. You take this piece and put a pawn on this square. All your light squares are weak. Lines are opening. You're still not developed. You'll have to move this piece again. That's bad, too. And this position going south very quickly for the tournament leader. This move, she just doesn't have a great setup. And not being justified by this maneuver, F7 to F5 to F4.
Maurice, it wasn't clear to me. I'm bringing up that position that you showed after Queen B3 because let's try to get into Carissa's mind for just a minute and to see why she backed off this very sharp play. Queen B3, H6, Queen B6, Rook B8, Knight C7, King D7. Now, mentally, she gets to this position. She doesn't look at Bishop D8 because that's...
Of course not.
She looks at Bishop H4. There might be a reason for you to provoke G5, right? She looks at castles.
Yep.
She looks at Bishop E2 because that's, you know, like Bishop G4.
Targeting those light squares.
She looks at C5. Take the bishop back. She looks at C5 with the idea of Bishop C4, castles.
And even Bishop E6, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and
all good.
This is where, could this, like I take on G5 in this position, for example, could this have worked out for her as well, Bishop C4?
Bishop C4 is good enough. Yep, also works.
Because how Queen G6, just give me a line.
Queen G6, you're going to castle. I mean, it's just a piece sack. Just move something.
I don't want to.
Just move something. It's just a straight. You remember the game Irina Krush against Alice Lee?
F5, E5.
Yeah, you see the two pawns sitting there and you say, I don't have to calculate, you're busted.
Right.
This is one of those, what are you doing?
Calculate moments?
Like, what are you doing with your pieces?
Because the problem is you cannot play just like, let's say, Knight F6, because you are then allowing me to play Bishop E6 and D6 is hanging.
And also there's the old, like you said, this move, don't take here because I'm sure rook takes is the right. Yeah, there we go. Bang. And you're going to die.
Queen c5 checkmate.
Good old Morphe days.
Right.
You know, where you sack one and you sack another.
Right.
And it's mate.
So
it's
she
literally
could
mate
have
with
gotten to this position in her mind, saw the move c5, takes on g5, bishop c4, queen g6, and felt that it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised because
Yeah.
Carissa used to play these kind of open and really dangerous variations, but you know, she did not start this tournament very well, so maybe she's just a little bit more cautious.
Maybe an indicator of her lack of form in this
Right.
event as well, because we're used to seeing her go for it, and then she backed down and said, let me just
Bigly.
play a Yasser move.
A positionally sound, confidence.
Strong,
Thank you.
good.
Keep going.
right. No, I mean, clearly what her move, the move she played is a very logical move. Many of us in a blitz game, as we go back to, actually all the way back to here, many of us in a blitz game would see the threat of h6 and bishop back and say, yeah, okay, I can.
Yeah.
Please, I just play f3.
Right.
Now you got nothing. Why did you play that move? Your position still sucks. And it's an easy move to play. It's a casual move to play. It's not the one, though, that drops the hammer on her opponent's head. Not the most incisive. And, you know, when you're going for that GM title, one thing I knew about myself, and I know it is for a lot of players, when you see something really horrible on the board, I've seen you do it, Yasser, in fact, even without some big-time, ridiculous anti-positional stuff. Somebody makes a move that you feel is slightly off, and you go, I'm going to punish you for that move.
Right.
Right?
Right.
The word is punish.
Exactly.
That's the word.
That's
it's
it.
punish. I'm going to punish you for what you just did. So at this point, as you're staring at the board, you're thinking, I need to punish you. So what's punishment? And you are required, it's part of getting the GM card, I'm telling you right now. You're required to go look for that move and not be lazy in the position. You could say, okay, that's easy enough, but are you for real? You're just your queen out? I got 3 pieces out. You got squares everywhere.
Something's wrong.
Are you okay? No, I'm sorry. You got out of the bed on the wrong side. I'm going to have to punish you. But she didn't. She backed down, played not a bad move, a move you play in blitz.
Right.
But she could have optimized in this position. So anyway, they're in this position now. And did she move?
H4, rook c8 is on the board.
Again, very casual moves. The only thing about not punishing people, you let them off the hook a little bit.
They stay in the game.
They stay in the game. All of a sudden, wait, it wasn't so bad what you did, and now they're equal. They may be a little bit worse. And it starts to do this, and then it's a dogfight. And then you wonder, maybe I should have done something else.
Right.
This is the only thing wrong here. That's the worry I would have.
Thank you, Maurice. We're definitely keeping an eye on this huge heavyweight matchup on the ladies. Statistically speaking, who's going to win?
Well, let's take a look, because we have our own statistician, Ben Underwood, in the house, who prepared these statistics, these pie charts for us. So the chances to win tournament, pre-tournament, it's Carissa Yip, 29%, with Alice Lee and Irina Krush in second and third place.
So what you're telling me is at the very start, my choice of Carissa to win the event was an informed decision.
A very sound one.
Yeah.
And after round 1, it's Irina Krush, who is first with 30.7%, and Anna Sargsyan second with 21.3%. But we will see Anna really getting high up there. After round 2, she just had an amazing start, and now we can see 41.5% chances, which is already a huge percentage compared to the rest of the field. After round 3, it's 32%, Alice Lee 22%, and Irina Krush 18%. And then after round 4, look at that.
Wow.
Anna Sargsyan, 61% chances to win. And we talked about it. She's the first, this is her first US Championships. And for many years, it has not happened that the player who played for the first time in the US Championship actually managed to win it.
Since the year 2000, in fact.
Yeah. And statistically, how about the open section?
So the open section pre-tournament, it's Fabiano, Caruana. I think everybody expected that. 24.8% chances to win. But let's see how these stats progress. After round 1, it's still Fabiano with 42.5%. That seems huge to me after only one round.
One win. But Wesley,
is
started
going
snapping
up
back.
there, yeah. Right now, Wesley second with 25.2%, but we will see that increased even more.
Wow.
Look at that. After day 3, after round 3, Wesley So with 53.1% chances to win the event.
I thought that was huge, and then he made a draw.
And increased his chances a little bit to 52%. Wow, and Fabiano only 21.5% chances. That's rough. I don't know if I believe that.
I know, it's tough. But he just drew with Levon, pulling Levon's chances down a bit. Again, just going back very, very quickly to the game of Carissa on a bishop f2, definitely on Carissa's card. The bishop now comes back into play, covers the d4 square, attacks the b6 square. So from Anna's point of view, she has to be very careful. White has a lot of what I call happy moves, easy moves to play, that is to say. Carissa, given a free hand, would love to play the move queen b3. That kind of stops moves like bishop e7, developing because you've got to now keep an eye on your b pawn. So in Carissa's mind, she's ready to play queen b3, castles long, tuck her king over in the center, and by the way, start to chisel away on the king side, because we know that Anna's going to put her king over on the king side in the near future, so she'll keep g3. Meanwhile, with the queen on b3, the king on b1, Carissa will have a very, very nice protective position for her king.
And Yasser, I'm thinking if there is a possibility for White to simply play bishop e2, short castle, and b4. Let's start with the pawns on the queen side.
Bishop e2, castles,
and b4.
b2, b4, completely different approach than what I would do. The one thing I'm afraid of, what has Black done? Black has played f5. Is there just saying, is there a possibility that Black could play g5, h4, g4?
For sure, that's the plan.
So you could put your king potentially in harm's way.
But the pieces on the king side, you know, your bishop not developed, knight not developed.
Right. I'm just saying, what could go wrong?
I mean, Black can just push the pawns and checkmate me.
Okay, so conversely, so like if my opponent's playing, for argument's sake, move g5, and I'm not saying it's a good move. Truly, I am not trying to say that. It kind of makes a strange impression that you would allow, you know, your king. But
if you don't castle yet, you just prepare it and then you go with b4. Because I feel like b5, that's also a threat. If I open the c file, get rook c1.
Okay. b5, by the way, I probably have to sacrifice a pawn, whether I like it or not. b5, I'm not taking. You'll recapture with a knight, and the pressure against the king in the center will be too great. This looks like a very good play for Carissa. I love Carissa's game. I'm just saying there are two different approaches to be taken. I'd go for long side. Maurice, over to our confession.
Our confessor, who went into the confessional booth, Hans Niemann, he said that he likes his position. It's very stable. His opponent can't break out. It's just going to be a very technical game and squeeze, and win the game.
He likes it.
And his opponent said, yes, sure, you're right. Whatever. I don't care what you got to say. I'm blasting the position open. There will be no long technical anything. Let's get busy right here, right now, and sharpen the matters. And the engine says, yeah, good move. Pretty much smidgen of an advantage for White, if anything at all. It's 0.15, non-existent. D5 is a move that in these double e-pawn openings, usually, if it's played by Black, is meant to solve all of Black's problems. His pawn break says, I plan to liquidate. I don't care that you have the two bishops.
Right.
It doesn't matter to me right now. I feel very good. I am going to just play normal chess. And again, somebody should have given Hans the memo. This kid, 71 no-loss games in a row.
Wow.
Undefeated, 71 games. Not everybody does that. And he is continuing to show that he's just simply very hard to beat, the move d5 now is something that has given Hans pause.
Maurice, Hans thought that d5 is not possible to play immediately, right? He was quite confident about that.
Exactly.
So what if I played queen f3 right now? Is that
Queen
maybe
f3?
the move why we feel confident that it's not the best way to play d5?
Queen f3 can be met by takes.
Knight takes.
Takes.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes.
Okay, bishop takes. That looks nice.
Bishop takes is now met by queen f4.
And if I go queen d3?
Well, it's important to note this is two bishops you're going to get if you trade
Right.
queens. But the pawn structure becomes very stable, right? It's symmetrical. This is the same. This is basically the same. So you do have this bishop, but it's hitting air, right? And it's a bishop, but it's hitting air. And we have a bishop that's equal to yours. If you
So I
now...
want to keep the queens on the board
If you try
and
to
say,
keep the
I
queens
have
on
a
the
pair
board.
of bishops, I want to attack.
Okay, you attack. Bishop f3 is forced.
Yeah.
Now bishop e6.
Oh, c4 you want to target.
It's not that easy. This bishop is quite strong. I mean, it's a good piece, but you still have work to prove that you have anything here. And I think that this is probably a position we'll see something similar on the board. But a very sharp position. I thought, now this, you know, it's funny what you said about he didn't think this was possible. You know what Hans mode, the Hans mode is right now, right? What's the word? Punish him for what he just did. That's what Hans thinks. Hans thinks this wasn't possible. So he's going to sit there for a while and try to punish his opponent because that's what you do when people play moves you don't believe in. He may come around to realizing that it's not so easy, but I wouldn't be surprised if Hans sat here for 20 minutes looking, or more, looking for just the way to punish his opponent.
Thank you, Maurice. I just wanted to say that Mishra played the novelty bishop to d7 and bishop e3, queen c7. And this is the move knight d2. Caught me by surprise, knight d2. I did not expect that. We've reached the time in our show that we'll take our first break. And as always, we want to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them what specials they have for us. Well, here, have a look. This is an exclusive pullover. This long sleeve is perfect for year-round wear. Honor the home of American chess with the official logos of the St. Louis Chess Club and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championships. It's available online at QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs. Or better yet, come in person and check out our shop.
It's a
Gotcha.
beautiful shirt. I
What
have
do we-
that one, so
I know.
comfortable.
I like it.
And as we go to break, Yasser, you took the opportunity to sit down one-on-one with Grandmaster Hans Niemann. Take a look, and we'll be right back.
Sorry. Hans Niemann, welcome to St. Louis. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Hans, it strikes me, I want your perspective, but it seems to me that you're going literally success to success in the sense, I think you're getting stronger and stronger. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so the freestyle event, or the 960 event, or as you guys 9LX, you know, this is a legal nightmare. Everyone's
Where are we? What are we doing?
You know, St. Louis Cup here, 9LX, you know, freestyle, 960. You know, I just like to include Fischer in it because just for you know giving him credit. But that was a big moment because I qualified for that on my birthday. So
Brilliant.
that was you know, qualify was a nightmare, and then to get there, and it went so smoothly, and then obviously the Grand Swiss. You know, being in contention in the last round, you know.
I wanted to get to that.
You know, I was really, you know, I beat Yagis.
You're one game away
One
from
game from the candidates, right?
Exactly.
You know, and you know, being in the Grand Swiss itself is such a difficult tournament to qualify because you have all the best players in the world. Only 2 make it, and you know, it's tie breaks. For example, at some point I had my average rating. My first tie break was 2668.4.
Okay.
And Anish and Keimer were at 2668.1. So if I was 0.1 more,
Right.
and I
tie
made-
breaks.
if I had 0.1 more on my average and I made a draw, I could have qualified. But, you know, so all these
little tie breaks were getting into my head. I was like, why couldn't I just have 0.1 more? You know, why couldn't I just have 0.1 more? And then maybe I could draw. So, you know, it was a very unfortunate moment in the last run where I have black. I'm playing the most solid player in the world. I have to win, right? It was already, but you know, the way I beat Prague, I was very happy. You know, I feel like I'm improving. I'm getting better, and I just, you know, want. I think the more opportunities at the biggest stage of the World Cup.
Yeah.
You know, so I feel really confident in a knockout format, especially as things get faster.
Right.
So, you know, I'm improving, and I hope to, you know, the dream is to get to the Grand Chess Tour and to continue playing. So, you know, I was so jealous. Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's such a cool place.
Wasn't that great?
Oh, but you know, I was watching. The format was amazing, you know, because, you know, I don't want to. Obviously, the Grand Chess Tour had this format in 2019, but I sort of had my matches where I played.
Yes.
3 matches, actually identical format, but it was 3 times shorter. So how you guys played 2 classical games, 2 rapid, and 4 blitz. I played my match with Anish was 6 classical games, 6 rapid, and 12 blitz, and we had the exact same score system. So I can say I'm a huge fan of this format, and you know, I really think that it encapsulates who the best player in the world is, because you know, now we have all these different titles. We say who is the best freestyle player, who is the best classical player, who's the best rapid and blitz. But in this format, you're testing players across all disciplines. It's kind of like in the Olympics when you have a decathlon. You know,
right.
You're doing all the. So who's the most athletic man alive?
Right.
So I would say that that's really the main goal of mine. Obviously, the candidates and rapid and blitz and you know freestyle. But you know, life is good as a chess player. You have all these opportunities, right? You know. I've seen your interviews. You said the golden age of chess.
It is.
Yeah.
And Fabiano, he's won 3 U.S. championships in a row.
Yeah.
Hans, how are you gonna derail him?
Yeah, no, sometimes I look at his games and I look at the tournament. Sometimes, you know, Wesley's just such a strong player. You know, come to the US and make 10 draws. And you look at the games, nothing's happening. I'm like, so it's a tremendously difficult tournament because everyone is so strong and everyone's very solid. Sometimes it can be a very draw-heavy event, and sometimes Fabi I don't know what he does, but he just
turns on a new gear.
You know, he takes a lot of risks sometimes, the openings, but once he gets started, I think that this past success, you know, affects people badly, and he sort of gets that momentum and he puts pressure. So there have been years where I've been close with him, but I haven't gone the distance. Usually in the US Championship, I win a lot of games. These years I also lose. You know? So, you know, I think in the past 3 years, at some point there were like 2 wins. I would, you know, at one point it was 2 wins and then 2 losses, and then at some point I started with 3 losses and then I won 3 games. So I suppose there should be more consistency, because even in the Grand Swiss, other than my last game, I didn't have a single worse position the entire tournament. So, you know, I think the most important thing is to bring consistency and to just avoid losses. But that's everyone's advice, right? But you know, it sounds simpler than it is.
Hans, I'm going to give you a chance to get in the commercial. You're wearing Endgame.ai.
I'm surprised you haven't seen it. It's everywhere.
What is it?
No,
what are we doing?
It's a chess platform. It's a chess platform. Even if you want to play, you can play.
Really?
Yes. It's a live chess platform.
Fantastic.
Yeah. No, it's one of I'm the CEO and founder. So you know, as a chess player, I also run a company. We have a team of 10 engineers and great people. So yeah, we're trying to build a chess platform. We're building a lot of interesting educational features with AI. But yeah, no, the commercials, people know already.
Oh, wonderful.
I've plugged it enough.
Wonderful. Hans Niemann, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Yasser. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Take care.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after classical, it all came down to rapid and blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa Yip will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back to round 5 of the US Championships. And we have one game that already finished. So let's review the results, or the result. Wesley So drew very quickly within 15 minutes against Levon Aronian.
Wasn't the shortest game ever, but it sure felt like it. 50 minutes and out the door.
Sometimes that's all it takes. But
it.
Anastasiya has a special guest. Anastasiya, over to you.
Yes, indeed. I have a very special guest. Welcome. Brian Woods is here with us today, classical music director of the Hall of Fame and the galleries. Welcome, and please tell us a little bit about yourself and your music background.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Like you said, my name is Brian Woods. I am a classical concert pianist. So what I do is I perform recitals and I solo with orchestras around the country. And I'm very lucky to be the classical music director here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. And we put on monthly concerts here on the 3rd floor of the Hall of Fame. And this music series has just been blowing up all over St. Louis, and we've been selling out concerts right and left. So it's a really wonderful thing to be here in St. Louis and to be producing such an exciting series here.
Yes, exactly. And speaking about series, you actually involve many local musicians. And can you tell about your favorite ones?
Absolutely. Well, we have such an embarrassment of riches here in St. Louis because of the wonderful organizations such as Winter Opera St. Louis. You can see them performing from just last night here on the music series, a wonderful performance. We also welcome musicians from the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra, Opera Theater of St. Louis, and some of my favorites are including the Ariana String Quartet, a world-famous string quartet that we collaborate with regularly. We just did a series of all of the Beethoven violin sonatas. You can see some of the performances happening there on the screen. Just so much wonderful music that takes place on the 3rd floor. And like I said, I think we've sold out every concert the last 2 seasons. So it's really a wonderful thing to see such enthusiasm in the community for these concerts and the highest level musicianship that you can find in the area happening right here at the St. Louis Chess Campus.
Yeah, I've been visiting a few concerts myself. Very, very impressive, and normally have many, many visitors as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, not just in person, but online as well. There's just such an excitement for this music. And again, I think a lot of this has to do with, you know, the vision that Jeannie and Rex had in terms of building this music series here. They thought of it sort of like the 19th century salon concerts that used to happen. And it was just music making amongst friends. And what began as that sort of friendly music-making experience became this very exciting, very in-demand music series here in St. Louis.
Yeah, exactly. But you also have some world-famous stars also coming to St. Louis. Can you tell us about it and what's coming next?
Absolutely. I'm so excited that we have our first major collaboration with the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra taking place on October 29th. We are excited to have Sissel with us. Sissel is a world-famous Norwegian soprano. She is the voice on the Titanic soundtrack, for those who are wondering who is that vocalizing you hear throughout the music. Not the Celine Dion song, but the vocalizing you hear. That is Sissel. She has also collaborated with famous opera singers and musicians of all genres, and the entire St. Louis Symphony Orchestra is going to be performing with Sissel on October 29th at Powell Hall. We are so excited to be partnering with them in this concert, and you can get your tickets for that at the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra website. So it's such an exciting thing to be happening.
It's good to know, and I think also the players from the club chess are going to attend.
Yes, we're all going.
Right?
We're all going. So it's going to be a wonderful celebration. I say there's so many connections between chess and music, and I think this is a really wonderful evening that's going to celebrate that and celebrate the relationships that the Sinkfields have drawn between the chess campus and all these artistic groups in town. It's a really wonderful thing to be happening. We're very excited.
I'm also very, very excited, as well as many chess fans. Thank you so much, Brian, for being here with us. It's time to run back to the chess games.
Of course, please.
To the studio.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Actually, I don't even want to run back to the chess games, just to complete the thought on Sissel for just a moment. That's going to overlap with our clutch chess, which will feature Magnus and Hikaru and Gukesh and Fabi. And then we're all going to go to the concert, and Magnus, of course, playing. So we thought that would be a very magical moment. Rex was telling me a bit about Sissel, and apparently when she was a very young girl, her grandfather took her to the fjords, and they did fishing. While they're waiting for the fish to bite, he taught her the song Shenandoah, which is about the Missouri River. So whenever you're in Rex's company, he's always educating me about Missouri and St. Louis in particular.
He's very
knowledgeable.
knowledgeable.
I didn't know that, but there you go. If you're in town, October 29th, book your reservations. Maurice, over to you. What do you have for us?
Oh, I was just inspecting this very, as you call it, visual move played in the game between Jennifer Yu and Rose Atwell. It's not super important right now for our standings, but it is a nice moment, and we shouldn't let it pass. In this position, F3 played, your bishop's under attack, so what do?
Trade queens.
You don't move it, you play this move.
Wow.
What a move.
Dang.
Taking advantage of the threat to the knight, it's check. You can only take one of my pieces at a time.
Right.
And, of course, you'd wonder, well, what if you drop this back? Well, obviously, this bishop is hanging, so we could trade queens, we could take the bishop, and then move our bishop away. Very just visual move. Not a move you see every day, let's put it that way. Moves like this, these are the moves we like to see once in a while. You go, oh, is it good or does it suck?
Maurice, is it too ambitious here to take the knight and play king d2 like, Fabi did in the game against Grigoriy Oparin and rook g1 and attack on the g file?
Yeah, I like the way you think. It's not too ambitious. It's a perfectly good way to play this position, although the engine is insisting you should trade queens here, which is not exactly what you want to do.
Follow-up, right?
But yeah, it's another way to play. Just a highlight moment, knight h5.
Knight h5. Nice. I'd like to turn our attention to two players who absolutely, absolutely need a victory. Ray Robson and Sam Shankland are kind of drawing their way and losing their way out of the podium race. And so today, both players came and said, we need a result.
One of us needs to win.
One of us needs to win. And last move by White, castles. Okay, that wasn't exactly what I was hoping for. What I was really hoping for was a kind of a queen d2 castles long and g5 and just get a Donnybrook. But with this pawn already on the move on the square g2, g4, it's ambitious. It basically says, I am looking to pry open the king side. And then from Sam Shankland's point of view is, well, you did play the move. If you had played g3, you would have protected f4. You've played g4. Maybe I will play the move. Oops, excuse me. I wanted to go queen c7 And when I was young, I just loved doing this type of an attack as black. Knight
and you have to
F5
play queen c7 because you need to defend this pawn, right?
Precisely. That's exactly right. So the highly desirable knight f8, you know, you have to, wait, I didn't want to sacrifice the pawn on e5. So you preface it with the move queen c7, which, by the way, for whatever reasons, preserves the queens. That just means that whenever I get to play knight f4 sometime in the future, I can maybe launch a kingside attack. So that's a game where a result is required. I'm gonna go to the game of Fabiano because we haven't checked in on it for a little while, and I was a little confused. I wasn't sure if the move queen c7 was planning for f6 g5 or g5 bishop g7 f6, but it continued a6. Also a little
so
bit
that's
of a
saying I want
move.
to play c5, and I don't want you to have that b5 square for your bishop.
Exactly, but it's a very slow move, right? Okay, Dariusz felt, well, I don't want to wait all day. I want to bring my bishop on c1 into the game. I've got to get my knight on d2 out of the way. Knight f1. Now came c5. Okay, preserve the bishop, bishop d3. And this is one of those French defense positions which black usually aspires to. He basically says, well, I've gotten rid of my light squared bishop, and basically white says, yeah, congratulations, well done, you did all of that, but I have space. My pawn on e5 is still a big irritant, and maybe I can even play for the move knight to h5 and keep you a little bit under pressure on the king side. So let me just refresh the board. Knight c7, pardon me, knight c6, bishop d2, bishop e7. There was no knight h5 business there a moment ago. Could I play it nonetheless?
Knight h5 you want
Knight
to do?
h5. I'm a pawn grubber. I'm thinking g6, not the only move. You may want to reconsider that after the move knight g6. I'm thinking, yeah, I would like to sacrifice my knight for a couple pawns. Castle's long?
That's the thing. If I want to castle long, I'm wondering whether I have to play g6.
Right.
What if I would just say, you want to grab that pawn? I will long castle and go ahead, take it.
I can resist everything. I truly can. You want to trap my knight with h5. What do you want to do? Knight takes g7.
Well, I thought rook g8. Rook d.
I assume this one. And you're saying that my pawn shield is not good.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm saying that, but I like that file. So if I go rook g4, just putting more, wanting to double up and putting more pressure.
I don't like the rook on back. You bother me.
Okay, so rook. But if I go rook g6, I allow you some tempos.
Later, knight a. But you did have a very interesting moment just a moment ago. You've sacrificed a pawn, but after knight takes g7, the move h5, you ask a very salient question. How is the knight retreating? You know, if you get the move, you know, what do I do? Is basically, do I have to go this way? Well, it starts to get a little bit weirdsome, right? I could sacrifice on e6. Ooh, okay, so then knight g5 is a good response to h5.
Well, if I capture that knight.
And bishop takes.
And now rook dg8.
Right, so you're finally...
Because if you have to play bishop f6, then I think I'm good. Knight takes and queen f4.
Perfect. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen f4. Ooh, that looks like the knight is
in trouble.
In trouble. Okay, something to think about. Maurice, tossing it in your direction.
Well,
punish. We want punishment.
Punish. We got a chance to get inside the minds of one of the best players on the planet, Hans Niemann. Number 16 in the world, I believe, as of right now. You can check in the live rankings if I'm off one or two, but he's definitely an improving player. And he said something really critical in his confessional, when he went into the confessional booth, and I think we have it for you to listen to, but just pay careful attention to what he said.
Trying to get the right angle. Yeah, so the preparation worked out quite well. We played quite a crucial game in the Grand Swiss. The position was quite complex, but now it's going to be quite technical. He should have been more precise. H6 was quite imprecise. You should have played d5 or bishop g4, trying to break in the center, but now I have two bishops. Can't really play d5, so it's going to be a long technical game, which is quite good against him. And my previous victories were quite positional and technical, so I feel quite confident. And yeah, we'll see how he tries to untangle, because he can't break open the center. I've developed too much, so I'm optimistic.
So the key term, I'm going to pull out the phrase he said, can't really play d5. I have the two bishops. That's what he was very clear on. And when you say something like that, you make a bold, clear, declarative statement. You said, look, he can't play d5. And then your opponent says,
yes, I can.
Why not? And you're thinking, I need to punish you. I don't believe you can play this move. I went on the World Wide Web. I went to everybody and said, he can't play d5, and he just played d5. That's not acceptable. I need to refute it. So he went straight down. It could have been queen f3 as a move. He said, no, I'm going to make this happen very directly. The first step of the refutation. If knight takes, well, now he's right. f4, and why did you play d5? I want to laugh at you, because I'm playing e5 next. You put something on c4, I'll kill it. Then I'll play e5, my pawn's over rolling, and I feel really good about life. So, all right, so you can't do that. Neither with the rook as well. But queen takes is the move played, and it says, you're not playing f4. I'm not dumb. I'm not letting that happen. And now what do you have? He says, well, your queen. What if I just attack it? Like now I'm getting ready to play e5 if you let me, but I actually can't quite play it yet, but something's going to happen, right? He said, nah, I'm going to hang out with my queen. I'm good. Show me what you got. Now, this queen, first of all, doesn't belong here. If you're playing the white piece, you're thinking, your queen doesn't belong in that square. I need to chase the queen. But if I do it directly with this move, suddenly the engine says, well, we're just actually going to drop back in. You got a little button hanging over here. I can liquidate in the center. What do you have exactly? Like, what do you have? And Hans has been thinking for quite some time, as he's coming to the realization, because he wants to punish this idea, he's coming to the realization it is not that easy. And you see him there sitting up in his chair. He was so clear on d5 being such a mistake, and he's probably still looking at it to see if he can find a mistake, but his calculations are not leading him there. As the position, as far as the engine is concerned, after this move, queen to f4, it's fine for black. How will he respond? And it's always interesting to get into the minds of chess players. We have all been there, where we think, you can't do that. Right. And then you go, but how long do you burn before you come to that realization? And then how do you react? Do you get ultra aggressive in some way, or do you just say, you know what? I was wrong. Respect, respect. I was wrong. Let me just play chess from this moment on.
No, I never do that.
I'm not sure Hans is going to do that.
Never do it. That what you just said. No.
Yeah, we don't like to admit that.
I'm in punishment mode all the way, all the way. It doesn't happen all the time. We have other confessions.
Yes, we love players going to confessional booth, and we have more players. So let's listen to Irina Krush, what she has to say.
Hey guys, it's my first time using the confessional booth. I'm so old-fashioned that I was never tempted to do it before. But yeah, the big thing that happened so far in my game is that I play this pawn move to e5. Wasn't forced, of course, but I figured my opponent was having ideas of playing e5 herself. And even though black's position would be totally fine, a lot of pieces would come off the board. So I played e5. This way all the pieces stay on the board. Black has some space, and it's more of a complicated game.
Well, that's a confessional that rather boldly states the obvious. All the pieces are on the board, and the position that Irina was explaining was that Megan had just played the move bishop f4, and according to Irina, that she was concerned that after white's e5...
I mean, all the pieces are ready to just crash the center.
So she made a kind of a strategic decision, a big one, in playing the move e5, because what happens is, in this position, if you put the pawn back on e6, there's no weak square. And Megan said, okay, I know what you're up to. You want a full-body game? Fine, let's do it. Let's play. Let's play with all the pieces. And she, Megan White, is looking to play the move knight f5. Interesting. We have more confessions?
Yes, we have Carissa Yip also joining us in the confessional room. So let's take a look.
Hi, guys. Wait. Chris just closed the door on me. Chris Bird, Arbiter. So I'm trapped in here. Yeah, it's been down. The confessional loop has been down for a lot of the tournament. But now it's back. It's fixed, apparently. Oh, yeah, I should do a fit check, first of all. To dispel any rumors, this is not a Christmas sweater. I walked in today, and then I'm getting wanded, and Chris is like, Christmas came early. I was like, what? This is clearly a fall sweater. Like, look at the red, guys. The orange. Okay. And then I'm like walking to get my water, and Hans is all like, oh, Christmas sweater, huh? And then I'm like, what? And then, Awonder meets me inside the lounge, and he's like, oh, I like this Christmas sweater. I was so close to losing it, guys. I walk back out with my water, and then Lev is all like, such a nice Christmas theme. It was over, guys. Anyway, I've thrifted this. Pretty nice, right? Let's see. Oh, skirt from 8th grade. Shoes from my mom. T-shirt underneath from Uniqlo, because I'm a little basic like that. Honestly, sometimes I get a little bored, so I want to chat. But, okay, I guess it's time to chat about chess now. Yeah, kind of an interesting position. I just took on e7, so kind of the idea behind that is, I think my knight on d5 looks really good. Bishop on e7 looks kind of bad. But the thing is, in these structures, if she can keep the bishop, let's say if she plays like bishop d8 or something, I can never really go for that pawn on d6 because, opening up the d file is good and black has a lot of control over the d4 square. But without the bishops on the board, then I have a lot more control over d4 and kind of over the dark squares in my position. And, usually in these structures, it's kind of very, very reminiscent of a King's Indian, right? But I kind of feel that going for this g5, g4 wouldn't be so good for her because the center is so open. Then in that case, if she's not really playing on the king side with her pawns, then it's a little hard to continue because I have such a nice grasp over d5. Yeah, then I'll probably start rolling on the queen side soon. So that's the plan. I feel like this camera is too tall. I'm gonna get Chris to let me out now. Bye, guys.
What goes through the minds of these chess giants?
Fashion police apparently here in the playing hall. It's Chris Bird, Hans Niemann.
I love the Christmas sweater. I thought it was very appropriate for the season. What's the problem? Nice. What she said, by the way, was right on the mark. And in fact, what we thought was that Anna should not have played the move at castle, but tried to actually retain her bishop with the move bishop to d8.
So let's bring up the board between Carissa Yip and Anna Sargsyan.
So we think that, I'm in agreement with Carissa, that even though that dark square bishop looks a little passive, it does a very, very good job in terms of defending the pawn on d6. And what Carissa was saying is with an open center such as it is, she can attack quickly in the center with moves like b5 and queen b4 and really start to attack very, very hard against the d6 pawn. And she felt that the moves g4 would be coming too slow with the center still open. Well, she's going to be put to the test. I see that the engine likes
b4, but if you make 2 moves back,
okay,
the engine is very unhappy the way Carissa decided to play this game because it didn't like bishop e2 move. It said question mark. It said question mark short castle. So it's saying maybe this position is really meant with the long castle, Yasser, as you were suggesting.
I thought it was more impactful, let's say, to go queen b3. So oftentimes we have 2 tracks of thought. What am I doing? Where are my pieces going? Where am I attacking? What pawn am I winning?
All the right questions.
All the right questions. And then the second track we ask ourselves is, what's my opponent doing? Where is she going? What is she going to do with her piece? So as I see it, the e7 square is a kind of a transition square for black. How is black going to develop? So the move to queen b3 was to cross up the development for black. And when Carissa played these little moves, good developing moves, bishop e2, queen d2, it did give Anna a chance to complete her development. Now, I'm not saying her position is great or anything like that. The question is this advantage that Carissa has less of an advantage had she played queen b3
and the engine says it is less. It's around equal. But you know who is having a big advantage? Yes. It's Alice Lee against Nazi Paikidze.
Let's go.
So maybe let's jump to that game.
Over to you,
Unless, Maurice, you have for us the game. Okay.
I've been waiting to shut you.
Dan wants to get in.
Trying to steal my thunder over there. That's all right. That's all right. We all notice where the action is, and certainly there's a lot of action here. And I'm going to tell you, I see some bubbles and bubbles and bubbles and bubbles happening by this engine as moves are getting played in this game. And we got this out of, what is it, Jabava, London we started with.
London?
And the
Queen f3.
Queen f3.
Say what?
Well, Queen f3 wasn't a problem, but the move c5 turns out was, as g4 should have been played immediately to address this knight. According to the engine, castles was not great, and now b5 should be played, but she started with knight c6, and now g4 landed on the board. And we've got this king already on this side. This king hasn't decided its home as yet. b5 played, g5. I mean, it's just one of those.
Let's go.
Let's get busy right here, right now. g5 on the board, b4, you attack me, I attack you. And right here, white blinked. Where does this knight belong? Well, I'll tell you where it doesn't belong. It doesn't belong back home on b1. No, it doesn't belong.
Nobody likes this move.
Like, why are you back here? This knight has just been attacked, and you put yours to the back rank, allowing the knight to go into the center. That doesn't add up.
That's a beautiful deal for black.
It doesn't add up. You hit my knight, I hit yours, you back down, I move forward. That doesn't add up at all. And this is just a huge mistake to play knight b1. And now d takes c5, opening the center. Maybe I could even take it on c5. Now, Alice said, I got a better idea.
Queen 8 takes a2.
Your knight really doesn't belong on this square. Your king does to guard that pawn on a2. And suddenly the attack is coming this way. Black's pieces are flooding the zone on this side very easily. A bishop moves, a rook moves. This pawn is dropping. All of this is going on. My king hasn't quite decided a home yet. But what are you targeting? Look at these pieces.
Can I tactically defend it with bishop c4?
Bishop c4 is a move in this position.
Because
but now
if you take,
now
you don't
simply,
take.
Yeah, the knight is clearly hanging, so I'll make that point. If pawn takes here, well, you kind of turn the game around with this move, and you're doing better than you were before. Okay, the engine still thinks queen c5 is better for black,
right.
But we could argue in either way. But after queen a5, bishop to c4, there is the move bishop to b7, and all you did was defend a pawn, and all we did was develop another piece, and you're going to have to move this piece sooner or later, and knight c5 is coming.
And then the diagonal is going to be
The diagonal is going to be open, and
uncomfortable.
again, what are you doing with your pieces? Like, what's this? Show us the evolution of your position as it's going to unfold. White is just defending for her life now. And as you can see, Nazi is sitting at the board. You see her there staring at what she has created. And we can just zoom in on her.
It's not pretty.
She ain't happy.
Nope.
10 moves in, and I got to deal with this nonsense. Like,
And by the way, while Nazi is staring at the board, I believe Alice is in the confessional booth.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm glad they opened it up.
So let's listen to Alice.
Yeah, so I think this position is kind of interesting, but I have to say that I think it's going well so far. She definitely prepared this knight c3 in the opening to surprise me, but I think after a6, she didn't know what to do, and I'm not sure if queen f3 was the most accurate, but the problem with her position now is that because the a2 pawn is under attack and I have like the c pawn, it might be okay if she's able to play like knight d2 and king b1, but I think if knight d2, I always have some knight c3 ideas, so yeah, I'm not even sure what she can do because I don't think she has very much to attack, so yeah.
Thank
Well,
you,
there
Alice.
you heard it. I mean, Alice is feeling very confident, maybe not the same confidence that Hans Niemann, comes
D5
in and
is
says,
not possible.
I'm going to punish you. But actually, if you think about the position either from a French defense or an open Spanish, open Sicilian position, I beg your pardon, Black has achieved so much already.
Absolutely.
The queen on a5 is definitely the one thing that went through my mind. I'm desperate alongside yourself. I think we both were drawn to this move just because we didn't like the looks of queen takes a2 and it looks
because then
dead.
knight c3 is going to be really a threat.
And I would find myself staring down a crazy variation where, again, only because I'm so desperate, I start looking at, can I solve my problems, tactically with a rook sacrifice, hoping that I could win some material back and stop looking at my king. Stop looking at a2. I want to throw you off with something spectacular because I feel that the position, if you just allow Black to play queen takes a2, bishop takes c5, it's going to be dreadful, like really, really, really bad. So
let's go maybe a little bit deeper into that variation.
Please.
I like it how you sacrifice the rook to try to get bishop centralized and finally on that diagonal as well.
You're not obliged to take it, but assuming that you do, yeah, this was the intention. What was your line, Katya? I mean, Alice.
So I was looking at some, not yet committing to a move, but some ideas with b3, kind of threatening queen e1.
Nasty.
While maybe attacking a2, but of course the knight is hanging with a check, so I don't want to do that.
In this case, it's actually this is a continuation of check. So yeah.
So it feels I have to do something about. Let's
in
stop
this exact
here.
position. You have other choices as well. Knight takes c5 and
or knight e7 maybe.
Knight e7. A lot of things that could go wrong with White's position. I'm just saying, queen takes a2 just looks so awful. How do these two players stand on the leaderboard?
Let's take a look. So we have Nazi Pakice and Alice Lee both tied for the second place. So both of these players are doing really well in this tournament. But if Alice manages to win, that's a big step toward trying to tie with Anna Sargsyan.
Absolutely. And Maurice, that was the position I wanted to come to too. We're seeing a lot of G4s and G5s because there was a Awonder Liang as well, but I'll get to that. Go ahead.
Okay, well, this one, I just saw a line that made me smile because we have an echo of something that happened in another game, but a better version. You'll see what I mean in a second. In this position, Castles is actually Injin's top move. Castles kingside. After pushing these pawns, you figure you move your queen and castle queenside so you can get your attack this way. And it says space is just as good. We'll just keep the space, but you got to stabilize things. So after Castle's knight to h7 was played by Sam Shankland, and then Ray Robson played with knight d2. We saw Hans do this in his game, get the knight out the way. But to play f4, and there he goes, playing this move. So what do you do here? Incr says this pawn has to die. This f4 move was not that great. We could take and bring the knight here, or actually to g6. I'll put that on the board. And start to control some dark squares. You look at g5, you look at h4. It's not that easy for white to do anything in this position. After bishop to g3, in fact, you're going to play knight to h4 and take this, bring a knight in. It's hard to make use of this open file. Your bishop really wants to be somewhere over here, not over here. So this position would have been good for black. Instead, after f4, he played the move knight to e6, and he's now challenging his opponent to play what looks like a very straightforward idea, typical idea in this position when you get to take and play with f5, chasing the knight. And now the move bishop c5, we happily trade that off, bring the knight to c4. You've got the space, the lockdown. We can always play h4 in case you try to clamp. d6 is weak. White has central space. White's feeling good about life. But I'd like to back up to another position and ask you guys here after f5 about the move knight to d4. What do you play here? Yasser?
Knight f3, knight b3. I want to challenge the knight on d4 is my first instinct.
And your instinct is totally right. Yes, you want to challenge the knight on d4. It doesn't belong here, but you don't want to trade it off. What do you want to do?
No, I don't.
The beautiful Karpovian, or should I say Nazi Pakitsian, knight b1.
What?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, no
Karpovian's Boris Spassky.
No one's going to do that.
Boris Spassky.
That's right. Boris Karpov played against Spassky so many years ago. The first time we saw this maneuver. And c3 is the threat. What's your knight doing on d4? We're trapping it in the middle of the board. You've got to scramble very quickly and play c5. Only move. And now c3 chasing this piece out. And now we're still going to play the move knight to c4. This knight will come back in the game, but everything has been stabilized. All light squares are weak with space for white.
As well.
And this knight will just come in very easily, and it's white for choice here. I thought you guys might like that move.
Very
and reminiscent of that Karpov-Spassky game.
Right.
And you guys should look it up if you haven't seen that game to find what we're talking about. Karpov-Spassky candidates. I think it was 1973 was the year.
1973, 74, yeah.
Knight b1. Yeah. Those are the moves that, when we see those kind of moves, we're like, respect. Yeah. That's the good stuff.
Yeah, if there is a World Chess Hall of Fame for positional chess, you walk into the lobby, that would be one of the first portraits you'll see. By the way, there's an echo going around all of the games in the tournament. G4, G5 for white, G5, G4 for black. I would turn to the game between Awonder, Liang, and Grigoriy in the open section, and it looks like some kind of a normal Rossalimo. The bishop didn't get traded on c6, rather it dropped back to f1. Normally speaking, these types of decisions precipitate bishop to g4, followed by e6 by black. No, said Grigoriy. G5.
I want to attack on the G file.
Take my pawn. Awonder said, not so fast, not so fast, buddy. I'll play the move d4. Well, here we go. And g5, bishop takes, g4 takes, rook g8. This is quite an answer by Grigoriy. I don't know how much of this was prepared, but I'm just catching up with the players. And wow, they actually played a lot more moves than I had anticipated. So G5 and as well as G4 is what's going on. And back to you and the punishment game, Maurice.
You know, it's exactly.
I was
going to call it the punish game. Yeah. And you just said punishment game, which is a more accurate title even, the punishment game. I like it. Yes, the game between Hans Niemann and Abhimanyu Mishra. This game, in his mind, as you said, Yas, in his mind, Hans is thinking, I have to punish this guy. And the right way to play is moves that punish, not moves that equalize and stop and press the brakes. No, punish. And that's where he is. And he's playing himself into a bad position because he can't get out of that mindset. In this position here, look at what a punishment move looks like. I'm going to now chase your queen. I'm going to get space. I want to play f4, and I want to play e5, and I want to own the board with my bishops. But then queen drops back to d6, and I'm staring at the board.
There's a button.
And I can't really play f4. This is hanging. He's going to take here. How do I do this if I'm trying to punish my opponent?
Sure.
Well, guess what? He took on f6 with his gorgeous bishop. Well, that's what we thought, and that's what he was thinking. But now he's had to give up this bishop so that he can do what he wants, which is to play f4. He just had to show, I'm going to prove that I can play this move so that I can play e5. This is how you punish your opponent. Yes, except now black has options. For starters,
h3 is hanging.
H4
is hanging. Well, hanging is.
You start to feel it.
Yeah,
you just see this pawn structure.
Is some weakness.
A little bit loose. I feel like one of those, right? Like this is not exactly tight. This is not totally protected. So there are options here for black. Black could take on h3. That's first legit. Black could also just sack.
Right.
And crack the structure. And after it takes, just take this one. You still have got buttons hanging. If you try to trade queens in this position, your knight's hanging. So you're not trading pieces.
Nope.
Meantime, we want to take this pawn on h3. How do you defend it? Meantime, your king is fully exposed. You're lucky that this rook is not here already so that we can start feeling like we're fully on the attack. This position is perfectly fine. In fact, the Incr is giving it teeny tiny bit better for black. That's problem number one. Problem number two is after this move f4, the Incr says there's even this sneaky, very sneaky move, queen e6.
Give me the pawn.
Now, we're going after the pawn, but obviously we're giving you a fork. That's a whole piece.
Tempting.
Remember that queen has been dancing. It went out to f4. It came. First it was on e5, then it went to f4. Came back to d6, then it went to f6. Now it went to e6. Now it's been attacked, and now it's going back to the d6 square. And this is actually the best line for him. You're not after this piece because guess what? Everything over here is going to hang, and this bishop is in the party as well. And if you defend, then we bring the knight up. And what did you do to your position?
With a
except
tempo.
Weaken everything. This is the best line for black to play for, is the move queen e6. There are multiple options, and just because his opponent was always in punishment mode, black now has a chance to actually take over the game.
Wow, because Mishra, we're calling him the Iron Man. I mean, look at these players who've been
an unbeaten streak of 71 games overall.
In U.S. Championship. Well, sorry, this is coming into the U.S. Championship. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, Fabi has an unbeaten streak in the U.S. Championship. That's 43 games. Wesley in the U.S. Championship, 31. Abhi, though, says, forget all that. You guys, he's almost got those two added up.
Right?
And it's so surprising.
In overall play.
He's such a young player, and young players would, you think, that play aggressively and risk.
Exactly.
And no, he's very solid.
Sorry, there was a big unanswered question in the Hans Niemann game, if you don't mind, Maurice, and that is, I understand knight takes f4 very, very well. I understand queen e6 very, very well. One question, what is Mishra, what is Hans doing after bishop takes h3? I'm a pawn grabber. Oops.
Wow, knight takes f4 on the board.
Just as you were. I was asking the question.
Like, I was too slow.
If he takes a pawn and just says, show me the compensation.
Well, first of all, breaking news: knight takes f4 was played
on the board
in the game, and so we have that as a sacrifice. And pawn takes played very quickly. We're expecting queen takes on f4, so that's huge, and that has been done, and that's perfectly fine for black.
Right. Good piece sacrifice.
Very good piece sacrifice. We move on. We'll come back to that in a second, as Yaz did ask, what if I just take this on h3? There was no real punishment except this move, though. You're almost forced to take here, apparently. Take, and go into this line.
It's a piece sacrifice nonetheless.
Yes. If you just back up, e5 happens.
And that's a good compensation.
And you can feel that.
That's a compensation.
The force of this. You actually now have to sack.
Right.
Because your queen's trapped. Or I mean, f5 is coming. Yeah. You can't just play this because f5 is coming. So that's a problem. So it turns out, Mishra said, I don't want none of that. Sorry. Let's go. Although queen e6 was stronger.
Right.
He did go for this. He did go for this.
Okay.
And we are up to Queen E2 now on the board. We're expecting bishop takes H3. It's going to be 3 pawns for the piece. And we've got a chess game, an amazing game between these two young American stars, future Olympic teammates, we would say. I would say in the next 4 or 5 years, almost 100%.
Yeah.
They'll be leading the U.S. team as the older guard starts to move on. And they're showing their fighting spirit right now.
Current position, Maurice, just give us the best. First of all, the estimation by the engine. Who stands best?
What do you think?
I like black.
No, you know the number.
25.25.
You know the number. Stop it.
0 zeros.
Triple zeros.
Get out of here.
Triple zeros according to the engine. I don't know how you evaluate this as triple zeros.
Triple zeros.
How possible you can
3 pawns for
But I got
bishop
3 zeros sitting
for
right
knight.
here. And by the way, I'm going to show you the number 1 line according to the engine. Check, check. This move, and now Queen H5. And now Rook E3, and got a check, King G1. I'm just following the top moves, and it's all zeros across the board with moves like this? Come on.
I would not have guessed that.
No way. And I mean, what's the guess? You can't read the minds of the engines at all. But that's...
Triple zeros.
But it's equal. Let's just call it. It's equal, even if those zeros seem like a lot.
Okay, I want Kate to break the tie. Would you prefer having white's position where your king is exposed, or you like the pawns?
I would like black's position here.
Me too.
I like 3 pawns.
I don't understand. Breaking what tie? I'm on your side.
No, it was a silicon.
You want to disagree with me?
Yeah, I want to disagree. I mean, in my experience, I think it's much easier to play Mishra's position. I don't feel pressure as black, whereas white, you got to play some accurate moves. That whole Rook E3 business that you just showed, that wasn't intuitively obvious for me.
And whatever you were trying to punish, I'm coming after you. I'm going to punish you for playing chess like this.
Stop with the punishment.
We may have a breaking news in the game of Carissa Yip and Anastasiya.
Let's go.
It looks like the engine is extremely unhappy with the last move of Anna.
Okay, so we're, for those joining us late, we're pleased to announce the return of the
Because this move, G3, by the way.
Yeah.
Black playing G3, not a good move by the engine.
And what Carissa was saying in her confession was that she didn't like her sweater.
But
no.
she liked she's going to push the pawns on the queen side.
That was what she liked about her position. She thought, look, I am giving you a flank attack with G5, G4, but because the position in the center is open, there's not a pawn on D5 locking up the center. Because the center is open, I'll get to crash through very quickly. Now we come to the engine and G3. That looks wrong for all kinds of reasons, not the least of which is it's not properly prepared.
Yes, the idea is that when pawn captures, if you capture with the bishop,
for example,
maybe black is happy that black can get knight D4.
Right, the bishop has been distracted, so to speak, and the D4 square. I'm still not certain that this is full compensation, by the way, but at least it's what Anna had calculated. But
Carissa found this really strong move, Queen G5, because she wishes to recapture with the queen and keep her bishop on F2.
Which, by the way, I am sacrificing exchange with 2 hands, 2 arms, and a leg. After a move like knight D4, bishop takes D4 is good, but my goodness, with a king on H8, I mean, I would be uncontrollable. You know, that king is just. It looks terrible for our tournament leader. And by the way, Carissa's going to do everybody in the tournament a favor if she wins a game by pulling, the front runner back to the chasing pack. Queen takes G3 on the board, I believe.
More has happened.
A lot more has happened. Rook G8, tempo against the queen. Did the queen have to go back to H2? It kind of feels like H4 is more.
She's saving that square
active.
For the bishop.
Okay, Queen H2, saving the square H4 for the bishop because knight B4 is on the board and it's Carissa to play. Bishop H4, is that what we like? By the way, bishop to D. This knight looks...
a little awkward.
A little? Seriously? Wow. Okay. So to summarize, Carissa's a pawn up, and she's got the safer king.
I have a funny question, given that line you're talking about.
Which
Maybe
one?
it's true now, if we just
Bishop-
follow the line.
Bishop h4 or?
No, I want to play bishop e1. Wait,
Okay.
wait. Stop. Freeze frame. I just realized how
What
to do
about
it.
C5?
No, what about bishop b6?
Wow, a lot of
you
moves
got,
I
yeah.
just did.
No, I'm trying to win the knight.
Understood.
I'm very clearly trying to win the knight. How do
Okay,
you see it?
bishop b6. So his idea is that if we force the rook to move, hello, there's no a6, a5. Bishop e1 would provoke a5. Now we're just hunting the knight. I'm not reaching for the d pawn. d5 just allows
Yes.
queen takes e5, and it's...
Well, I'm not sure if that, because there's rook takes g2, some tricks. But you can probably just...
Why can't I just take
on
the pawn?
d5.
It's a free
Yeah,
pawn.
yeah, yeah.
Because there's just some this and the bishop h3.
This looks
No,
catastrophic.
I'm taking your pawn.
This looks like a catastrophe for Anna. We've got to do something. Rook g2 business. So on a good day, the best Anna can do is put her queen on g7 and her knight very quickly to f4, right? So you won't be able to play queen takes h5 because the queen takes g2. So we absolutely have to use the g file, and we've got to use it immediately. How do we do that? Knight h5, knight f4.
Bishop f1 is coming, rook d2 to defend the g2 square.
Defensive.
Do we really believe that attack?
Not one bit. Not one bit. Again, I'm just desperado looking at this, but Maurice just pointed out that bishop f1, when needed, is a great defensive.
And I don't even need it right now. I think I could play
capture
rook
d6,
d6.
Yeah. Right?
Rook d6 or even bishop d6 and make me really cry.
Anna in big trouble. And I see that Carissa has 40 minutes in the current position for, what, 24? For 16 moves.
Could I be a little bit whimsical? And if you follow the same line back to the board that you have there, that bishop e1, I fixed my bishop e1 because I realized I could play bishop b6. But bishop e1, I had this funny idea of playing knight b1 and a3.
Karpov is
back since we had this move. Of course, knight c2 is playable. So I had, before it just dawned on me that I could play bishop b6, I had rook d2, bishop
as
back.
a prelim.
No, the same bishop move.
Exactly.
I want you to push.
Exactly.
Although, probably that's a waste for me to do. And now play rook d2. And now I'm telegraphing knight back and push. But
I think all of this makes perfect sense. The one thing that you are doing is maybe giving Black some of the tempi she needs to create some kind of dynamic attack. Although you tell me, where's the dynamic attack?
Board, look, we can win that night a bunch of ways.
No. This doesn't look like Anna's anywhere close to the ballpark with her attack. It just looked, g3, it's premature, and we're trying to justify it, but I don't see the justification.
No,
Maurice.
it's bad. And another game with a brouhaha that's already brewing, but it's not funny for Anna Paikidze, is this game here that we have between Alice Lee and Nazi. This position, this knight on b1, we saw knight b1 be a very good idea, and in this game, knight b1 be a very bad idea. And here, though, b3 was unnecessary. You could have just taken on c5. This is still good for her, sacking this pawn, but Alice is going after it. Like, come on, I'm coming to get you. I want to punch now. A b3, knight to b4. There's a mate threat.
Oh, dear.
Knight 8. By the way, I can take my queen off the board, and it's still mate. You don't see that every day. Two pieces checkmating, two knights checkmating, and yeah, her opponent hasn't moved. I'd be doing the same thing, wondering, like, that's mate. How do you deal with it? It turns out you have to play this move, knight a3, and allow knight takes on c5. And Yas, would you like this position?
No.
I mean, you and I can play for some ice cream.
No. I wouldn't play you for cotton candy. No, this looks like a disaster.
Yeah,
seriously.
And what's funny about this position, the engine gives us the #1 move for white. Excuse me. It's so bad. Just sack the bishop. Just give it away.
What is it?
Just give it away. That's the
so
#1 move. Takes, G6, FG6, and yeah, we're doing something. We hope we're doing something.
Rock 'em, smash 'em.
Something just to deal with this nonsense that's going on over here. That's how bad it is. Alice Lee crawling all over Nazi Paikidze in this position after just 12 moves. A move was played. Yes, knight A3 on the board.
Wow, yeah, no, it's gone south. Ever since she went with that, Nasi played the retreating move, knight B1, and knight E4 took a great step forward for Alice. I want to go back for a moment to the Carissa Yip versus Anna game, because we saw some moves in the opening, bishop E2, queen D2, soft moves by Carissa. And you guys especially, have been throwing the patties with bishop B6 and bishop E1 and rook D2. A moment ago, you were also looking at rook takes D6. So you could, even I think you were looking at C5.
I thought C5 because I want to weaken that E5 square.
Exactly. So you had C5, D takes C5, maybe not immediately queen takes E5 in mind. There is a rook takes G2 sighting and a discover check.
No, but if you capture, I start with rook takes D8, and I force either your queen to go away or your rook to go away.
Aha. Okay, C5. If I capture.
Rook takes D8.
Rook takes D8. And if I take with the queen, then
now
queen
I
takes E5. There's no rook takes G2 discovery. If I take with the rook, ditto. There's still no. So C5, going after the E5 pawn. Again, you're looking at very, very forcing moves. And what I wanted to say is Carissa's been playing bishop E2, queen D2, safe, soft moves. And she continued in that same vein with the move bishop F1. Clearly, she felt a bit uncomfortable in that G2. She still has maybe rook takes D6, queen takes E5, or C5 and queen takes E5 on her agenda. Does this give Anna the time that she needs to play moves like rook to G5, double rooks, and maybe on a very, very good day, moves like rook H5? There is, unfortunately, let me just correct myself, there is, unfortunately, bishop H4, and I don't feel too good about my decision to play rook G5.
But there is also just rook B1. I actually like Carissa's bishop F1.
You do?
Because you are kind of getting ready.
Well,
for me, it's surprising to see this move played by Carissa, because we keep saying like she's an aggressive player. She goes for it when she gets a chance, and suddenly we're just like queen D2. Let's take it easy.
You know, it's funny. Players get reputations. Like when I was playing, Michael Tal had this unbelievable reputation as a trapeze artist. You know, somebody who's high risk. Every move of every game, he could lose. Then he goes on like 100-game non-losing streak. So Carissa's got this reputation of a headhunter, and look at what she's doing. She's playing soft defensive moves. Nonetheless, Anna is in trouble. Anna's a pawn down, and Carissa's saying, look, I've got some happy moves in store for you. Rook to D2, rook to D1. Rook to B1, maybe C5.
This knight is really going to be a problem on B4, right? Like, what are you going to do with that knight?
In the words of Robert Hubner, I do not know. No, it's bad. It's bad. No joking around. I mean, I close my eyes. I just feel like I've got to do. Okay.
But even if you accomplish tripling on the G file, okay, what's
I got
your threat?
something. I got a plan. Here, check this out as a really, really horrible plan, if you don't mind. I'm just going to make some very, very, very bad moves for you so that at least you could perhaps understand what I have in mind, which was this. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. It took me like 12 moves to create a threat. Thank you very much. But
I'm thinking if it worries me,
maybe you're still ready to sacrifice your queen. Not a problem, Yasser.
I take on d6. I take here.
I'm not happy.
Thank you very much.
I'm not happy. I agree.
Okay, no, but queen e3 check in this position precisely is.
Woo! Thank you.
Slightly problematic.
Yeah, I got to draw.
No, you're gonna win. You're gonna check.
G6 is coming. We're playing for a win.
Oh, yeah, excellent. Man.
How did that happen?
Very ambitious. Look at you guys. But there you go. Rook G6, Queen G7, Rook H6. There's something still for Anna to play for, but right now it's really terrible. Maurice, back over to you. We've lost track of Fabi.
He's just the #3 player in the world, Grand Chess Tour champion.
Yeah, but 3-time U.S. champion in a row.
Ignore that guy.
He's going after a Bobby Fischer tournament win streak, dude.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Well, we're back to him. So let's pay some attention as in this position, you see the space for white. That pawn on e5 is a serious pawn, and you want to be able to challenge this position. And Fabi has allowed white to get pretty much everything he wants, not totally everything, but playing in a defensive shell. Bishop e7, e3, castles queenside. Got to go kill that one. Okay, this pawn would prefer you castle this side. But still, white has some space on this side, so let's go get that too. King b8, b4, here we come. c4 in response, queen c2, b5 in response.
Whoa.
Yes, lifting the entire kimono, as Yasser would say, and a4 is just a hook.
Right.
It's not like a maybe hook, it's a straight hook. Let's just do it. And a4 on the board, king b7, Petrosian style. Petrosian's coming up a lot in our conversations right now. Tigran Petrosian, the Armenian tiger who was world champion at one point. a4 on the board. White's got play on this side. White's got space in the middle. White can play h4, h5 on this side. White's got everything. So white just crushing black. At the moment, I mean, it just looks so saucy. The engine is even giving this move to make you play g6 to go back. Those are very esoteric moves. The attack on this side is actually not that easy to execute because black is ready with rook a8 to contest if you play too quickly. So a slight edge got the space, but how you break down this pawn wall, Fabi has judged very finely that it's not that easy to do. We're playing a long game, and he's playing the long game against an opponent that he knows, I'm a better player than you. Let's take this slowly. This ain't that easy. Let's see if you can pull it off, and if not, I'll get my chances later.
And let's look at the clock. I mean, Dariusz Swiercz has only 22 minutes left.
Always. I mean, but that's Dariusz all the time. Yeah. That's another reason to keep the game closed and keep it going. That you understand when you're playing against a player who gets into time pressure a lot. How many pieces have been traded off the board?
Just a bishop.
That's it.
That's it.
Pair of bishops, nothing else. So a very complex position. We're only on move 19, 21 moves to make in this position. It's very easy to imagine Dariusz going wrong in a couple of moves. But it's also, Josh, to tell the truth, it's not very easy to imagine what black's supposed to do to really get this position flying.
I wanted to emphasize the point, if you don't mind. In this position, Dariusz plays knight h5. If you would just put that move on the board. You mentioned g6 for, again, just go ahead, put g6 on the board. Now, you know, I don't know anything about anything. I go move knight f4, and I ask black a question. Rook a8, just a bad move. I play a5. Now, in this position, your only break as black is to play f6.
Right.
But you're not playing f6 when I got a knight on f4 and a rook on e1 targeting that e6 pawn. The best Fabi could hope for is a draw out of this position. The best. Because you can't play f6.
And there's really no reason to lock up this side.
Of course not.
But your bishop on d2, Yasser, is not the most fashionable one.
I go knight h2, knight g4, rook e2, rook e1. What I'm saying is, I think Dariusz has a draw in his pocket.
Oh,
He takes no risk.
Oh, yeah. Well, but yeah, that's what if he's going to think like that. He shouldn't be thinking like that.
No.
He should think, how do I build this position?
Right.
Given
that he is the one in the driver's seat at the moment. Yeah.
The move a5 has actually been played. It's actually been played. The engine doesn't like it, again, because you don't want to throw away tension when you have it. You're not worried your opponent's going to open up this side.
No.
I mean, you just, please do me a solid
right.
and open up this side of the board. You're not worried about that. So why are you bothering to close it yourself?
Right.
And again, when you have no time on the clock, you start thinking about,
let's shut down the risk.
The complications,
let's
reduce them so I don't have to think about this pawn all the time.
Right.
So this move, A5, on the board, and Fabi played very quickly.
Yeah, of course.
He's got one thing on his mind, and he's happy that there are no more threats over here.
To his king.
By the way, this knight H5, knight H4 idea is still possible.
Well, here's the difference, though. If you play knight H5 now, I'll play knight David 8 with the idea that, yeah, I want to play F6 or F5. I want to
because you control this square.
I control the E6 square.
It's a complex battle.
Right.
It's a complex battle. We're going to come back to this because it's going to be probably 7 or 8 moves before we see anything explosive happen. But certainly, Fabiano Caruana, he's got only one thing in his mind, and that is get this guy in time pressure and wait for his mistake.
Let's hope he can blunder, says Fabi. I'm still on the game of Carissa Yip for a moment. I see that Anna has not moved, so no moves to report. The reality is our tournament leader, our runaway tournament leader in the lady section, Anna, is on the back foot, and Carissa, our defending champion, in search of a desperately needed win. She has a great position at this moment. So, Katja.
So one game I wanted to take a look at is Atusa Purkashian against Tatev Abrahamian. Atusa started with a really big win against Carissa Yip, but then lost 3 games in a row. And Tatev Abrahamian, she won her first game in the previous round, so she wants to continue winning. And we talked about that move, knight b1 today, being brilliant. So let's take a look what happened here.
Okay, so again, French defense makes a sighting, but this time, again, this whole echo of the round, g4 for white, g5 for black. We're seeing it across the board. Knight b1, okay.
Atusa is definitely worried about, the pawn on g5 coming to g4. So if you want to play something like rook e1 move, that's just not going to happen. Your knight is going to be blocked. I mean, trapped.
I would probably have reached for the h-pawn here and say, yeah, go ahead, play h5 so that my knight could jump to g5 in case you play g4. None of this happened. Knight b1. Let's catch up.
Can we see knight b1 again?
Yes.
It's a knight b1 day?
It's the knight b1 and a g5 day. Okay. But Atusa said, okay, I've maintained material equality. You, Tatev, have weakened your king side. Maybe I can put my queen on h5 and put pressure on the f7 pawn. Let's see what happened. So for the moment,
queen d1. I thought that queen h5 to put pressure on that f7.
I would have lost a good bet. Did not happen. Castles. Wow. Okay. Bishop b. How many?
How many pieces can get to b1?
It's almost like a riddle. How many pieces can land on b1 in a chess game? Rook to g8, knight f3. Okay, it's a slow unwind for white. White is thinking that maybe she can get her knight to d4. Maybe your bishop to e3 on a really, really good day. Bishop c2, and we've caught up with the players. Your initial take, Katja. You like
I like black's position now.
Because?
Because the rook is on g file. That's a beautiful file.
Agreed.
I also like the queen on b6 on that diagonal. I wish to bring the bishop there too. So that's one way I am looking at if I can get knight e4.
Yeah, you're looking for an opportunity playing knight e4. The thing that bothers me is just what you said. The king is under duress. I'm worried about the move d5, d4. Because I'm thinking, if I take twice and that bishop shows up on c6...
That's game over.
That's game over. That's exactly what I'm... And if I don't take the pawn, it's like a bowling ball. It just hits all the pins as it goes d4, d3. So it feels like out of this opening, Atusa's misplaced it. Tatev's attacking h6, g5 is being rewarded with a good position, good attacking position for Tatev at the moment. Maurice, over to you.
Well, Hans's confidence is paying off at the moment right now because Mishra blinked, and we might be seeing the shades. It's early yet. He's fooled us before of a Mishra loss. Ooh,
a very rare sighting.
Very rare sighting. Look, how often does Halley's Comet come around?
Like every 50, 60 years or so.
I thought it was like 73.
Maybe even longer.
Maybe,
yeah.
We might be seeing one of those because the 71 losses thereabouts. It would be nice if it was 73. Prove me right, prove you wrong.
Ooh.
It would be nice. Anyway, he should have played Queen E6. He sacked. He took. And after Queen E2, he did what?
Took a pawn. Bishop H3.
He took a pawn, but not on H3. He took the center pawn.
This one.
On E4, exactly. And the engine doesn't like this one. Bringing this knight to the center of the board unnecessarily.
I thought the knight was actually desperately looking for a square.
Exactly. Knight's not happy here. The knight is happier here. F5 does not work for those of you who see, this looks like a sweet little pin right here. There are multiple moves. Queen F2 is the first move, just to sidestep and say thank you very much. You trade
I'd love to trade queens.
Let's make it happen. You know, just do us a favor. We'll see that position happen. By the way, just to note, you're down a piece. So if you start taking pieces at the end, you're going to be down in exchange. So that's good for black. White in this position. And he has not moved no, he has moved. He's played the move bishop takes now.
That's pawn number 3.
Right? And brought the queen over to this side. Now the knight is on this side of the board. He's not dead by any means, but he's worse. But he does have 3 connected passers. I mean, that's 3 of them.
Push, push, push.
And if he tries to keep pieces on,
check.
Then knight to G3. Watch out for moves like bishop to F5. King H2 is coming with a potential rook to G1 sighting. It's still a little bit of a mess, this position. Abhi let his opponent get a little lean in one direction, just a little bit, but it doesn't mean that he's dead yet. So we have seen him save worse positions in this entire 71 game unbeaten streak. So still his fans are thinking, go Abhi, you could keep this going. But Hans, I can tell you, he's still thinking, punish him. How dare he?
Nice. Thank you, Maurice. So we're getting ready for another break. Kasha,
yes, and before we take a break, let's take a look at Dr. Ginny Cairns-Sinkfield's Learn to Read and Write Chess booklet. Whether you are a complete beginner or you want to refine your ability to read and write chess moves, this workbook teaches you step by step in a fun, hands-on way. Scan the QR code now to download a free PDF in your choice of language and start your chess journey today. And Yasser, as we go to break, let's take the opportunity to reflect on the past champions of the US Championship. We'll be right back.
Sounds good. She did play deep.
Samuel Reshevsky. In 1936, Samuel Reshevsky was the first winner of the newly formatted US Championships when it became a round-robin tournament. Samuel learned the game at age 4, shortly after his parents moved to the United States, where they traveled the country, supporting their son's amazing talent. Samuel would go on to win the US Championship 8 times from 1936 to 1969. His rivalry with the much younger Bobby Fischer was legendary. Reshevsky had a great run at the US Championships, which he played in an amazing 21 times. Samuel Reshevsky, part of the rich tradition of the US Championships.
Robert James Fischer, Bobby Fischer, is still the most famous name in American chess. A chess prodigy, he won his first of a record 8 U.S. championships at the age of 14. In 1964, Bobby won with an 11-0 score, the only perfect score in the history of the tournament. Chess was everything to the young Fischer. He dropped out of high school but would teach himself several languages, including Spanish and Russian, so that he could study Russian chess publications. Bobby was a difficult player, both on and off the board, wearing inappropriate clothes and often arguing with chess officials about playing conditions. Through it all, he went on to become world champion in 1972 and held the title until 1975. The Fischer Prize for consecutive wins in the U.S. Championship continues today, and his Fischer random variant is used in many modern tournaments. Bobby Fischer, an American chess legend.
Walter Shawn Brown. After moving to America, Australian-born Walter Brown won the U.S. Championships an amazing 6 times from 1974 to 1983. Walter often found himself in time trouble after long opening move thinks, but it was a habit that served him well in faster time controls. Walter was very competitive, and his intimidating demeanor at the board is often compared to the great Garry Kasparov. Walter Brown entered the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame in 2003 and remains one of the great names in U.S. Championship history.
Yasser Seirawan. Yasser Seirawan is more than just a great commentator on U.S. chess broadcasts for several decades. Among his many accomplishments, he is also a 4-time U.S. champion. Yasser started playing chess at what now could be considered the ripe old age of 12. But success came quickly, and by 19, he would become World Junior Chess Champion. From 1982 to early 2002, Yasser was the highest-rated American player for no less than 19 straight months. He also used his diplomatic skills to try to get the chaotic World Championship back on track. His stories are legendary, and he entertains a vast audience with every appearance on widely watched telecasts. Yasser Seirawan, part of the colorful fabric of the U.S. Championships.
Larry Melvin Evans. Larry Evans won or shared the U.S. Open Championship no less than 4 times. His first championship was in 1951 against the imposing Samuel Reshevsky. Larry became a close associate of fellow American Bobby Fischer, acting as a second for his 1972 match against Boris Spassky. Larry Evans was a well-published chess journalist. Some of his works were controversial, as he sometimes twisted the facts to fit his narrative. From his start as a young chess prodigy, playing on the streets of New York City, to U.S. national champion, Larry Evans is part of the rich history of the U.S. Championships.
Christopher Hikaru Nakamura. By 2005, the U.S. Championships had switched to a Swiss format, and in that year, a 17-year-old Hikaru Nakamura won the first of 5 U.S. Championships in a playoff that included rapid chess. Nakamura is still dominant in fast chess formats and currently ranks at or near the top in both rapid and blitz FIDE ratings. Hikaru credits much of his success to his stepdad, Sunil Weeramantry, who coached both Hikaru and his brother Asuka as kids. Sunil still accompanies Hikaru to many of his major tournaments. Among his many accomplishments, Hikaru has represented the United States on many Olympiad and team events. There is a whole new generation that knows Hikaru from his famous and very popular live streams, which are bringing chess to a brand new audience. Hikaru Nakamura, 5-time U.S. champion and an American chess icon.
Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano Caruana is on a roll when it comes to the U.S. Championships. Starting in 2016, Fabi won no less than 4 championships. A 5th win this year, 4 in a row, would put Fabi in a class with Bobby Fischer for consecutive wins. In 2018, Fabi became only the 2nd American to play in a World Chess Championship since Fischer, a championship he lost to Magnus Carlsen in rapid playoffs. One record that stands out in Caruana's amazing career is his performance at the 2014 Sinquefield Cup where he won 7 games in a row for a final score of 8.5 points out of 10. Fabiano Caruana remains one of America's highest-rated chess players, and a victory at this US Championship would be history-making.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after classical, it all came down to rapid and blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa Yip will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1 Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
Welcome to round 5 of the US Championships. We had a few games that finished, so let's take a look at results. It's only in the open section where Wesley So drew against Levon Aronian, and I thought there was one game that finished, but no, only one game. That's it.
It was a very early affair as Wesley decided to shut down the game very early. But we are looking at a huge swing going on in the ladies section. Anna came in +3. She looked fantastic, leading the women's section. But Carissa right now has what we think is a winning position on the board. And Maurice over for the details.
Yeah, it hasn't been a perfect game by any means. Carissa had a gigantic advantage early. Then she let go of the rope somewhat. Then Anna gave her some more opportunities to win. And now we have a situation where white is just owning everything. Black has been trying their best, just basically bluffing with an attack on this side. But it's just white for choice. In this position, C takes D6, played queen to G7, 13 moves left. There'll be a little bit of a hope with the clock, maybe. Carissa will slip up with only 24 minutes left on her clock to figure out what to do. And right here, right now, the engine says this is your only bad piece, bringing in the game, allowing the move bishop takes F3, which you might be concerned with. It said, this rook's not relevant. Trust me, you're playing for a third straight title. This rook will look like a piece you want to save. The problem is there's just too many threats. Knight G4 is coming at you very quickly. You got to guard this square. So knight takes on E5. Beautiful. Guards the square, says, okay, go ahead, take my rook. Please take my rook. I will now capture back on D1. And now let's take a look at your position, because after knight takes, looks like you're hitting this piece. Thanks for pushing me to a fantastic square, and we know what's happening on that diagonal, and this position is completely busted. There's just very little to do. Pass pawn, knight looks silly, a discovery along the diagonal.
Knight G6 checkmate.
Yeah, knight C2 if you don't mind.
Knight C2, oh, this move is made. Very good point. Nicely done.
Mate.
So this, just too many ideas. So this is what Carissa is now going deep in her tank looking at, because Queen G7 on the board. Other moves like bishop E3 or bishop to bishop g3 or bishop e3 being suggested by the engine don't come to mind very quickly, in fact. So I think this is the moment she must play knight c4, realize she has to sacrifice the exchange. It's not a big deal to sacrifice. I mean, after all, you already have how many pawns? 6 against 4. You pick up another one, it's 3 and a knight, or 3 and a bishop, this bishop actually, for the exchange. That's toast. That's busted.
Maurice, I think, like, for example, if Carissa here plays bishop e2, just like wanting to defend that pawn, there's knight takes e4, right? Maybe a problem?
Yeah, that may be annoying, right? Knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4 is interesting. Actually, the engine gives the very sophisticated bishop g3.
No,
Nobody's playing this move. It's actually the only one that really maintains a big edge. You can actually take this and play rook d2, and it's still better for white, but it's not the gobsmacking move you want. So, yeah, we'll see if she finds knight to c4. It's here, though, that you can burn a lot of clock thinking about this position. I mean, you got to realize the exchange is nothing, just absolutely nothing. As long as you can take here and get your bishop to d4, this piece is the piece. That's the key piece. Once this pawn falls, there's no chance. But I can see a mistake. I hate to say it. I feel very uncomfortable for Carissa right now because I can see a mistake. If you don't see the right through line, like this is the way I should go, you could do something a little bit off base right now. And once again, this game will take a big swing. So a huge moment in the Women's Championship. Right now, we will be on a watch to see if Carissa finds the right way to go.
It's funny because I am seeing this moves, knight takes e4, rook takes f2, and I start thinking to myself, my bishop is a potential target on the f2 square. Let me move it with a gain of tempo. Let me play bishop to c5. Let me play bishop to e1. Let me get you to play a5 so that I can play knight c4, and the tactics have to be even more favorable now that my bishop's out of the way. So you're absolutely right. It's very easy to see ghosts in the position. And okay, then I take the knight, and you got your knight g4 business that you were worrying me. Oh, no knight g4 business. Knight takes.
Yeah, now you got to start playing accurately, it turns out.
Does d7 fail?
There's also a take and a rook f2 issue coming. Just to be careful.
That's saying d7?
D7 on the d7 played. Ooh. Now suddenly now there's a queen b6 check with some nasty.
Knight f2.
Yeah, I was trying to threaten bishop takes f8 with a gain of tempo, but this one turns it around on me.
I'm telling you, it's right easy. Now.
It's easy to blunder.
You have to understand, like this, she's still on this position right here. You see her clock ticking. Right. There's certain decisions chess players understand that it's right now. You have to know what the positional through line is. Like this is the way I need to go. This is the essence of this moment. And it's here you show yourself as a player. When you go, it's now, and I need to make sure I shut down all this nonsense because the pieces are just going over in that area, just throwing stuff at you. And you got to say, how do I shut this down? What's the right way to do it? Carissa has to show her class right now as a player who wants to become a GM and as a 2-time champion of this, actually 3-time champion, back-to-back champion, though 3 in the last 4 years. And you see she knows it because she's spending a lot of time right here trying to work through all these variations and say, no, I don't like that, I don't like that, I don't like that. What should I be doing? And she could solve the problem by just bringing her worst place piece into the game, crack the whole glue. That's what she wants. This is what's holding up the position. You break this, the game is over. You might actually think to take it now, to tell you the truth. The problem is bishop f3 is just too good. And
bishop g2 is the next.
Too many threats. So, again, it's really about this. Once this beast is unleashed on this diagonal, the game is gone, just gone. And she just has to realize that, find knight c4, sack the exchange, so 2 decisions to make, to bring the knight in the game, decide that's the piece, then sack the exchange on the next move, and then stare at the board and say, you're busted once I play bishop d4.
From Anna's point of view, she's bluffing. she probably knows she's bluffing, like she doesn't really believe in her attack. But now having said that, she's like, I'm in here with a shout. And
I mean, this is the only choice that Anna can go for, right? She's 1 pawn down, or actually, or 2 pawns down. How many pawns down?
I think we've lost the count.
That she was held.
But again, put this game in perspective for our viewers, the standings and why a
Very
win by
crucial
Carissa.
board. Because look at that, Anna Sargsyan leading with 3.5 points. Carissa with the really slow start, tied for the 9th place, 1.5 points. So she really needs to win to try to play for that championship title.
Yeah, get back to the 2.5 point. And we know that Alice Lee has a great position. She's likely to go up to 3.5 points over Nasi. Anna Zatansky still in there with a shout. We haven't seen much of Anna's game. But again, we're going to come back to you, Maurice, and Fabi's game.
Just a quick update, really quick update on Fabi's game. We saw this move A5, shutting down all possibilities.
Prematurely.
Yes, for white on that side. Fabi is playing, we mentioned, she's going to keep playing solid moves. Queen D1, because the main point of this position is really all about his opponent's clock. 10:23 on the board, on the clock. He has got to make 17 more moves.
Wow.
That's not what you want, especially as your opponent seems to be maybe building something over here, maybe some F6 thing. You don't know what might strike at some moment in this position. Now under 10 minutes to play his next 17 moves. This is just not a good state to find yourself in. So we'll see if Fabi can keep the pressure on the board, but especially on the clock.
Yeah, it is all about the clock. If you don't, thank you, Maurice. If you don't mind, I do want to get to that Anna Zatansky game because maybe opportunity is knocking for our former champion. Where is Anna's game, by the way?
Yeah,
Don't tell me.
The first one.
The first one?
Mm-hmm.
Talia Anna. Okay. Well, wait a minute. So it looks like a Queen's Gambit declined where Talia, she's got a pretty big grip over the C5 square. And normally speaking, this bishop on D7 needs to be on the D5 square to equalize. I don't think this is an easy position for Anna. Rather, I think that Talia, with the move Knight C5 on her agenda, trades. Bishops of opposite color. It's a game that white is happy about. Why? There's no rook B8. There's no contesting the open B file. So I think Anna's in trouble, actually. Your take?
Yes, I mean, I like also that the pawn on C6 is very weak, right? It's going to be target for the rest of the game.
Blockaded, targeted, you bet.
But I'm just wondering if it's enough. So if I go bishop E6.
Bishop E6. I'm a pawn grubber. Can I take this guy?
Well, I take on A2.
On A2. Okay, that's a fine move. Because the desirable queen C2, maybe you would trade and play bishop F5, right?
I mean, I'm happy the position opened a bit since I have pair of bishops.
Yeah, I get that. Let me just take that back for just a moment. And bishop E6. So going to the square I prescribed makes perfect sense to me. Bishop E6, knight C5. Do you take and take on A2?
Yeah, I think I have to. I mean, I can move the queen away, but let's say if I want to simplify the position, I take the queen first.
Yep. I take.
I take the knight.
The knight before I take.
I take the pawn.
And this looks like a dead.
And bishop D8, D5.
Yeah, I get, but it's not enough. I mean, I have the superior pieces.
But a beautiful rook on the 7th rank, but it's not going to work with the bishop that well.
No, yeah, I need more than this for Talia to turn it into a victory. A game we haven't followed, although Irina Krush did go into the confession. It's between Megan and Irina Krush. When we left it, Irina explained why she made the decision to play the move E5, which weakens her F5 square. And Megan said, you know what? I like my knight on F5.
We have this G4 move again here.
Yeah, I know. It's a recurring theme. And look at Megan go. She says, you may be the 8-time U.S. champion, but I like my attacking chances. Look at this move. Bishop H3. Ooh, D7 is hanging, so don't think about grabbing the G-pawn just yet. And this is a position where, you know, if this G5 pawn lives, the knight on G8 is going to be really, really an unhappy
By the way, ICD Engine does not like knight C4.
It doesn't.
And I don't like it myself too much. If I go queen G4 instead, because I want with that knight to go to G4 in the future and maybe join the attack. I don't feel like the black knight on B6 is that strong.
And no reason to trade off the attacking knight on E3 for a knight that's really, as you just described it, it's out of play.
Maybe one day we will borrow from Nazi's book with some knight F5.
But is there an issue with bishop C8? And can I grab? I'm assuming you've got to go queen here, right? Queen H4. I'm a pawn grabber. Munch, munch. Did I blunder my position? This may have been why Megan. This may have been why Megan went for the knight C4. Just the current position, if you don't mind. I agree that maybe knight C4. What is it very specifically here? Would you, if black takes, Megan's perspective is, hey, wait a minute, you've got this really ugly backward pawn, right? And that's going to be a target for the rest of the game. And slowly. King G2, Rook H1, F3, double rooks on. So, for example, if you play Bishop E, this is what I mean to say. If this pawn hangs in the game for hours and days to come, right? King G2, F3, Rook H1, double rooks, or just Rook takes H7 would be a splat. It was a game, remember? Knight F5, Nasi playing that.
That's what I was thinking, maybe even, you know, before when we had both of the knights there.
For the moment, 18 minutes for Megan, 20 minutes for Irina Krush. Challenges for both players here. Back to you, Maurice.
Challenges now on two other boards as we see the game between Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces as he tries to join Wesley So at +2. And his chances are growing right now. His chances are growing by the second, in fact. Remember a moment ago I was talking about 10 minutes on the clock for Dariusz? Right. Dariusz hasn't moved, and now he's under 4 minutes. It's like a frozen man. Dude, your position's not bad at all. After rook to H7, it's not like this vicious mating attack attacks that black is conjuring up. He has to make 17 moves now, and you've been talking, I was talking to you, we went out, everybody went and got coffee, came back, and he still hasn't moved. 3:30 now left on his clock to make 17 moves.
That's a lot of moves.
Against Fabiano Caruana. And we can't talk about major threats that Fabi has because...
No, they're not there.
They're just not there. There's a game to play. Fabi's just going to sit there, just going to sit and relax.
It's about the clock.
And wait. I'm not going to make any sudden moves. You don't want to startle him. You know, it's like the cat sneaking up.
Right.
You don't want to attack too soon. Just chill and let him sit there, be frozen. And as I'm speaking, he is now under 3 minutes, guys.
Yeah. So what if Dariusz goes like rook E2?
Whatever move you make, it doesn't matter what you make. Just make a move. You've got 250 and ticking. This is a man who gets into time pressure consistently and is allowing that weakness of his, this condition, and he's finally moved.
He played the move Queen E2.
He finally played the move Queen E2, and it's a bad one at that. It makes the position worse. Now, instead of Rook E2, for example, he's played it. Now Fabi has 35 minutes and 48 seconds to find a move that's any sort of challenge to white, and then white will have to think again for another. Well, can't think for 3 minutes, that's for sure.
Could you put the position back on the board since white, Dariusz played the move A5? Could you go back to that moment? So here, so we get here, and white's next moves are to put his knight on H2 and his queen on E2. So white has done absolutely nothing since the move A5.
Correct.
Black is just trying to build and stay ahead on the clock and whatnot.
Inexplicable.
Very strange.
Just want to jump now to another game just to update. as this game between Hans
and Mishra.
Oh,
the queens came
off. The
off
queens
the board.
are off. He traded queens and played rook to d8. The Indian felt like you had to do that. And now knight to d6, played rook e1, pawn on b7 under attack, move to b6. This position, he could go into an endgame and fight against these 3 pawns in the position. Note you cannot take because it's mate, of course, on the back rank. King up is how the Indian feels he should play, though. Don't play the ending. Keep the piece on the board. Keep the rooks on the board. And so here, a real challenge for Abhi as he tries to hold off in this position and hope for a mistake. So if you just joined us, this was a wild game. First, it was some control, but then Hans went into confession booth, felt that he had stopped a particular move, d5, in this game, and we can actually go back to that moment when he played back here.
Knight d2.
Yep. Right here, he played the move knight d2. He said d5 was not possible. d5 was simply impossible. And this move, d5, turned out to be the move his opponent did play. And they have gone through a series of exchanges in the position as Hans decided he wanted to prove his opponent wrong. Excuse me, he wanted to punish his opponent for the way he played. But Abhi played very enterprising chess, but may have taken his foot off the gas for one move, allowing the knight to come into the game. And now we have this endgame on the board after knight to d6. Are these 3 pawns going to be enough to save Black's position? Because this piece will try to do damage, but these 3 pawns are the compensation. We'll see whether or not Hans is able to put some more pressure and maybe win the game, not only breaking the 71-game unbeaten streak that Mishra has, but also jump into a tie for first in the U.S. Championship.
For me, by the way, this exact position that Hans is studying closely, there's a sequence of moves in my mind that the players are both calculating. It starts with rook e8, if you don't mind, Maurice. King f8, what else? Knight c7, and the obvious target is b6. So, for example, king e7, knight a8. Very unusual to attack the pawn from behind like that. But
king d6, I'm going to trap your knight after you capture it.
Oh, so if I go a4?
Well, now I can go just king c5.
That was the idea. Thank you. That was the idea.
You want to do a pass pawn, right?
Correct. I wanted to go b4 check, king c4. You know it. Knight takes b6 check. The engine approves. And
I don't have time to get back to my bishop.
It's a runaway bride. But I'm saying that Hans, it's a narrow path. You can calculate rook e8, knight c7, knight a8. And you can calculate to the move king d6 and a4. And just who has the better calculating skills there?
Well, you have to evaluate whether or not a4
judgment skills.
And this position is actually winning because the engine does give a couple of moves. Taking on a4 as one, and bishop e6 as another.
So,
this is a pawn,
right? Take much,
and take this one
before I play a5. That's
and play c5.
Okay.
Fascinating position because you're trying to liquidate as many pawns as possible on this side.
Right.
Make it very challenging for you to do anything. I still have 3 connected pass pawns.
I'll deal with those guys later.
You'll have to deal with these someday. I'm seeing shades of a bishop and knight.
Me too, right? Bishop and knight.
But you're not getting even that far. Unless you can get rid of my pawn and get rid of all these pawns.
Right.
And get rid of this bishop. That is far away. It's some real chances here to draw this position. I think Hans will finally decide to keep the rooks on the board when he realizes that ending is not that easy to win, but he's deep in thought right now, trying to calculate this position.
If you don't mind, jump very, very quickly to the game of Carissa Yip and Anna, because Carissa did understand that e5 pawn was the gateway to Black's king. And she thought if I could get the bishop on the long diagonal as white, it's fantastic. She did not play the best move. The best move for sure was knight c4, followed by knight takes e5, and putting the bishop on the long diagonal with the move bishop d4.
But she also chose a good move.
The most direct path. But at the end of the variation, she's losing an exchange on d1, blah, 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 blah. But the knight's on a3. The knight could have been on e5, and the bishop could have still been on that long. I love that knight g6, Mother Nate, by the way. And we do have, Anna has just played the move rook e8. The clock times, Anna, again, bluffing with her attack, has 28 minutes to Carissa's 10. And she's just hoping that Carissa will panic under the clock.
Carissa is looking here. We can play rook d2, just get the rook away.
That's a simple
and
move.
Defend the g2 square.
Nice. I like that move.
We can also play queen f4 is actually scary, right? Because then if we play it, just to illustrate the point, if queen f4, then black can actually capture with the rook on e5 and then on g2.
You would love to take on g2, but bishop f6 means that the queen cannot move and give checkmate. But what you said
we first actually get rid of that bishop.
Exactly.
And now we take on g2.
And this is not a position I would want to play. And that was why your preparatory move, rook d2, makes so much sense. You just overprotect the weak pawn on g2, and you prep a crushing move, actually. Queen f4 is a crushing, and by the way, rook d2 on the board. As Carissa, again, it's about her clock. Her position's great. And if she could win this game, she will open up the floodgates for others.
But, you know, again, look at this knight. This knight on b4 is just so bad. Like, it's completely out of the game. It's never returning. So now when Carissa, with this strong move rook d2, is defending pawn on g2, there aren't any issues for white?
Yeah, and by the way, d7 is going to be a very, very disruptive move as well.
I mean, we can be even, Yasser, thinking about rook c1, rook c1, and then rook c7.
Whatever Anna has to do, whether it's something based on rook takes e5 and some crazy jumps with knight g4, she needs to do it now.
How?
Yeah, exactly. How? Let's start with bishop takes e4. I mean, my bishop has been, how do you say, en prise, and now maybe on a good day, I don't know. I need a very good day to be able to bring that knight into play. I'm guessing you'll just play rook e1 and say, okay, I'm bringing the last Mohician into
I was also looking at d7 because I kind of like just pushing the pawn forward.
Exactly. Well, again, I'm here and I came to a dead end. I literally came to a dead end. I was just hoping to do something crazy. Maurice.
One game we haven't looked at for a little while that is a complete disaster, pure decimation, in fact, is the game between Nazi Paikidze and Alice Lee. Alice is going to win this game. There's no question about it. It seems Nazi tried a premature attack and it has never worked out since she tried it. She did lose a game last round. She's about to lose a game again, as we see here. But it wasn't the perfect play by the youngster after trade, bishop c5, knight e2, not the best move here. But it was not great. But guess what? The best move was put the knight back to b1. We've been seeing that as a theme this entire round. Knight to e2, and now bishop b7. And guess what the best move is?
Knight b1.
Knight back again, because last move she should have taken this knight. But she didn't. Now, after this move, she finally said, you're not getting that move again. Bishop takes on a3, played. And now we could move forward in this line. Takes. And now the move d4, fantastic move, unleashing the beast along this diagonal. The threat is knight c5. In fact, it was played after queen f4. Nope, you can run with one, but you can't run with two. This rook's hanging, that rook's hanging. Which one do you want to give up? She decided to play rook hd1, allow this takes, but guess what that did? Give us your knight.
Ouch.
That's a whole rook you're down now. Queen takes. And what are you supposed to do? Because if you try to take on g7, then first of all, what exactly are you doing?
I want to take the rook.
Hoping for something, maybe. You'll face this move, and it's ruh-roh time because you're getting crushed on the c2 square.
Tragic.
But you're down a rook. She calmly played bishop takes on d4. But she's down a rook. I mean, there's nothing else to talk about here. But the only move that gives an advantage, which is quite surprising for me, is castles. And it's like, yeah, you do give this move, in which case you have to play this move. You do give that move, in which case king here now loses to takes. Loses to takes.
Whoops.
So you have to be careful.
But black is rook up, so you just block rook f7.
I get it. I'm trying to tell a storyline. And you're trying to interfere with the storyline. Rook. Yeah, it's true. You're up a rook. Rook f7. And now you could take, but
c8.
Nobody's worried about this anymore. Although rook c8, by the way, would be a mistake.
That looks compelling, and it's a mistake.
Yeah, you're losing after bishop c3.
Oh, my
And now the threat is rook d7.
That's hilarious.
It's absolutely insane.
Well, what you're telling me is Nasi's not without chances. She's got good cheapo potential.
Cheapo potential. We like that. That's a good term. Cheapo potential. Official term in chess literature. Particularly in Yasser Seirawan's compendium of chess terms. Cheapo potential. I like it. We call it hustle potential in Brooklyn. But bishop takes d4 played, and now our opponent, after bishop takes d4, actually has to castle into what we just said. There's nothing else to give advantage. Even, I mean, this is insane. This move here runs into rook c3, and you're running out of advantageous moves.
There's a check on b8 that might be disturbing after a rook trade. I mean, rook takes c3, bishop takes c3,
rook
and
just takes.
Wait a minute.
And castles now is not the same as your extra rook, Kate. It's not so easy
doesn't
anymore.
feel like an extra
here,
rook.
f6 takes, and now we could say, oops, we get this position. So actually, I mean, chess is hilarious as a game. You could be up a rook.
Remarkable.
You could be up a rook and think you could play a casual move. After all, I'm winning, I'm up a rook. Chess forces you many times to have to be accurate, even when you're up a ton of material.
Remarkable. Wow. I'm thinking Nasi's cheapo potential. This is going to be, you know, a decisive game, but I'm not too sure who's going to win it because I might think I was winning without castles long. I didn't think I had.
It felt like it was easier for Alice before, right?
Right.
So many attacking pieces.
I mean, only move? Castle short?
Crazy.
Ooh, wow.
And I'm sure it's not the move she wants to play. She has 14 minutes left with 18 moves to play. I don't even understand how it's only move 22. It felt like they went on a journey. They went on the yellow brick road and found a few friends.
It was a novel.
And then, like, it's only 22 moves?
Crazy.
Just incredible.
Let's see why the game is so important for the standings in the women's section. Because we have Nazi Paikidze and Alice Lee, who are both tied for the second place, as you can see. And we are expecting Anna Sargsyan to lose this game. So whoever wins is going to tie for the first place.
Precisely so. And again, because that game of Anna and Carissa is so crucial, Carissa now down to 7 minutes, but I think she's improved her position with this last. Very important. I'd even go so far as to call it a star move because it really does simply everything that you want. Knight to c4.
Finally, the knight goes from the edge of the board to that c4 square, guarding the bishop.
Defends the rook. By the way, you know, on a kind of a good day, there's only one question, right? What happens after a takes b5? Kate, do the honors.
And it just happened on the board. I think we're going to play d7.
She did it. You didn't even get a chance to jump in there with a...
It's on the board. I mean, that knight is also going to d6, to f7. That's a beautiful route.
Another one that just popped into my mind, if this rook were to skedaddle, you know, rook to d8, we've got rook d6. Again, this knight is just perfectly for the moment defending the e3 square.
We have rook d8 on the board, and yes, actually rook d6 looks really strong. I was looking more at knight d6 with the idea to play knight f7, but I don't think it's that strong because maybe...
Actually, it looks brilliant because if check, I got rook f2. And there's just no moves. I mean, bishop takes, you could include bishop takes f6 check as well, of course.
Right, but there's rook takes d7 now.
Ah, blindness. I was blind.
And I don't know if we have something like, I don't know, knight knight e8, or, you know, it's, wow,
Yeah.
rook f2 on the board, which I think it's the best move,
That's
actually.
Fabulous. Wow, for those of you joining us late, Anna made a very risky opening choice with her Kalashnikov and f7, f5. Carissa actually played really quite well to establish what we thought was an advantage, but then she castles short, giving Anna some chances, but Anna played
Over
g3.
pushes.
Yeah, g3, premature move, and Carissa in a dominating position. Only the time is against her at the moment, but she's just played this fabulous move. I mean, again, another one of those, you know, beautiful star moves. You get your piece out of attack. You want to play rook. Carissa wants to play rook takes f3 and give me that knight on f6, and that's the doorway to black's king. Anna in desperate trouble. Maurice, over to you.
Someone else in desperate trouble is one Sam Sevian. Sam made a big blunder. Blunder alert. In fact, in this position, he thought he could chase away the queen with the move f4 here. And this is actually straight horrible because his opponent, young Andy Woodward, found the move with knight to d5. Yeah, you attack my queen, I attack yours. But the trade is not something you want to see at all. This position, the knight doesn't just attack the queen, it attacks the pawn on f4. So you can't just move your queen out the way. The problem is, if you take and take, your rook is currently hanging on this square. You can't just play a move like rook to d3. We'll just trade this off and then take back here. Thank you very much for the straight pin that you allowed on the square. So knight d5, a monster move on the board. What are you supposed to do? Your pawn, you just put it there thinking you're chasing your opponent back, only to see your opponent go straight at it, and he's just going to take a free pawn here. Sam is frozen. He realized he's made this blunder and may have thrown away his chance to win the championships, because frankly, you lose this game, you're going backwards. I believe it's at 50%, is Sam, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So -1 in the dungeon is not what you want to be that far away. -1 while Wesley So is +2, and other leaders may be emerging as well, as Fabi is hunting down Dariusz, as Dariusz is currently, from what I know, is it under, he's at 123? Are you kidding? He's at 123.
A minute 23 seconds.
A minute and 23 seconds with 15 moves, maybe 14 moves to make. Look at that clock. 123 in this position. In any complex move. G5, by the way, is a great move here. But Fabi is owning the board. I love Fabi's pawn chain. I mean, it looked like
I'm on the wrong game.
Himalayas. Look at that connected chain. No pawns traded off at the moment, but look at this. Woo! Amazing. And G5 is a move. Let's get busy. Not looking good at all for Dariusz. How could you let yourself get down to 123 to all these moves left when you had such a good position before and you could have moved just some casual moves? But now he's played to this position. His queens, this pin is here, but G5 is going to break open the line. And you can bet Fabi is looking at that move right now because he realizes his opponent's time pressure will induce other blunders as well.
Exactly. How bad or... Because if Dariusz needs one move, knight f3, and then he can consolidate. Like, just make a pass move. Play king a8. I'll play knight f3.
Well, let's bring the knight over.
Okay, knight f3. And I just like, yeah, take. I feel like the worst has passed. Yeah, queen f2.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it was,
and
for
it's
sure.
like, whew, whew.
It looks like
so
it's right now to get the
G5 is the key. It's crucial that Fabi played the move G5 right here, right now.
And it's a big move because there were no breaks before, there were no trades.
Right.
Most of the pieces, almost all the pieces still on, so G5 is a very big moment. Fabi's just calculating it to be sure that this is what he should do. One of the things about G5, it makes your opponent's move get simpler.
Yeah. Trade.
Kill that sucker. Kill the next.
And it also simplifies the position for white, right?
Precisely.
I don't feel if I'm that worried. So if I take,
right,
take again.
Take again. And I probably...
Rook E3.
Okay, rook E3, fair. Rook B2, cover up. Just cover up, rook B2.
I'm going to reach for a knight. Yeah, oh, look at that. I'm guessing moves, okay.
Okay. My knight on G3 looks a little bit wrong.
So let's go. I would like to play rook F3 at some moment, but I'm worried about queen C1. No,
okay,
queen C1 is a little scary. So let's move that rook from B2 to C2 or E2. C2.
C2 defends this pawn.
Okay.
And now this knight shows up.
By the way.
Sorry. I mean, the knight shows up now.
In time.
I mean, you might say it's simplified, but there's play on one goal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. They're on your side of the field. Look at this king sitting simply. But let's take a look at Carissa's game, as Carissa looks like she's going to do what everybody is in the tournament, other than one person, wishes to have happened. And that's Sargsyan is about to go down to the reigning back-to-back U.S. women's champion.
And Carissa has made a really fine decision. Whenever your king is under attack, trade queens. When you're attacked, and look what Carissa has managed to do. Leave her opponent's king in a terrible, terrible position. King G7, Rook D1. Oh, these are happy moves.
Rook D6 is a threat.
Oh, yes, these are happy moves. I don't even see a move. This is maybe resigned territory right here now for Anna.
We got to jump to that game, though.
Yeah.
We got to jump to the game with Fabi. There's 13 seconds I see on the clock. Fabi, it's 10 seconds left. What's going on in the board? He made a move with 8 seconds left on his clock.
He traded twice.
Trading off a couple of times. At least he got the 30 seconds. Fabi moved with some alacrity there. You can see Fabi's feeling it as well. Like you are feeling this time pressure. We've got to follow this because Dariusz is in serious time pressure. He's not terribly or busted on the board, but he's in serious time pressure, as we've seen.
He's traded.
Trade. This is taking place. I got to see the clock, though. I mean, the board is irrelevant, what I got here. We know what's coming. We got to see the clock. He's got 4 seconds.
Knight E2?
Played with 2 seconds on the clock.
With 2 seconds on the clock. Knight E2. Okay.
You got to make now 12 more, 11 actually more moves. 11 more moves with 32 ticks. You got your increment coming, but man, if one complicated move arrives, and by the way, Fabi no longer needs to worry about the clock in this position. He can start playing for the F6 break.
Right.
Blow open this position.
Yeah.
And there we have the resignation there.
Handshake. I thought Anna.
Carissa Yip won a beautiful game in that Sveshnikov where she just found so many great moves and won against the leader, Anna Sargsyan.
Well, that just blew the tournament wide open for Alice Lee, Nasi Pakidze, Anna Zatansky, and Carissa Yip. We haven't mentioned that name in the mix, but with this victory, Carissa goes to 50% and says, I may be back. I'm not back, but I may be back. Let's go back to Fabi's game for just a moment because, again, I wasn't a fan of Dariusz's move Knight E2. And is it time to just play Rook to G7, triple up on the pawn?
You can also play just Knight F8, right, to transfer the knight.
Well, you can't play slowly, though. Okay, so I see that as a slow move, Kate, because what I'm thinking is, what's my worst piece? My knight on H2. If I could put my knight on H4, right, and my rook on F1, I could protect my kingside just beautifully. Like, where would you go with your queen?
H6.
H6, okay, great. So now I'm here.
Now
Sorry,
rook G7.
Maurice.
I'm sorry.
You're like, I got to go.
I'm super excited by something going on another board. I wasn't trying to interrupt you guys. I just couldn't control myself over here. You saw me jumping. No, you got to take a look at this game between Sam Sevian and Andy Woodward because star moves are being played. Take a look at this F4 play. We saw Knight D5. Gorgeous move. you can't take the queen because you lose your queen and your whole position collapses. So he tried to hold on with the move queen f2, and then he said, gift me the free pawn. That's pawn number 1 in my pocket. And now Sam played a trick. Knight to c6. That's not taking anything, just hitting the queen with a discovery on this rook, on this square. But I can solve that problem, number 1, by taking. But now I'm hitting your queen here and here, 2 pieces. And maybe I'll take this one. What does your queen do? Your knight is hanging. What do you do? Well, what do you do? Andy played queen takes on e4, a star move in response. The kid is styling the U.S. Junior Champion, showing his stuff, because now if you play bishop takes, he's going to take with check. Then he's going to take this bad boy. And then when you take here, he's going to take this one. And don't think you're getting anything back, because we're going to take that one. And you're down, count them, 2 pawns. Wait. 1, 2, 3 pawns. You're down 3 pawns after that. This is almost resigns. Queen takes e4. He played knight takes b4 in response. He's going to clean up this piece on g2.
Right.
And then take this. And you're currently down 2 straight pawns. And you're going to pray that somehow he survives this position. There is no survival. What a game by the youngster. By the way, Andy has 16 minutes to Sam's 1.
Ooh.
And Maurice, was queen takes e4 the only move to keep advantage?
Indeed, he could have also played something like queen to c5, but this was by far the best move.
I see.
By far. No question about it. This is the move you wanted to play. He played knight takes b4, knight takes g2, now played, and literally nothing to do. What a sequence by the youngster. We saw him play brilliantly against Fabi. Now he's playing fantastic chess against Sam. Give him 2 or 3 years to get seasoned. He's going to be a problem.
Right.
Rook d4 on the board.
We've been talking about Wesley So's, Fabiano's, Mishra's. For me, Sam Sevian went through the Sinkville Cup. Tough, tough, tough. He's U.S. championship. He's on some kind of unbeaten streak as Sam Sevian. So this is a big game. Andy Woodward with the black pieces, rook d4 on the board.
And you know, another big game is between Nazi Paikidze and Alice Lee.
Let's go
and
there.
Nazi went for that, you know, f6 or
a piece, rook down.
The beautiful variations that Maurice was so proud of.
Yeah,
but then Nazi followed up with not a great move, and it seems like
let's see.
Alice is just winning.
When she castled, queen e5, f6, take.
Now this rook f7 only move, because we were talking about king h8 actually losing, because you have to be a little careful.
Oh, g6. Well, so much for keeping the diagonal open. Did she? Okay, g6.
That's the thing, because once you give up this pawn.
Okay, it's going to be an important question to ask Nasi. Exactly in this position, how did you evaluate the game? Because I'm seeing bishop c5 as an expression, I'm winning. I'm going to play the move bishop c5.
And I think we just saw a handshake. So Alice Lee won against Nazi Paikidze, which means she also tied for the first place with Anna Sargsyan.
Okay, so something weird just happened right here. When she played the move bishop c5, she's thinking in her mind's eye, I've got rook d7, queen takes f7, queen f8, queen g7 mate. You can't play rook f8 because I'm going to play bishop takes. You have no answer to my threat of rook d7. Alice played queen h5 and Nasi resigned. She just forgot that after rook d7, she's not required to take the bishop. Queen e5 comes with check. Ooh, what a turnaround that is. I've got to pause the analysis.
We need to pause because Carissa Yip is with Anastasiya. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm here with Carissa, who just won her game. It was actually her first victory in U.S. Championships. Congratulations. We really love you, Sweater, and we thought it's not enough. We also prepared a small present for you. You're the first winner of today. It's from Q Boutique. Very nice T-shirt.
Lovely.
You can check it.
Should I pull it out?
You can do it, yes, if you wish.
Let's do it.
Yes. It's from the exhibition of Hauska, which from the Hall of Fame. So they prepared a very special merch with some chess pieces on it Hope you like
Very
it.
nice.
Yes.
Love it.
For the next round, perhaps. Yeah, Carissa, I mean, such a tough event for you so far, let's put it this way, but today you managed to win. What kind of approach you had before this game? Like, was it like all-in game for you in a way?
Yeah, you know, kind of a tough tournament, like you were saying. And it was kind of good to just get a break on my rest day, reset my mind a little bit. And, I thought just try to keep playing good moves. And, yeah, it turned out fine.
Yeah, I mean, are you satisfied with the game and how it went in general? Just to tell us your feelings. And, I mean, of course, beating the leader of the tournament, how important is it for you?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's good to score against the leader. You know, if I lost this one, then kind of out of the running, and she's just sprinting away with it. But thankfully, I was able to lock in. Yeah, it's important. It's important to sort of get my first win, I think. Comes a little bit later than I'm expecting usually, but yeah.
Yeah, today you also appeared for the first time in confessional booth. Like everything happened today. So, do you think it brought you also some luck? How does it feel actually to share your emotions during the round?
Well, actually, during the round, sometimes I get a little bit bored, you know, and then I want to talk to someone, but I can't talk to anyone. So I was waiting like every game. I was like, "Is the confessional ready to be used yet?" But finally, it was today. Unfortunately, then I got surprised in the opening, so I had to wait a while before I could come yap a bit. But
yeah, I think it's a really good start, and hope it will repeat again for us, because we really appreciate when players come to the confessional. Thank you so much, Carissa, and see you tomorrow. All the best of luck.
Thanks.
Anastasiya, tell to Carissa that the T-shirt will go beautifully with her Christmas sweater. Over to you, Maurice. What do we got?
Yes.
So rude. I remember years ago when he made Carissa cry on air.
Oh, that was what you did. Was
such a horrible thing you did. And now you're trying to do it again.
Again.
She'll remember.
She'll remember.
She likes me, not you. At any rate, this one here is almost over. Andy Woodward is about to finish this game against Sam Sevian. Forget about the unbeaten streak of any kind as we see these moves get played now. C6, rook d7. There is no attack. Plant a bishop on d5. He doesn't even want to give him the chance to sack and exchange back, by the way. But you can, because what do you have? Your position is going to be down an exchange, down another pawn. This one is just about over with 32 seconds left on his clock. He's just hoping against. Oh, by the way, he doesn't have to do that. He can play moves like rook e8, for example. The other one that disaster has struck is the game with Dariusz. As he's down, we've got to jump to that. We could just jump to board there. He's down to 10-9.
9, less.
And now he's played this move. By the way, you see h4 on the board, chasing back the queen, but weakening so many squares in that sector. And rook e3. Black's pieces are just going to flood the zone. The knights are coming next. He's already got the two rooks. Queen's sitting over there. The knights will be coming shortly. And I think Fabi wants to play a move. He himself has 9 moves to make, so he has to be mindful of what's going on here
as well.
Yeah. And so knight f5 is like an obvious punch. Like, just play the move. He can also play knight to f8 to bring this knight into the game to disrupt this one good piece that his opponent has. So Fabi, he's a trained killer. When you're an assassin like him, don't move too quickly. Just check it out. Make sure your opponent thinks you're going to play this and then play this. That's the kind of thing you want to do. You don't want to make just the obvious move, unless it's definitely the best move on the board. Knight f5, obviously the rook's going to have to go to f3, so that's a little too obvious. So he's looking for something else, a little sneaky, as those 30... Okay, my clock says 1 second, so that has to be wrong.
Right.
But I think it's probably 35 seconds. But even when you're experienced, you also know the clock does influence you somewhat.
And we will throw it to Anastasiya, who is with Alice Lee, a big winner of today. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, we are together with Alice, who just won her game against Nazi Paikidze. How important is this victory for you, Alice? Also, do you know that you became one of the leaders of the tournament right now?
Yeah, I just saw that, and lost to Carissa, so I guess I'm tied for first place. And yeah, I think this win is very important because it helps me, of course, catch up to her, and it's also good from a psychological perspective to be able to convert this one, not so cleanly, but it's good to have a win like this after round 4.
Yeah, exactly. You came also to the confessional today, and was it your first time ever?
First time ever.
Yeah, wow. So, and you were happy about your position from the opening. I was wondering, the moment when you got like extra rook, like what were your feelings? Like, did you really realize you have an extra rook? But how did you estimate the position?
Yeah, I thought that I should just be completely winning, but then somehow, when I looked at the position, I just wasn't like. And it was quite unclear until eventually in time pressure she made some inaccurate decisions.
Yeah, exactly. So this victory is very important for you. You said psychology is important, right? So does it give you some extra confidence for the next rounds?
Yeah, definitely. And of course, yeah, it's just great to always win.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Alice. Wish you all the best of luck in the next rounds, and we run back to the studio. So many games are finishing now.
Thank you, and our congratulations, Alice, as we have a winner. Young Andy Woodward has taken down Sam Sevian, who very, very rarely loses. But the game of the round, it looks to me like Fabiano is playing a beautiful, beautiful game here, Maurice. And unfortunately for Dariusz, has no time.
Would you really call this a beautiful game, though?
Oh, yeah.
It seems like just such a straightforward.
But you outplay your opponent. You feel good.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
I haven't seen any queen takes e4, knight d5 style and profile as Andy played. It seems like
look at this move.
Straightforward build. You're going to bring your knight to g6. You're going to chase away good pieces.
The one good piece that
and your opponent is just offering you stuff with h4, weakening his squares. Also, down on the clock. I mean,
13 seconds.
We need to look at the board because the analysis here is irrelevant. What's happening is actually he's just down to 3 and finally moved again. I mean, this is where the drama really is.
2 seconds.
It's not about the moves on the board. I mean, it's not about the analysis. It's about the clock.
Yeah.
And every move he makes, he's hoping he doesn't blunder. Like that's and that last move is going to allow knight g6.
That's the star move right there. Get rid of this guy.
Just simple, straightforward chess. It's not like Fabi is doing anything miraculous. Like he's playing good chess. Thanks for shutting down the entire attack on my king. And Fabi's just showing I'm a world-class player, and I'm going to bully you now. And you can't just spot me that much time on the clock and start making mistakes.
Absolutely right. Knight g6. Again, I love that move because you are looking at this pawn on g2. This knight on f4 is doing a terrific job. So get rid of it. Please take this pawn, for example. Knight takes d5. Knight takes h4. That looks like all she wrote right there. Again,
7.
Knight takes g6. Okay, big moment. I'm taking with the rook, actually. I like rook takes and Alekhine's gun. Get that queen behind the rook. And with rook takes, you could also... Sorry, please.
Yeah, rook g3. I was thinking about even rook g4, if we have some
rook
tricks
g4,
with that.
Trapping the rook. It looks like Fabi is going to win this game, bring himself into a tie with Wesley So. And I don't think it's early to say that, by the way.
Winning with black.
With black. That's a statement. By the way, that was move 35. And Dariusz, for those joining us late, has literally been playing each move with just a few seconds on his clock. It's the 30-second increment that has prevented him from losing on time.
He's going to not lose on time. He's going to arrive at move 40 and be busted completely.
Right.
It's not going to matter at all.
Yeah.
And he just really buried himself. As Fabi is not rushing, even though rook g6 looks like the most obvious move, but he's going to look at his possibilities, keep his opponent
on edge.
Just on
and
edge.
this is exactly what you were worried about, Yasser, after Dariusz played that a5 move, right?
Yeah.
To completely block that queen side. Then you said it's going to be everything about king side, but it's going to be black who's going to be attacking.
And that is precisely what happened. I think Dariusz got outplayed in a very, very impressive, comprehensive way. You don't see 2,700 players like Dariusz getting outplayed from a balanced middle game position, I was going to say.
I am still a
Rook
little bit
takes G6.
surprised about that move H4 for Dariusz.
Oh, that was just a
Like,
terrible
why
decision.
do you put a pawn?
It was a ghost. He played the move H4 thinking, okay, I attack and I force my opponent queens back. But the problem is it actually becomes a target, and the rook ended up on H3 to defend, and this is the current position we're expecting. Rook takes G6. We're seeing battles across both tournaments, by the way.
So maybe we will go to game like Jenny for you, who is winning. But first, let's go to Anastasiya, who is with Andy Woodward.
Yes, guys, I'm here with Andy. Congratulations on your victory today. It's really so difficult to win against Sam. I think he didn't lose any games since he was playing in the Singfield Cup, I mean, at least in St. Louis. So how important is this victory for you?
Yeah, of course, it's always great to get a win. I mean, this game wasn't that great of a game. I got a bit lucky at times. The opening, he played some very interesting ideas, and he got a really good position, but unfortunately, some tactics.
What do you think was the most critical moment there? Just name it, please.
Probably when he played f-full after queen e5, he missed knight d5. I'm not sure if he missed it or if he didn't see that it was fine for me, but that was probably the critical turning point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, after that, yes, actually, yeah, we have this on the board. Yes, knight d5, and now, like, just one line. If he takes on e5, what did you calculate here?
I thought I could just play knight e3.
So f takes e5, knight e3.
So
if he takes on f6,
anything. If he takes on f6, I can take on d1.
No, d1
and then c5.
D1 and c5. Yes, rook, knight d1, rook d1. Yes, and c5.
And then fg, rook e8. So.
FG, and you just move the rook, and this spin is really strong, yes. So maybe he missed something around here. Hard to say, yes. So you managed to win this game, and I want to ask you, who is actually helping you during this tournament? I know that you're also a student of Kasparov Chess Foundation for Young Talents, but tell a little bit about your who's helping.
Yeah, during this tournament, I've been working with Alexander Husman from Kasparov Chess Foundation for preparing for games. And then also, like, just a little bit before the tournament, I've been working with Motilev and Childen for training. So.
Wow, you actually got really great coaches,
Yes.
I can see.
Yeah.
But let's experience working with Gary. Did it help you somehow to improve or like get some extra confidence or ideas?
Yeah, I think training with Gary is always a huge pleasure. I mean, not many people get the opportunity, so I have to try to cherish every moment. And yeah, I think it's helped me improve quite a bit, including the coaches. They've been very helpful. So.
Looks like this. Thank you so much, and all the best of luck for you in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Andy. I won't pepper you with a question, but I love the queen takes e4 move. That was really, really a star move. Maurice, we've got breaking action all over. Where would you like to take us?
Well, there is this game we have with Abhimanyu Mishra and Hans Niemann. Hans has been trying and trying to prove that extra piece right for quite some time. We actually saw the position all the way back here on knight d6, and he decided to trade off in this position, bishop and for knight, and get this, again, 3 pawns for the piece, but a piece can be very dynamic, but again, the defensive skills of this youngster, just amazing, and they've been going at it for quite some time. We didn't get a chance to see all these moves that he played, and finally played the move c4. He played, that's a very interesting move. If you take here, it's possible to trade on this square, and trade again on this square, and then now this is not an endgame you want to play.
Right.
So going back, let's get this moment here. So rook to d4, and now rook to b3, rook f4, and then rook e4, and then takes. So the pawn structure has been compromised. He's created a passed pawn on a3, and it's the same color as this bishop. Let's just keep note, so it is a pawn that you could potentially queen, but here comes the king, and now G5, rook to B8. They have made time control with a lot of imbalances in this position, a long way to go. The engine says it's only a little bit better for white at the moment.
Really?
These pawns are legit. Also, you'd like to be able to play C3 at some point and break up the team, but not an easy position to evaluate, and no question about it that Hans with the white pieces is still trying to figure out how to make this work. Far away from queening, though, and having some obstacles in the way with the pawns on C4 and on C6. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to pressure some more, or will the Iron Man, 71 no losses and counting, Abhimanyu Mishra, undefeated in 71 games, will he be able to keep up that streak in this game? If he were to lose, both Hans and Fabi were projecting would jump into a tie for first with Wesley So, who drew earlier against Levon Aronian.
Wow, remarkable. I thought that this position was very favorable for Hans because I thought that Hans' intention was to put his rook behind this H-pawn, kind of tie black up a little bit, and then go with the A-pawn and try to prove that the passer
Yeah, sir,
is
I'm sorry to jump in, but we are
Please.
about to finish in the game of Atusa Prukasyan and Tatev Abrahamian. She just, I don't want to say sacrifice the queen, because it's really kind of getting a checkmated to the white king.
A sham sacrifice. Take the rook, and this is a discovered, okay, just the last few moves here. Rook takes. Tatev, give me that pawn. Rook takes. Give me that rook. King takes. Tatev to play. And you were thinking that
Rook G2.
Rook G2.
King F1. Bishop D3.
And that's a handshake right there.
Because you take the queen, you take the rook. Game over.
Game over. Surprised it's not even a forcing checkmate thereafter. But yep, this looks like Atusa. What a strange event Atusa's having. She started with a huge victory, just an absolutely huge victory in round one over our reigning champion, but then came some losses.
And we see a handshake, so
Right
congratulations to Tatev Abrahamian.
Big development, or ongoing developments in the game with Fabiano Caruana, with the black pieces playing against Dariusz Swiercz. We see a queen off the board. Knight to F3 played here, and then boom, rook takes on G2 with check. You've got to remove that one, another check, and then a queen planting itself on F4. So white in trouble here. This queen on a fantastic square, the king exposed. But what exactly do you do to break this position down? I imagine you played knight E3 and knight G4 at some point. He's still in time pressure, though. It's kind of funny.
Is Dariusz?
Dariusz, he played rook to E2, and the
queen
C1 is actually not giving any forcing wins, which is very surprising. Before I could make the move, Fabi played the engine's top move here, which we'll see what Dariusz does with 30 seconds left. Your move, queen C1, yes, it looks very compelling as well.
Knight G4.
The engine thinks, yeah, this is good too.
Good
but
for
king
black.
C7, giving his opponent one more move to make. We should see what he does, as he only has 20 seconds left, probably now less than that on the clock. Make that 12 seconds to make his 40th move. What will he play? 5 seconds. He's dropped his rook backwards. Now to E1. And he just has a lost position. He's going to have to hold on for dear life, but at least he made move 40.
Yay. But you're right. I think Fabi is just bringing his king to the potential weak pawn on F7. Not that you're going to play F6, but just in case this knight ever decides it wants to jump to G5, it's nice to have the king defending the pawn on the F7. In the meanwhile, what Fabi is looking to do is activate his queen and go after this pawn on C3.
You know, if I was playing black, I would be looking at like knight E3 check and knight to G4. But I like how Fabi is just moving his king closer to the pawn on F7. Let's just defend that and then decide where we want to jump with the knight.
Slow play it. Andrei Mikolchishin said, when you have a winning ending, the wonderful thing about a winning ending is you don't have to hurry. Like if it's winning. And you can just improve your position, put your king on E7 first, then decide whether G4 is a better square than the F5 square. Right now, your knight's looking really good on the F5 square. By the way, another move I would find myself drawn to is the move Queen G4 check, just to make sure that the king stays in the worst possible, side of the board, King H2. I definitely would include that move as well. Looks very, very good for Fabi, but back to you, Maurice.
A winning endgame for Jennifer Yu has simply been thrown away, and now she has to try to make a draw against Rose Atwell.
Really?
I mean, unbelievable what's going on here. Let me just show you. She played in this position instead of something casual like rook g3. She played rook h4. She put her rook on a funny square. It doesn't mean that it's over yet, but pay attention to this rook. Rook d3 with check, king e2, bishop to f5, and now she played rook to g7. Incr hates that move. Rook back to d4 to go after a pawn. Rook takes, and now rook takes. And then she continued with this move, rook h5. This rook looks like it's doing work, but if Rose now finds this move, how's your rook escaping? We're going after your rook. And if you take this, we'll catch this pawn with king g6, no problem. So how do you actually extricate this rook? She's put her rook in a funny position. You could play the move rook to g7. Okay, now I can't come after this, but I'll just take this one. I got to pass pawn here. I got to pass her here. I got checks coming. Jennifer has blown this position completely. If Rose now on her 40th move just brings her king over, by the way, she can also start with a check, but why not just play king over and ask, what's your rook doing? She just simply caged her own piece, and a win that was in her fingertips seems like now it's gone.
And Maurice, if you move back, instead of that move rook h4, could I just capture on g7, like rook takes g6?
Rook g6 was winning, actually. Takes, and then
h7?
H7?
It's not good enough?
Does allow rook
h5.
No, actually allows rook d3, followed by takes.
That's funny.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
No, but you're right.
You could include
the first
rook
move. You could start with this move, and then after the king goes back, you continue driving the king. And if the king continues to go back,
just rook f6.
You can play rook f6 and just start your collection.
Right.
So that was another line that would have been winning.
But that's very forceful and easy to calculate.
Oh
rook
my
takes
goodness,
G6.
she missed this.
Yeah, oof.
That's a big miss. A giant point that she's... And king f6 was found. It's on the board.
By Rose.
King f6 was found by Rose, and Jennifer is staring at her position, suddenly going, what did I do? I had a win in my pocket.
And I think she has 12 seconds on the clock, by the way, Jennifer.
No, she's made time control.
I wanted to flip back to the game.
She made time control with rook h5.
Yeah. Wanted to flip back in the game between Hans and Mishra, because Mishra made a move I thought was impossible. He just played the move g4, which invites rook h8, because I thought Mishra wants to meet the move rook h8 with rook h4. So you've got something there. But the move g4, rook h8, I guess he's planning on giving up the c4 pawn with a gain of tempo at that. Whoa. My first instinct is that the bishop is now dominating the pawns. Well, your pawns are not going to go, I'll get my king in front of the pawns. So what do you think Mishra's plan is after rook h8?
What if I go g3?
G3, I took a pawn with check. Yay, I'm clever.
And I go king c5.
It feels like you've discombobulated your coordination.
This feels wrong.
And Mishra, Maurice, help me out. Was g4 an error, or did it give Hans the tempo he needs to win the game?
Initially, the engine said it's a bad move, and then it's like, actually, no. I mean,
oh, really? The first instincts were bad.
Yeah, but now as it calculates, can you imagine that the kid is calculating better than an engine? Wow. After rook b8, g4, rook h8, actually move has been played. G3, rook takes, and king e5.
King e5.
King
so
e5.
This direction.
Yes, go in this direction, because taking on c6 Oh, there's a slight problem of this.
Rook G4.
And suddenly, whoops! Sorry.
Whoops.
You're losing the game now. So G3 takes King E5.
Bishop F.
And now there's like Bishop F3.
That looks like a safety move.
Can I play Rook G4 anyway?
Rook G4, that's it. That's a line. Rook G4 in this position, I probably have to bring my rook back or block. Yeah, Rook H1 or Bishop G2 are both moves here. So nice little twist. But Rook D4 check. And where do you put your king?
I guess E2.
All right, King C2.
Oh, sorry, E2, sorry.
Okay. It's not going to matter because this position is just not that easy to do anything. He's giving away his pawns, but he's quickly ridding you of your pawns.
Gotcha.
And these two pawns are going to remain on the board, and they're going to be a problem for a long time.
Right.
And he's just alert to that. What is he playing on the board?
He played rook.
Oh, no, he defended.
Well, this was...
The engine says a mistake.
This was the original thing that I thought was a blunder because Bishop takes C4 comes with a gain of tempo in this case. Like, Mishra's just played rook E6 instead of going for that whole G3. And Han says, as alert as ever, Han says...
My board is not updating at the moment.
Rook G6. I'm expecting that Hans will bring his king quickly to block the pawns. And, well, if the king's in front of the pawns, the bishop and the rook should win. Ooh, big developments here. We're going to pause our analysis and toss it to Anastasiya.
Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Tatev Abhimanyu, who managed to win her second game in a row. Tatev, your feelings right now?
Oh, I feel great. I think I played a very good game. Got a good position out of the opening. Got all of my prep. I was up on time for half an hour. I don't know why I was in time travel later, but it's a different question.
Yeah, so far so good it looks like. And you had kind of rough start of the tournament. But how did you manage actually to change the situation? And did you get any advice from your coach?
Yeah, I don't know. The first few days, first two rounds, I think were actually pretty good for me. I had good position. I wasn't converting. Then, I lost to Nazi. I think that was opening related. Yesterday, also a very shaky game, but not yesterday, round 4. But yesterday, I spent quite a bit of time calculating because I feel like I wasn't able to calculate well at all this whole tournament. I spent some time doing that. And at some point, I started to feel like my brain is starting to work. I'm actually able to see things, and I think that also helped me in this game.
So this was a trick. Let's say, how many puzzles have you solved yesterday? Maybe it's a good advice also for our fans.
I don't know how many, but I think for 2 hours at least I was solving yesterday.
Wow, it's really impressive, actually. And, today there are some changes. Anna lost the game against Carissa, Alice won. What do you think about the tournament situation overall in women's event?
So what does that mean for standing?
They
so
share,
Anna is half.
yeah.
No, I don't think they share.
Alice
Alice and
Anna,
Anna
yes.
did share. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be just wide open at this point because 2 people have 3.5, and there's going to be a bunch of people with 3. So Carissa is also starting to win, and she also had a rough start in Karen's Cup. She won the tournament, so I don't think her having a bad start means anything. She is capable of winning many games in a row, so I think it's going to be just completely wide open.
Where do you see yourself?
Hopefully on top. At the end, hopefully we'll see me on top.
Let's see. And anyway, thank you so much, Tatev, for coming here, and all the best of luck for you in the next rounds.
Congratulations, Tatev. Indeed, those back-to-back wins was great. And the results thus far.
So Atusa Purkashian lost to Tatev Abhimanyu. Carissa Yip, really important win against the leader of the event, Anna Sargsyan, who is no longer leader because Nazi Paikitsa lost to Alice Lee. So right now it's Alice Lee tied with Anna Sargsyan.
And in the open section, results thus far?
We have Sam Sevian, who lost to Andy Woodward, who tricked him with that 95 move. And then Wesley So drew very quickly against Levon Aronian.
And in the game that Hans Niemann is playing, that game he could potentially tie for first. But I noticed that the engine just gave an orange bubble to the move King E3. Now, in Hans's mind, Hans just wants desperately to play the move King F4. If he could play King F4, it's very easy dealing with the pawns. And then the question comes to your mind, well, what if I play G3? Well, I've got rook G8. Ooh, that's a nice way of potentially trading rooks, putting my king.
But I have F4 check.
F4 check, king. Can I take it?
No, you cannot. I take your rook and then I promote.
Correct. You take the rook and promote. King F3. So, do you want to take?
I don't want to trade. I feel
You
like
don't want to trade.
the bishop is going to stop everything.
Well, that's precisely it. Whether you trade or not, I was thinking the same thing, that the bishop is going to be, I mean, absolutely ideally placed. Maurice, are we going to see a massive tie at the top with
No, because he has a nasty trick in this
see.
position.
What
Right
is
here,
it?
right now. You tried F4, but one move too late. You could do it right now. F4 check. What are you going to do?
King takes F4 now, G3.
It's the same position that you tried to get, but with the extra tempo. And you can't do anything. You have to give up your bishop right here, right now.
Oh, no.
You have no choice. Rook G8 is not possible. You have to go into that endgame, which is now a draw. So F4 check is a monster chance.
Right.
At the moment, why did you put your king here trying to slow these pawns down? And all you did was accelerate the pawn to go up a square. And I think he played it.
Did he?
Is there anybody at the board? I see.
He has not played it according to my. No,
but he's just not. Wait,
he's not at the board. Mishra's not at the board. So,
Mishra's just not at the board. It's his move. Clock
King
ticking.
E3 by Hans, and Hans is waiting for Mishra to return.
Oh, there you go. So F4 is his only chance.
And the crazy part is King E3 was designed to stop.
My friend Willie Johnson, who we all call Pop, he always said, the worst move in the world is the move your opponent plays when you just stop that move.
Yeah, you prevented.
What? He played it anyway. F4 is a fantastic move. Let's see if the youngster sees it. Well, he just came right back to the board, ready to move, and he's like,
he's calculating F4.
He's going to play
F4.
I think he is. He's reaching.
Yeah, he sees it.
He's excited.
It. He's very excited to play this move. And there it is on the board, and Hans acting like, I had it all planned. King F2 now played, but why?
Why accelerate the pawn?
Why accelerate the pawns, indeed? And now there's the opportunity to play the move King to C5 to test your bishop.
I guess Bishop F1, just keep those pawns under lock and key.
But wait a minute now, because some tricky business. If he liquidates these.
No, I don't want to allow. I was thinking B4 check. I have to go.
B4 check, king back.
Now, what pawn should I keep? I want to keep the A pawn, right? So A4?
A4 is a move with the threat of A5. Okay, I don't see this as simple defense. I'm going to play the simpler defense, rook here, because King A7 is the engine's top move. We'll see probably why in a second. But this move is also a move, check. King.
So I get to keep the A. Okay, check. I like check. Checks are good.
Checks are good. Chasing this back.
Oh, a moment there. If you had played King A8, I was even dreaming of a B5 sighting. But okay. Rook takes H6.
Apparently, it's better to do it this way and leave the king there. Rook takes B4.
Rook takes C6.
And rook takes C6 is not supposed to be good because now suddenly
look at the.
No, this ending turned funny. You have to find a lot of precise moves in this position to try to win. And I think that Hans, I'm not even sure what the story is of this one, to tell you the truth, because Hans may have made an off move, but it's easy to imagine Abhi making off moves and it's just going a bit
back and forth.
Roller coaster in this position. But King E3 was not his best choice, and now King F2 also not his best choice. And there are apparently different moves here. Hard to understand this position. Let's just be clear on what we're trying to do. This king is trying to help liquidate whatever's on this side. These pass pawns are not really going anywhere. They'll be blockaded fairly easily, but they are decoys. Yeah. And white trying to deal with these will allow for black, in black's biggest dream, to somehow pick off one, and preferably this one, on that side. That's what they're going for. But concrete analysis is almost impossible here. at least for us, because
without the
there's so many options.
Without the move King E3, for example, King E1, would that have been a winning position? Did Hans spoil?
You mean here?
Did Hans spoil? King E3 we don't like.
I mean, he's going to play F4 anyway.
And King F1?
And King F1, he's going to do the same business on this side, King over.
I see.
He's trying to get in.
Yeah.
But it's still advantage white with the extra
Mm-hmm.
piece, clearly.
Right.
It's just, how do you organize all this? This one, I don't know how they play and not make a bunch more mistakes. At least a couple more mistakes are coming in this game.
Right.
This is not something we're used to.
Not easy.
3 connected pass pawns. And
Stop it. No.
This is, come on.
Yeah.
You don't analyze. You take a long time. We could sit for an hour going over moves and still not really come to the truth of this position. And that's not saying anything like,
derogatory, anything
not
like that.
Not in any way.
No, but Rook G8, I was thinking that once Hans got his bishop on C4, he was going to be blackmailing Black with the move Rook G8. Let's force the trade of rooks, or it's going to cost you your G pawn. This one is double-edged, but Jennifer Yu, she was up against Rose.
And Rose played perfectly.
Spoiling her position as Jennifer, and now the current situation?
Well, Rose played the King F6 move, then she captured the pawns on the queen side, and what Maurice said previously, this should be enough to equalize.
Wow, because it just looked like finishing touches right here. Those of you joining us late, Jennifer had a very clear and very clean win, we should say, with the move Rook takes G6, transposing into a rook and pawn ending after Rook takes that, well, we just thought was winning. For example, if Rosa's king dropped back, it was Rook check and Rook F6 coming. She didn't do that. She played what she thought was a clever move. She played Rook H4, anticipating that she was about to clinch victory with Rook takes G6 and H7. But Rose said, well, wait a minute. Check. I'm not going to give you Rook takes G6. What are you going to do? Well, Jennifer said, well, now I'm going to play Rook G7. Yes, said Rose. But now what are you going to do? And this was where Jennifer got herself into trouble. The rook is actually very poorly placed on H5, and that King F6.
All we want to trap the rook. You go here, exactly. I go there, I go here, and that's
the
over.
rook is trapped. So suddenly Jennifer had to drop all of her queenside pawns, and she's just played the move King E1. Is that an invitation for a draw after perpetual, after check?
Mm-hmm. I think so, because
where is the king going?
Yeah, you don't want to go to E3. That's gonna drop.
Well, also
don't know if I need to take that pawn on H3.
Checks could drive you away, and then at a certain moment, the E pawn could become extremely dangerous. So this game, wow, what a turnaround for Rose. Rose is right
the only
back
trick
into
now White has in the position. Let's say if Black gets too greedy and just starts pushing the pawn, then there is this rook F8, right? And you're going to lose the bishop. So
that's clear.
The only thing you have to be careful about, and you need to decide what you want to do about that bishop.
Right. I was thinking we were going to drop the bishop back, maybe chase the rook. But
are you playing for win here with Black?
No,
because
I was
if
trying
not,
to
then
make
give a check.
That's exactly it. I was playing for the perpetual check with rook, rook A1.
And I think we're gonna take a short break.
Let's do it.
And then be back looking maybe at the game of Irina Krush. So as we go to break, let's take the opportunity to reflect on the past female champions of this event. We'll be right back.
Mona Karf. The rich history of the U.S. Women's Chess Championship starts with a name you may not be familiar with, but Mona Karf was a powerhouse player starting in 1938. Mona would go on to win 7 U.S. championships. Born in Russia, Mona was taught chess at age 9 by her father Aviv, a wealthy landowner. By 1950, Mona was one of only 3 American women to gain the title of International Master. Her last win at the 1974 U.S. Women's Championship was separated by 21 years from her previous win in 1953. She gained her final championship at age 66. Mona carved one of the great names in women's American chess.
Gisela Kahn-Gresser. Gisela Gresser holds a record that has remained in place since 1969, winner of no less than 9 U.S. Women's Championships. She won her first title in 1944 with a perfect score. Her last title was in 1969 at age 63. In 1950, she was awarded the Women's International Master title and would go on to win in 6 qualifying tournaments for the Women's World Championship. In 1992, Gisela Gresser became the first female member of the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame, and she remains part of the great history of this tournament.
Anna Zatonsky. Anna Zatonsky is a Ukrainian-born American chess player with a long list of victories, including 4 U.S. Women's Championships. One memorable championship win was against then-champion Irina Krush in 2008, where she won in a first-of-its-kind Armageddon match. Anna has played on the U.S. national team in every Women's Olympiad since 2004. At the Olympiad in 2008, she won a gold medal on board 1. With a life devoted to chess, Anna has also found time to be a wife and mother to a son and daughter. Her husband is Grandmaster Daniel Friedman, so chess is a big part of their family. Anna Zatonsky, a regular at the U.S. Women's Championships.
Irina Krush. Irina Krush is chasing history. If she can find a way to win this year's U.S. Women's Championship, she would catch up with Gisela Gresser. For the most wins at 9, Irina started early. She was only 9 years old when she won her first major tournament, and in 1998 became the youngest woman player ever to win the U.S. Women's Championship at age 14. Irina crossed another milestone in 2013 to become the first American woman to earn the Grandmaster title after winning the New York Invitational. Just last year, Irina was also awarded the Cairns Chess Queens Award by Dr. Jeannie Sinfield, a $100,000 award for women becoming a Grandmaster. In this tournament, Irina will again be facing 2-time U.S. chess champion Carissa Yip. We are watching a shot at history as Irina attempts to become only the second woman to claim the championship 9 times. Irina Krush is a women's chess powerhouse.
Carissa Yip has grown up before our eyes. After all, it was at age 10 that she defeated her very first Grandmaster. Carissa is the defending champion of the U.S. Women's Championship, having won 3 times, 2021, 2023, and 2024, and her games against seasoned rival Irina Krush have been epic. Carissa is racing toward the GM title and has put her college career on hold to gain the award. Her wins at the U.S. Women's Championships have been impressive. In 2024, she won the first 8 games in a row in a race for the Bobby Fischer Award for an 11-game streak. Earlier this year at the 2025 Cairns Cup, she overcame a poor start, then won 4 games in a row and defeated her good friend Alice Lee for the title. Always fun to watch, Carissa Yip is part of the rich history of the U.S. Women's Chess Championships.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to four, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa Yip will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and four superstars take the stage. World number one Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back to round 5 of the U.S. Championships. A lot of games finished, so let's check the results. In the women's section, we have Atusa Purkasyan, who lost against Tatev Abrahamian, and Carissa Yip with a really important win against Anna Sargsyan, and Nazi Paikidze losing to Alice Lee.
Huge. Nobody wants to make a draw. Tell us about the open section.
In the open section, we have Sam Sevian, who lost to Andy Woodward, and draw between Wesley So and Levon Aronian.
Lots of games still in progress. Maurice, big games, I want to say, as well.
That draw with Wesley and Levon seems like yesterday.
Yeah, right? It was so long ago.
15 minutes, very quickly. If you didn't see it, you missed nothing. They hoovered everything off the board. This position, though, is quite fascinating. The question is, how does Fabi win this position? How do you win if white plays, let's say, a tortoise shell type move? I'm just going to sit.
Sack.
Yasser said sack right away.
Sack.
You know, he's a sacrificial player. He likes to believe. Headhunting. This is the way. Yes, and we see
and just
that
a result
game ended.
Between Ray Robson and Sam Shankland, it's a draw.
A poor result for both of those gentlemen, as both were really, really in need of a victory. Sorry, Maurice, back to you. And Fabi, how is he going to break through?
Well,
there we
question
go.
asked and answered. Sacrifice here, capture here with check, rook here. You got to guard your pawn.
Right.
And now you could play this check here.
I love that check.
Pick your poison. You can play knight e2. Don't do that because d4 is coming. Just look at those pawns. That's dropping. It's raining pawns in this line. So the breakthrough is going to be the sacrifice on d4 if you move your knight.
Right.
But that said, in this position, Fabi played a very astute move. King e7, guarded the pawn, but also put his opponent in zugzwang. What are you supposed to do with your rooks?
Right.
Your king doesn't want to do anything because the queen is thinking very quickly about coming to the e3 square and picking off the c3 pawn. You can't do that. And if you move this rook up, for example, then when we shift, you suddenly expose the back rank to captures. That as well. And remember, if the knight moves, there's going to be a check, there's going to be a sacrifice. So king e7 essentially is just zugzwang. His opponent played knight to g5 instead of knight g1. Changes nothing of the narrative. Still take this, take the next one, keep taking stuff, and win the game. And now it's up to Fabi to find the sacrifice right here, right now. I'm sure he's looking at it. Queen against 3 pieces, 2 rooks, and a knight, a material imbalance. I discuss material imbalances in my Dark Forest series on Chessable. And the bottom line, there are a couple of things. King safety is one, obviously. When you are down the material, you're the queen against pieces. King safety is one. We see that it's white's king that's the problem. And pass pawns, the health of the pawn structure, not only in terms of weakened pawns, but just pass pawns ending up on the board. You easily compensate. If I can take this and take some more, just give me a couple. Usually you only even need one. In fact, well, against 2 rooks, you'd like to have 2, but just having passed pawns on the board, you can easily sack and just play. With this king exposed, there's always going to be tricks. The only weak point will be this one, that white doesn't harmonize against that square. But no doubt Fabi sees this idea. Doesn't look like he played it right away, though.
He improved on your variation, Maurice. He's got knight e3 check in his pocket.
Oh, he's got other lines. So queen f4 check. Rook f3 was not the best move. He should have kept in range.
Okay.
But then there's knight g3.
Knight g3.
Knight g3. Yeah, this is a different ending that you're losing. So,
pick your poison.
Pick your poison.
Yep.
All right, rook f3 on the board. Queen d2 check, king f1. And,
yeah.
Queen c1 and knight e3, right?
That's a move. It's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad however you look at it. I think...
Sorry, queen c1, king g2, knight h4.
Ooh.
Oh, no, you
no,
have
king
h3
at the end.
You do have king h3.
No, but this check
yeah, that looks
very compelling because you have to take it. You can't allow queen d2 check and mate on this square because your rook's hanging.
Right.
For close to mate, I would assume. It's got to be mate. King here. And now this check, king here. Well, that's a free rook if we want it. Or we could just move the knight back and threaten this mate, this rook. All bad. None of that. King f1. So he just needs to play this check, this check. Position collapses immediately and will force resignation. Fabi about to win this game and join Wesley,
who made such a short draw.
They play each other soon, don't they?
Yeah, pretty immediately, actually.
Isn't it the next game that they play each other the next game?
I think it's like Levon and Wesley was on Fabi's dance.
Yeah, I think it was Levon followed by Fabi that Wesley had to navigate. And it looks like Fabi winning this game, he'll be able to play against Wesley next round.
The road ahead.
There it is. They play next round, and they'll be tied for first, and Fabi should have the white pieces in that game. I don't think Fabi's going to have the same attitude that Wesley had, drawing the game with Levon very quickly.
Today.
I think Fabi's thinking, this is the guy. I win this game, and Wesley's in front of me, and I want to beat Wesley. And then if he beats Wesley, then all those numbers, those pie charts, flip, flip, flip. And it's going to be Fabi who's going to be completely in the driver's seat. So we're seeing a setup for a huge game tomorrow as the 2 co-leaders, unless Hans can come in there and make it 3 co-leaders, these 2 for sure will be going at it tomorrow.
I think Hans actually can, because it looks like Abhimanyu. By the way, who is this guy?
This is the real Maurice, actually. On our broadcast, we only present the softer, kinder, gentle version. This is the guy who intimidates you at the chessboard. You want to play it like that? You want to take that move back.
Tom made me do that, by the way. He just couldn't wait. Our producer couldn't wait to show this film. But it ain't a bad look, so whatever.
It's an intimidating look.
Shaft.
See you.
He's a bad,
very bad man. Very bad man. You were about to tell us about the Hans Niemann affair. What's going on there, Kate?
Well, it looks like Abhimanyu is in trouble because Hans was able to capture that pawn on the c-file.
Check, bishop takes. Well, it's all about the move f3, which has been played. Now, I was saying with the king nicely in front of the pawns, this bishop does a great job at patrolling. So I'm not afraid of f2 because I've got king g2, right? So I'm thinking we start with a check. We probably drive you to a lesser square, right?
Mm-hmm.
King f4. Now, this is... Can I play the move bishop e4 so I can play the move rook takes f3 check? I'm assuming you have to play f2?
Well, if I have to play f2, then...
But then you can follow
I think
it up
I'm
with
in
h4.
trouble. King
Yeah.
g2, and this is exactly what white wants in this position.
Precisely. A blockade on the light squares. And this is what Hans is achieving. And again, sorry, I'm just going to refresh the board. Bishop takes c4, f3 on the board. I'm expecting rook check for Hans. It's king e4. So how can Mishra put up the best resistance? How about king here?
So you still don't really have a threat, right?
That's the problem. I really don't. Like rook a3, maybe even I drop my bishop back, and I just keep an eye on your pawns.
Or I can maybe push a5 immediately. Do I need to move the rook away?
I don't know. I just I panicked about f2.
Rook d6.
Rook d6. Let's have a look-see. Rook d6. Ah.
With a check and check first, then g2 threat.
Is a big got it. Okay.
So let's not move the rook and let's just go a5.
What?
So rook check.
Rook d3 check.
King e4, and let's go. a5. Let's just go. I like going. Push. That's coronation fast. a5. What can Mishra do? G2. Okay. Are we in time to stop the
You can
pawn?
also rook d1.
Rook to d1.
So if I go rook to d1, you go king e3,
Then I have a check to just drive you backwards.
Well, but king d2. No, I don't have to
No,
go
sorry.
backward.
Back at one move and play h5 on the last move.
G2, rook here.
Instead of g2.
Oh,
you played
sorry.
a5, played
h5,
which looks
suspiciously slow, right?
a6.
A6. We're just
h4.
Are you
whoa,
serious?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What are we missing? A7. That's queening with check.
f2 check.
Oh my gosh.
Black is queening with check. You're right.
Black is queening. Black is the one.
Wow.
That's nice. King h3 walks into 8. So I had to slow it down. h4. I have to drop my rook back. This is actually
But
trickier
now it's becoming
than
scary with
yeah, right? It's
h3, the 3 pawns next to the white king.
Well, there is a bishop.
Now f2 check.
F2 check. Well, we want
h3 check.
And g2, yeah.
g2.
But g2 bishop d5.
Are you making a knight?
You're gonna checkmate me? Bishop d5, king f4.
f4.
Oh wow. That's nasty.
That's very, very nasty.
And we have a result here. Jennifer, you drew against Rose Atwell.
And a very, very disappointed Jennifer. I think she just kind of checked out. At a certain moment, sometimes you know you're winning. And you just say, well, I got this, and any move wins. Well, that wasn't exactly the case. The Hans Niemann position has to be winning for white. We're just misplaying it. No?
Well, this kid is a problem.
I get it.
We know Fabi hasn't been beaten in the last 43 games in the U.S. Championship. Make that 44 after this one. Right. Wesley has been unbeaten in the last 31. Make that 32 after his draw earlier But Abhimanyu is now the question mark at the moment. He's been unbeaten in his last 71 games overall. The first 2 were in the U.S. Championships only. Well, overall, Abhi has not lost in what, 3 or 4 months?
And he has been playing the best players in the world at, for example, the FIDE Swiss.
Beat Gukesh?
Yeah, beat the reigning world champion Gukesh. And really is the America's best haven't gotten him.
I have not nicked him either. Rook D3 check is the #1 move here. And after king here, the next move, I mean, you're going to have to start finding moves.
Rook D1. Let's try Rook D1. So I'm threatening bishop to D3 just to take your...
Okay, we'll slow this pawn down.
Ah, that's a nice one. Because I was about to play A5. Okay, is H5, H4, H3, that's
we know this
serious?
Is coming. It's not like it's no counterplay.
It's coming.
1, 2, 3, and if you're not going 1, 2, 3, then it's fast. It's really very quick. And as a matter of fact, you can B4,
for example.
Out of nowhere comes this other plan.
What?
What the heck? The idea is if you play this, the rook is going to come down this away. And now you have to be careful. A6
F2
is now F2, and you have to go here, and then rook H1, and you have to go here, and then we take this bad boy, and then we queen, and you cry.
Right.
So there's just play. This is not one of those. It's just we're going quietly into the night. I'm going to tell you.
It feels study-like, actually.
It really does. Here. The engine gives rook D7. Please help.
So my rook is better placed on D7. For example, king E3, inviting a repetition. No, my rook is better on D7 than D8.
And now bishop D5, but why wasn't it good on D8 after this?
No idea.
Rook F6, rook G7, stopping everything, king E2, bishop B7. Oh,
Whoop.
Sorry, no, not that one. King E2,
bishop C4.
Bishop C4 check, chase the king, king
and then
back.
rook takes G3.
Is we can but why didn't we do that on G8?
Wow.
That's
unraveling
this
a
position.
mystery there.
So why couldn't we do it this way? Bishop D5, rook F6.
Bishop C4, I think, is the previous.
No, we just played the move.
Oh.
So we just had our rook on D7. So
right.
King E3, bishop D5, rook F6, rook G7. So we play rook G8. And now king F4 is possible. Oh, but in this position, king F4 might allow rook F7. Trading rooks.
Trading the rooks.
I'm making stuff up. I'm just trying to understand why this works. Rook D7, king E3, bishop D5.
No, I think you're right.
Rook F6. No, it's still rook G7.
Well, rook G7, but then if king F4.
Oh, now if king F4, now rook F7. Rooks. That's the... Whoa. Yeah, that's... No.
Good luck with that.
No. You're not finding that nuance.
So rook D3 check, king E4, rook D7 is the road to victory, but my goodness, the subtlety is just off the chart. That's a study that might take you hours to work out.
The thing is, Hans Niemann has a lot of time, right? 27 minutes. Abhimanyu, only 5 minutes.
Mishra is known for his time trouble, as is Dariusz, as is Ray. But he hasn't been punished for any time troubles thus far in the tournament. But for Hans, the probability of finding rook D3, rook D7, rook G7, rook F7.
I think if you go backward, you go to D8. You don't go to D7.
It's funny because normally we as human players putting our rook out of danger, right? Mm-hmm. You go as far away from the opposing king as possible. It's very counterintuitive for ourselves to put the rook on the D7.
You know what's deep about that?
Please.
Is the rook and bishop versus rook ending, right? In order to win, the Philidor position that's been that analyzed centuries ago, the subtlety of the first position you get is a bishop on d5.
Right.
And a rook to f7.
Right.
That's actually the end game. If you look up rook and bishop versus rook, the typical position this king is on the back rank, the bishop is here, the king is here. The rook gets to f7, and then there's nuances as to how you trick the rook.
Exactly.
Whether it's on e1, e2, or e3. That's an ending worth studying, but you're going to have to put aside like 4 hours of your afternoon so you can really learn it. But it's worth learning. It's definitely worth learning. But that's the subtlety is, where is the white rook versus the black rook? And it's funny that that came up in this position. Rook on f7 is one of the key positions in that particular analysis that Philidor studied so many years ago, and that all GMs are required to learn in order to handle the win in that position.
You can save yourself a lot of half points that may be crucial to a title. This position, again, my approach would wrong-footed. I would think that the black king is scary, so I would like to see the king removed. This move, rook d7, yeah, it would cross my mind, but in my mind's eye, I'm only worried about you're playing g2 and f2 and promoting a pawn. So I'm thinking in my mind's eye that, hey, my rook is actually pretty good on d1. In the moment, by the way, I've got a winning threat, bishop to d3. But this turns out not to be the right move, the right approach to the position. What was it again?
We just go back, G5. Right?
Rook g5.
Rook g5, stopping your check threat,
right?
Stopping a5, and preparing rook h5, rook h2.
Right.
What a move.
But if I go king e3, like you didn't help yourself at all, right?
Well, the rook on d8 transferred itself to d1. Like, I gained the tempo rook e1.
Okay.
Now, did that win the game?
No, but now you allow rook d3 again.
But he was just there.
No, but he's going to d7 now. He realizes the error of his ways and fix the problem.
You can fix
So going back is like, you're right.
Why rook here and
rook there says you're never getting that again. Your chance is over. And now we're going to h5, going to h2, and getting counterplay for black.
That is crazy. Rook h5, rook h2, and f2. And you're taking all of this time. I feel, I mean, Hans must be like wondering what's wrong with the position. He's done everything he could. He got his king in front of the pawns, is blockading. He's a piece up. He's got 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side, and he's thinking to himself, why isn't this easy?
Because there's 2 pass pawns staring at you. That's why.
Easy.
What do you mean? Why should this be easy? You're not scared of those pawns at all? No. If that, may I ask you this question? If the h pawn were on h4, would you be scared?
Yes.
Okay, so that means you better have quick tempi on the other side, because if that h pawn takes 2 more steps,
right, and
your a pawn is not 2 steps further, you're scared.
Correct.
In fact, you might be losing because the pawn gets to h3 and you're gone. So it's one tempo. In fact, if the pawn on h5, you might be a little bit scared. In fact,
right,
because it just takes h4, h3, and suddenly you're in trouble. So no, this is one of those. Maybe if we could pick up the h pawn. Maybe that's the illusion. The h pawn is just not a threat yet. Why can't we but we're 4 moves away from queening our pawn, and black is 4 moves away from playing a check to your king with the h pawn on h3.
Boy, I am just really, really struggling to understand this ending. So one more look here. If I give a rook check, where does the king go?
Let's say I go to d2.
Let's say you go to d2. And once again, I'm chasing the wrong victory. I'm trying to get off the rooks, and I'm struggling, right? Rook g8. So what's your move?
But
rook c6.
The problem too, guys, is that, remember, it's a tempo game. So if you start playing random checks, king d4 happens. You don't want to give him a free move.
So check, king d4 happens.
Instead of king d2.
Yeah, I get it.
You have to back up 1.
Yeah. King d4 happens. I go rook g8. Give me your rook.
Rook g8 is already a forced draw.
Oh, dear. How is that a forced draw?
Because I can win your bishop now. Check with f2.
check with f2.
Check with f1. Your bishop cannot take. Your king has to take.
Oh, and rook f6 check.
And then rook f6 check.
Nice. Look, after 5 hours of intense, tension-filled chess, it's so easy to miss f1 equals queen. Hey, man, I got that square covered twice. What are you doing? Oh, you're winning my bishop.
Bet on the kid who hasn't lost in 71 games. There's going to be tricks.
Wow.
There's going to be nasty tricks. It's incredible.
When I went through that rook g8, I have missed f1.
And he's got to calculate all this right now. Like you said, all these hours in.
Right.
Tiring, complicated pass. You're not used to battling pass pawns like this. This is not what you want when you woke up today to play the U.S. Championship. You want something cleaner. You didn't want. Remember what Hans said? Hans said in his confessional, "It's going to be a technical win."
Easy. I just gotta grind
turned
them out.
into a brawl.
Grind them out. And what was the situation after my rook g8 f2 check? I obligingly went king g2. If I had played king f1,
well, g2. I'm promoting to a queen.
Oh, pardon. Good morning, St. Louis. Good eye. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Nicely. We won't show that on the board.
No, not necessary.
Although I really want to. Wow. Meantime, Fabi.
That's a fight for first place too. I mean, let me emphasize what that's
Absolutely.
all about.
Meantime, Fabi is doing work on his game. He has gotten the exchange.
Well, queen and pawn for rook and knight.
Yes.
Can you go back, Maurice, to just see if he played that queen c1 knight e3?
No, he didn't. He played f6 instead.
Oh.
He played this endgame, rook h3, trying to defend. King e7, rook f2, and now he said, let me go get that, rook f7. And now this was actually his only move, apparently. Why would that be his only move?
Well, there is a chance for a fortress, right? If we could somehow magically transfer the knight to e5.
Well, you can only go to queen d2, otherwise all the squares are attacked.
Yeah, and this pawn's hanging straight. We don't want that. Okay, so check. Nothing has been played yet. Better play this, check, and back. And you got this one little victim over here.
Yep, we have to train.
That's going to cost this h-pawn, and then you're going to lose. You're not going to have much. You're going to be able to hold this pawn off. You have no counterplay that black is worried about. And once this h-pawn drops, you're going to be done. So, Fabi, we expect to go to +2 and join Wesley in that big-time game.
Is it completely convincing, Maurice, if you don't mind? Rook h3 in this exact moment. Queen g2, I assume. You keep your...
Check. Gain of tempo is better.
Okay, I'll put my king on d1 now that I was going there anyway.
No way this is Zugzwang. Wow. So
okay.
The additional problem you have
is h4, c3, and e5. Yeah,
this one.
I get that.
This one here is going to be very hard to slow down because that one's going to be followed by that one. He's going to pick off all these. This is going to be passed. The whole chain is about to break. Very important that this move is on the board.
Right.
Otherwise, he could probably stabilize. Maybe, yeah. If this were off the board. But with that on the board and e5 coming, big trouble for Dariusz. He should be going down in this game.
By the way, Hans Niemann has just been burning clock because the challenges of winning this endgame are really, really great. And I bet you dollars to donuts, he can't believe that his opponent has so many tricks, and he's coming to some really unpleasant conclusions.
But he has 16 minutes. I think he's going to calculate now for a while. Let's jump into the game of Megan Paragua against Irina Krush, because Irina, I think, is putting the final touches on that game.
Okay, let's go to Irina. Where are you? Where are you, Irina?
Yes, here. So we have a rook endgame with...
Ooh, Irina
with one
has
extra pawn.
Irina has a very active king as well. Okay, so should she be playing for King F4 and E3?
I thought
King
about
F4.
starting with E3 because we probably
E3.
want a pawn that's further away from the
Right.
others.
Okay, I guess we take this.
Take, rook takes.
Check. Excuse me.
I'll probably go king. Yeah, E6.
Now if I go over.
Well, now I go G3
Oh, G3. Pardon me. Of course.
and then rook
Yeah,
C3.
this is easy.
C pawn
This
is dropping. And then
Yeah, this plays itself, doesn't it?
And if you go back with rook D2 to make sure like white is somewhat passively, but at least defending that pawn on C2.
Okay, check. King E6, back to D2. Yep. I think
Sit
you do the
back.
same, right?
Right. So this, then rook to C3, and then I will advance my king.
Yeah, that's Larry Christensen likes to throw in, and the rest is child's play. You know?
So let's take a look at the last game in the women's section, Talia Cervantes against Anna Zatonsky. We were discussing that we will have opposite card bishops, and yes, that's what's happening there.
Oh, from a middle game from long before. And for Anna Zatonsky, I'm not saying she's winning or anything like that, but a victory would be amazing. She would be tied for first.
Mm-hmm.
And check this last move out. Look at this cheeky move she has in mind. Bishop F1.
And I'm even thinking if I could go, bishop E2 and bishop F3.
Oh, that's really rubbing salt into the wound. So how could I set it up?
But that's the
for
thing, I don't
you?
know how to set it up because now when I move the bishop, I'm going to lose all
Okay.
the pawns. So
Never mind. Oh, no.
it's not, the queen is going to recapture.
Oh, no. Sorry. I did it wrongly. So in case of queen d7, by the way, maybe here, here. Now we can post the bishop on f3. That looks awfully tempting, doesn't it?
You're going to give up a pawn?
Well, hunting the king, you know.
So king G1,
it's
only move.
It's my nature to go after only move. I feel like
The thing is, I can always
Anna.
heal on attacking G7 square.
yeah, you can return, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. We'll keep this on tap. Let's go back to Dariusz, who we think is going down in a blaze of glory.
It looks like Fabi created a passed pawn, as Maurice was suggesting.
Yeah, the pawn breakthroughs. So check E5. Boom.
Fabi plays just perfectly. First line of the engine.
And reminding everybody, I've got check and C2 on my dance card. What are you going to do about them apples? Oh dear.
Good luck.
This looks done.
Yeah, this game was definitely a type of game that Dariusz had a chance. But when he locked up that queen side, he left the position where only breaks on the king side would work. Fabi was able to engineer a break on that side of the board. And then enormous pressure on the board plus on the clock cost Dariusz tremendously in the game. And Fabi made that breakthrough, eventually got a queen for 2 rooks. But the 2 rooks had no chance against that queen. And then Fabi eventually won one of the rooks with his knight and then sacrificed 2 pawns to engineer this breakthrough. And now we see a runaway pawn sitting deep in the heart of White's position, with White just having no chance to stop this pawn whatsoever. Fabiano Caruana is going to absolutely win this game and end up in a tie for first, going into a big battle against Wesley So.
And we see Dariusz only with 4 seconds on his clock.
Yeah, I was just trying to set up a perpet, knight d6, and somehow getting in knight d6, d5 as well.
So knight d6 on the board, king d7.
Right, knight d6, king d7 on the board. So the perpetual check I'm envisioning is f5,
d5,
d1 check, you queen, you don't take my rook. And then I go rook f7, and I make some
rook f7, rook f8.
Yeah, I make some perpetual check. But no, in case of d5,
but he's going for it. He's giving it a try.
d1 check. This is resigns.
Well, we're taking the rook. Yeah,
but this
going queen
would give me a.
We don't have to take the rook. We can take the pawn on d5. No.
We're taking the rook. I mean, you're right, but it's the last trick. If only you promote to a queen.
Okay, let's see.
Queen
wow.
g2. Oh, we have to play king g3 because we can't allow a pawn. And he's going for
and
your
now
queen
we're going to
takes
take that
d5.
pawn.
Oh, jeez.
We're going to have 2 queens on the board, Maurice. What's the problem?
You have to be exact, Maurice.
Exact. Oh. No.
Whoa.
Okay, he's taking the pawn on e5 instead.
Queen e1 check. Or we take the rook.
No, he's not taking the rook. He is not taking the rook.
King g2, so there's no stalemate. The king has too many moves.
He's going to take the pawn on e5.
That's resigns.
And now the knight is also.
Yeah. Now let me ask you a silly
another
question.
resignation.
What if he had just taken the rook? Wouldn't the guy have resigned?
Yes.
Why'd you waste all those moves?
You want to finish in a style.
Taking the rook is finishing in style.
I think queen takes f3 is a very stylish
right?
myself.
I
mean,
disagree.
Bang! You got resigns as soon as you do it.
Bang.
You wanted to play a couple of checks, take a pawn.
Okay, but nonetheless, a huge victory for Fabi as he joins Wesley So at the very top of our tournament standings. Congratulations, Fabi. 3 times in a row, trying to make it 4. Do something only Bobby Fischer has done in the last 50 years or something. Whatever.
Yeah, and some lazy people pick Fabi to win this.
What? What? But let's go back to the other one. Sorry, you've got something for us.
Yes, before we jump there, I just wanted a game we have not paid any attention to whatsoever.
Our apologies to both Grigoriy.
Right, Awonder and Grigoriy. And there was a chance here. Something really cool happened. He played the move knight c7 check, did Awonder, and then after knight takes, rook g3 check, king f2, and now rook takes on e3. Whoa, a tactic.
Sweet.
But guess what? It's losing.
Rook takes.
He played bishop takes on c4 in this position. Winning is, I'll give you the tactic. And after this check, I'll walk right up and take this pawn.
And escort
a bishop and 2 passers, connected passers, defeat a knight and separated passers. And this would have been the way he should have played. It's not as easy to, it's not like it's over, but it's bad. The way he played allowed for a lot of technical play. Now we have this position where we do have the bishop and 2 against only 1, but they are firmly blockaded here. King and knight just preventing any real advances. So this game should end in a draw still. Some play, of course, but Grigoriy was able to get away with this and now with some fighting chances. But we have bigger news as we heard that Hans is winning.
Let's do it.
Yes, it looks like the streak for Abhimanyu is going to end.
Because
how did this happen?
When we left it exactly at this point. Rook check, king e4. That was the right move. A5. And there was this crazy, wasn't it rook g5, h5 business that was...
No. It's h5 when you play
h5.
When you play without a move. h5.
Yeah, that's right.
Because we were running a6.
And we were so happy. We were thinking this was just great for white.
Until we realized that
f2. And whoops, king g2,
first.
king f1, g2, king g2. And why did we play h4? So we could play h3, obviously.
Wow, Abhi missed this.
He did not play h5. Instead, he played g2. And Han said, that was the wrong move. Remember, I wanted to get my rook back to d1 with a gain of tempo. He's done it. He's put his rook on d1. He's saying, I'm not going to allow you under any circumstances to play f2 and g1. King e3, no. F2 is checkmating threat. Check. And now bishop
d5, the only winning move, and he found it.
That's a boss move. So let's just king g3. We're one move away from mate.
But the rook e3. And the
Yes.
problem is now if you play rook f6,
Yes.
I'm simply going to go and trade the rooks. Rook captures f3.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're first.
Mhm.
Wow. What a
Well, we
game.
should show this line.
Oh,
Say
sorry.
you're first. You guys went deep into the position. It's actually first by one tempo.
Is it only? Really?
Enough.
I know, you saw that just like that, so we don't need to show the fans. Just show it.
Enough? Why is this?
Okay, maybe it's by
Two
two
tempi.
tempi.
Let me show the fans what Maurice likely missed.
I kind of noticed that.
On the diagonals, queens get to move backwards. No.
Hans is going to win.
Yeah, making a three-way tie at the very, very top. That early draw with the white pieces by Wesley might come back to sting him.
So by the way, could Abhimanyu think here about rook g5 and rook h5 with the same
Absolutely.
idea that Maurice was suggesting?
Rook g5.
Oh, but maybe you force now rook e4? No, it doesn't work now. No. Okay, so rook g5.
Much better chance.
Amazing.
Let's see.
What do you do now?
Okay, so what Kate is saying, and I think he's played the move. Let me
Rook
just,
g5 on the board.
so what Kate is saying, two ideas for Mishra going down in a blaze of glory. You want to play rook h5, rook h1.
And take the rook and
Or-
promote.
Even more simple, take the bishop. And how do I deal with both those threats? The second one isn't, a5 is hanging. What? Because I was thinking that if you go after this guy, I've got rook g1 as a defense to rook h2. But I'm
Did he
losing.
move?
No. It was rook g5 was the last move. So
I know but Hans did reach his hand over the board
Hans
just
did-
now.
Okay, sorry.
No, but Hans is still thinking.
But he's still thinking, right?
Right.
There's only one move.
Just a second.
Wait,
Let's see if we can find
Let
it.
us find it.
Okay. If we move our bishop, rook takes a5 is not exactly what we planned for, was it?
Every move Hans played so far, by the way, has been a part of a study. Every move, only
Like
move.
one
With the
for
rook
one
back, the
chain
rook to
after
e1,
another.
the bishop on d5, every move has been just singular, no
rook
other way to
d1.
play. And now he has only one move again.
Rook d1. So if
Rook
you,
d1 does not do
Rook
it.
d1.
Rook a-
No, I
bishop?
can go king e3 and stuff.
Sorry, I was going to
No.
go take.
This is not.
This is not winning? Okay.
No, rook d1 runs into f2 check. You lose your bishop.
Another one of my ways of let's pause our analysis and
Anastasiya is with Fabi.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm here with Fabiano, who managed to win the second game in this tournament and now has +2 and also shared the lead with Wesley. Fabi, your emotions?
Yeah, I thought there was a very important game to win. That's why I played the Caruana, which I don't normally play, just to get a surprise in. And he was also ambitious. He played a fighting line. But then at some point, when he went for this plan of rook b1, b4, I was very happy because it makes my play easy. I thought I'd no longer have any risk, and it's a pleasant position. But before that, I was a bit worried. And then I don't know exactly when it got bad, but once I was getting bishop h4 to g5, I was already very optimistic.
Yeah. So check this moment which you explained, yes, here, and I think at the moment
I think it's still equal, yeah. But
yes, which was exactly the moment you said that you felt
well, f4 I thought was
a little bit, yes.
Yeah.
You opened g file and now
here it's dangerous,
yes.
tactically quite dangerous. Of course, if he coordinates, probably he's okay. But it may be rook f1 instead of f4. He was very hesitant to play rook f1, but I thought that after rook f1, if I want to play for a win, I should play like f5, ef6, knight f6. Okay, I was going to do it. He was very low on time.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure of the evaluation.
But let's say after you, of course, got a queen for two rooks, I think after that it was completely winning for you. Did it feel the same way?
It felt completely winning, but I was like, there are some fortresses where he sacks a rook for a knight, and I was a little bit worried. I mean, it still was tricky, but I think that it was always winning. I just, like, instead of rook g6, I was hesitating because queen g6 might be winning, like, on the spot without going
That's why you spent some time here.
Yeah,
So
but after queen g6, rook e2, knight g3, rook, I thought c2, and I didn't.
Like rook e2, knight g3.
And rook c2, I thought it was, like, the only move. And then how do I, queen d3, knight f1, I didn't quite see how to break through.
Queen d3.
And if knight e4, queen e2, like it's, you know, if I don't break through immediately, if he gets knight to f3, g5, then he might actually solve his issues.
Yeah, yeah, but you took with the rook on g6 and managed to convert later. Fabi, I want to ask you something. Today, Maurice called you during the broadcast a trained killer. How accurate is it?
Well,
you think?
I appreciate it. I think it's meant to. It sounds like a good thing, at least in chess. I mean, not literally, at least. But I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to get wins, but it's not always so easy. So I think you know you could probably describe many players this way, but I'll take the compliment.
Okay, and I was thinking actually about it. Like, can you get this trained, the killer instinct in chess, or you're born this way?
I think
part of your nature?
It's partially nature and partially you have to train it, and you have to. Yeah, it's kind of psychological as well, but it does help when. I guess from a young age, you're kind of ambitious, and you get this mentality. And I was always very ambitious as a kid. Luckily, I kept that. Although with the years, it actually goes down a little bit. You know, the like sense of urgency of having to win every game, it does go down a little bit. But I still try to keep this.
Yeah, and it's really important skill. Today, Wesley made a quick draw. You caught up with him, and tomorrow you are playing against Wesley. Your thoughts before this, I think, important round? Two leaders are playing against each other.
I think the game will take slightly longer than, than today.
We hope so.
We don't know how much longer, but probably longer than 5 minutes. Yeah, of course, Wesley is really tough. You know, wins against him come maybe every few years. But I will try to play a good game.
Yeah, we're looking forward to watch this game. Thank you so much, Fabi, and all the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Fabi, as we have been looking at the game between Hans and Mishra. Maurice, did Hans find the proper sequence?
He played an absolute star sequence. And afterwards, he's going to say the chess speaks for itself because everything he did was just brilliant. Every move, just at every moment. Right here, right now, he had to play rook to d1. It is his move, g2. He had to play rook d1. Abhi missed his chance. Rook d1, perfect. Guard this back rank, make sure nothing happens. Now king to e3 was played. Dealing with f2, he had to play rook to e1. Okay, not so bad. King f4. King here to play b3. And now he found the only plan. That pawn has to die, and it has to die now. But that exposed his bishop to this pawn, and he said, go ahead. I just need one. I don't need both. And that move, fantastic sacrifice. And after king takes, no, we're not going to push our pawn up. We're going to get behind this one, and then we're going to start advancing. Every move, precise. Those last 5 moves were the only moves to play. And now king to e4. Still in it with a shout. He's hoping because his king is able to come back and try to fight this. His rook will sit on the g8 square. So this is still a game after king here, b5, king. Now, the problem, king can't go here, right? So
right.
You can't make that happen. So let's say you bring your rook back. And here, switch from that pawn to making sure the king does not enter. And that's a nasty plan as you're intending now to start pushing the pawn still. This king has nowhere to go. So let's get some counterplay on the other side. We keep going. And now you definitely cannot play this move because this is just too fast. This rook is guarding that back rank. You just play b7. Your rook, this king is helpless. You need help on this side. Nothing here makes any sense. It's just a lockdown, and he wins the game. Beautiful, beautiful sequence. A great finish. If he goes on to win this championship, he'll remember this endgame, the way he closed it out. Yes, there were all kinds of things that happened in the game. He'll realize it when he checks with the engine that he didn't play the most accurate moves. It was a dogfight. Of course, his opponent could have played better. But this last sequence is all-star sequence for sure, showing why he's one of the top 20 players on the planet right now. And there he goes, continuing with the force of these moves that he's playing, and he's going to be tied atop the leaderboard with Fabi and Wesley, with all to play for as we jump into tomorrow. This is the stuff we want to see.
I just want to point out how difficult it is for a chess player. You know, you're focusing on maybe stopping those pawns from coming forward and suddenly switching to like, oh, I'm going to sacrifice my bishop back.
Yeah.
I think just that is really difficult.
Oh, no question about it. And, you know, you work so hard for that extra bishop, right? For the last 4 hours, you've been nursing the material advantage of having an extra bishop. And then just to give it up but he gave it up for the one pawn that was causing him great distress, right? And now he's played b5, pardon me, king d5, b5 is on the board, sorry.
So this is a perfect continuation. Now, if king c5 happens...
I'm assuming it's rook b1, and the idea is we want to play b6, b7. So if you drop back with the rook, for example, rook drops back, b6, right? And again, we're looking at b7 and a6. And it's strange that there's no counter.
So if you move back, Yasser, I think this rook b1 is a really important move, because if you think about pushing, let's say, a6.
Yep. It looks
rook goes now to g8. You go a7. Rook a8.
And
black is totally fine.
Yeah, I'm discoordinated. Now I can't play b6. King takes b6, obviously. So that's why rook b1 is, in case, by the way, let me just refresh the board. This is the current position. We have been looking at king c5, rook here. Conversely, by the way, 18 seconds, it looks to me on my clock. I see it on the top right there. Hans got almost 8 minutes. King c5 on the board.
Wow.
And now we know the winning move is rook.
But
he's ready to play b6.
b6?
Are we? Does that still win?
Work?
That would be amazing.
Yes, b6 does win.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Was rook b1 also winning? Please tell me.
Yes.
Okay, because we thought rook b1 was easiest, but now after king c6.
Well, I just go a6, I guess, and it's the same thing. After a6, you cannot
A6,
capture the pawn.
King takes b6, a7. So, oh my goodness.
Resignation is coming shortly.
c6 on the board. We're expecting the move
a6 now.
a6 now.
And now if you go rook g8, then we'll go rook b1.
Exactly. No, that's cruel. Oh.
Wow. Fantastic win.
Just so precise, so many moves in a row.
Well, you remember the confession that Hans made?
d5 was not working after all.
Because then it's just technical. The chess speaks for itself, Maurice.
Yeah, right. No, fantastic play.
Bravo, Hans, after rook g8, following it up with rook b1. Wait a minute. What is rook? Yeah, rook b. What? It's white to move, right? Rook
white to move.
No, a6 first.
Right now.
a6.
He's just triple checking
everything.
The position.
He has 7 minutes, so there is no reason to rush. It's Abhimanyu who has 47 seconds, who has to play much faster.
And by the way, we have spoken about the undefeated streak that Mishra is on. 71 games in a row is something to be extremely proud about, especially when you're facing the best players in the world. People like Fabi coming for you, never going to give you an easy day at the office. But a6.
In some ways, it's a relief to no longer have to worry about the streak.
Stop carrying it on your shoulders. But didn't you come in, Maurice, in today's game telling us that Mishra has this incredible streak, but he has an issue with Hans, that he doesn't match up well with Hans, that he actually has a very poor score.
I think he lost 2 games to Hans.
With no wins.
In U.S. championships. 2 games.
Is that true?
They're head-to-head. Let's take a look.
Yeah, there we go.
Three wins, but I think only two of them
Overall,
are in the U.S.
two in the
Championships.
Yeah.
0 losses and 2 draws.
Hans has been a problem
for Mishra.
For Mishra, and that's happening again today.
Yeah.
If anybody was going to get him, it's this guy.
There's always that triangle. You know, player A always beats player B. Player B always beats player C, and player C always beats player A. And you're like, what?
By the way,
and it goes like
A6 did not happen, so we can refresh.
Oh,
there was Rook C1, Rook C1, King B7, and Rook C7.
What?
He knows it.
So if we move it back, instead of
He didn't play
A6 here,
A6.
as we were suggesting, which is totally winning, this is probably winning too. Rook C7.
Why is this probably winning?
No, it is winning.
I'm confused. If King B8, why is this problem?
Well, A6.
A6, of course.
Now I'm threatening A7. You have to go to the back.
I do.
This takes longer, though.
So what? I'm just gonna go and take the pawn because you have to worry about back rank checkmate.
No, I think it's even a little bit simpler. Unless I fail. Yeah, I think it's pretty.
No, but he can play King A8. You're going to play A7 anyway?
Sorry, what moment, Maurice? 6 seconds.
By 4
King
seconds?
King A8. King A8. So A6. Yeah.
Rook B8. I mean Rook G8. Only move. A6 on the board. You have to play Rook G8.
Oh, this is the point. G pushing.
Oh, okay, yeah, B7 is winning. It's a brute force.
Brute force attack.
Because if you hide in front of the pawn, then I'm going to push the other.
Right.
If you go to A7, I'm going to force rook trade. With a queen
He
promotion.
could have put the king on B8, actually.
What moment? I'm sorry.
When he played King A8.
Yeah, I think we were looking at A6.
Wait, but...
Yeah, and then rook back
Hans
with the king on
looked
B8.
like he was touching
this
the
was,
rook.
This was the one we were... Whoa.
Rook 8-7, not going for the forced win, but this is winning anyway. We are just gonna take one
It's the
pawn.
same? Is it the same as B7, King A7 takes? Oh, your rook. So if he had played B7, then King to B8.
So if we can bring up the board just to see here, A7.
And A7 here, yeah.
Because here I promote.
Maybe he didn't want to play rook versus queen.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna because, oh yeah, you will.
So he played rook H7. And
yeah,
again,
rook versus queen would be winning, but we would definitely be here all night.
Seconds?
Yep.
18 seconds.
10 seconds now.
Nothing to do. You have to give away both your pawns.
Let's start with H5 in that case. By the way, Irina Krush is winning.
And we also have a result. Talia Cervantes drew against Anna Zatonsky.
Rook takes H5, as you said, Maurice, just collecting the pawns.
I said that.
And you said that. Both of you can give yourself credit. You're sharing, a halving of the credit. Okay, I'm not pushing the pawn because that would give you blockading chances.
Rook H6
Rather,
on the
rook
board.
H6. The
Are
rook will
there
probably have
any
to go back to G8.
Stalemating tricks?
Not as long as the pawns remain just on A6 and B6. Is rook H7 Zugzwang?
What a technical ending.
Wow. Breaking news.
No, I
Talia.
already said
Oh.
Talia Cervantes drew against Anna Zatonsky.
Oh, yeah. Rook H7. King B8. I don't want to give up my G-pawn. It's my pride and joy.
Well, you can't play rook B8 now because rook A7 is mate.
So there we go. King B8.
King B8 on the board.
Are we playing rook H2? That would be
I like it.
kind of gross.
That's actually beautiful. And rook h2 on the board.
I mean, ugh.
You cannot go after my pawns. Any rook g6 is not allowed because there is still checkmate on the back rank.
On the back rank.
In order to not give up your pawn the first time, you have to put your king on a square so the rook can't attack it anymore.
Right.
Attack the b pawn, that is. No rook b8 anymore because you played king b8, and now he's just forced you to move your rook or your king. It won't matter. Now your pawn is gone. No counterplay against those pawns, and this is going to be that endgame, which is totally lost.
Wow.
Amazing.
Technically speaking, really an outstanding effort by Hans. You gotta tip your hat and just say, very well done. And for Mishra, at a certain moment, I really thought the ending was just easily winning. And then he just found tricks after tricks, and he just missed one at the very end, h5.
He had a chance.
He certainly did, and that was a shock. I think Hans is getting up from this board going, where did I blow it? No, my friend, you didn't blow it. In fact, you played it extraordinarily well.
Maybe we can switch for a second to the game between Megan Paraguay and
wait,
Irina Krush.
because this might be resignation. Will he try to play it out, or will he just accept his resignation with a handshake?
No, because there's no straight win, right? There is the queen against.
No, he'll bring his king all the way over to.
So rook.
He'll go rook g6 now.
Then rook f8.
And then white's king will go all the way to c6, let's say.
So let's say rook f8, you just go
up the board with the king.
With the king up.
Yeah.
Are you telling me he can't play king h7 and win?
Yes. Yes, he certainly can. So what Maurice is saying, the simplest is just to bring the king all the way up to the h7 square and then play rook g8. Not trying to force the promotion of the pawns right away.
It will take some time. But yeah, here we have the rook endgame there is done because Irina Krush won against Megan Paraguay.
Our congratulations to Irene. Okay, king f2. So he's not making a beeline to the h8 square, but maybe he is.
Yeah. It's all the same distance.
Yeah.
And by the way, in the game, we don't have to switch just Awonder, Liang, and Grigoriy, Oparin. It's rook and bishop against rook.
Of course.
Gotta know those.
Every U.S. championship should feature at least one ending of rook and bishop versus rook. Yeah, and I like your idea very much of just bringing the king straight up to the 7th rank and then engineering a trade of rooks. That is very, very straightforward. And for me, what a streak. What a streak.
He just has to accept that it's finally happening. He's tasting his own blood for the first time in a long time, having been punched in the mouth in this game. Hans knows it's over, and he is waiting for his opponent to accept that. And Mishra bringing his king over now.
King to b8. I'm expecting just
more king up
king
the board.
f4, king f5, king f6, king f7, rook to g8, just as you prescribed, Maurice.
Literally, any moment, resignation will take place and cause this tournament to be in an amazing place after 5 rounds.
3-way tie for first in the Open Championship, but a 2-way tie for first? Because Anna Zatansky, we kind of lost. That was a draw. Sorry, you told me. Apologies.
But very important back-to-back win for Hans Niemann, who started with 3 draws.
And his victory over Sam Shankland was a marvelous effort as well. So he's really beginning to play his absolutely best chess. Whoa, okay. He didn't go rook g6 and king g6. But king e5.
How is king h7 not just winning straight? No?
And rook, I would probably play rook f6, rook e6, king f6.
So White cannot get the king to c7. That's the only problem. That's too close. There
This
will be
is-
stalemating options.
This is the stalemate where you start to go, wait a minute. So he's not going for the rook trade. He's just bringing his king closer so that he can escort the pawns home. At a certain moment, you're going to play rook to c6, right? b7, and then king to c5. No? King c6.
King c6, rook c8 check. No, king a8.
King a8, b7 check, king b8. Don't play king b6. Okay, Hans is saying, I'm going to put my king here, my rook here, my pawn here.
Pretty compelling.
True that, but on the other hand, I think if he had played king h7 and rook g8, we would be looking at rook and bishop versus rook exactly at this moment.
Rook and... Oh, you mean we were looking at the other game?
Yeah, Grigoriy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you know, Mishra is thinking, what possible stalemate cheapo can I achieve? Rook h8. Rook h8.
King b5, yep, he's following your plan, Yasser.
Well, maybe he's actually looking at it a different way.
Well, that's the moment where you have to be worried about stalemates.
Well, yes and no, right? So after a6, your rook is stuck. Your rook can't move because I've got this checkmate on the back rank. And if your rook moves back to, say, e8, then king a6, and there's no mad rook.
It's over.
Yeah, then there's no mad rook
It's just
possibility. So king b5, and Hans is about to play the move a7, and there's no way of tricking himself.
Rook d8 on the board and expecting a7.
Yep.
Exactly.
Because king b7, you just play check and...
Exactly.
And bring your king in.
So a7 in case of king b7, check. No.
He's still being...
Can't guess Hans's move. But,
Extra
I mean,
careful.
there are many ways of winning, and this is one. B7, I mean, you just love to give away your rook, but the problem is any rook moves that allow rook check is over. Rook c5 on the board. Rook h8.
Playing all the way to the finish.
And now a7.
Looks good. Looks very good. Did he pick up? I don't think he picked up a queen because I see two white queens.
Yeah, so what did he pick up?
Did he pick up a pawn to play with?
I don't understand. What did he pick up? There's a white bishop that's missing.
Okay, maybe white. Could he be thinking, I'm going to make a bishop in this position?
There's a white bishop missing, right?
I think so.
It's true.
Those are two queens. There's a bishop.
But also black pawn is missing there.
Okay. I'm not suggesting that this is the way he should go about winning the game. We think a7, but could he be thinking about b6, king b8, b7, and rook c6? Whoa! Say what?
Okay, he's being fancy.
Wow, king b8 and then we have king b6?
He's being fancy for no reason. And he's going to capture and take and under promote to a bishop after king a7. That's why he picked up the bishop. That's just silly. That's just a silly way to win. Just showing off, styling. He intentionally picked up a bishop to show that he was going to win.
This is what we're going to do.
Hilarious.
And a7 checkmate.
Allowing the checkmate.
Hilarious.
Wow, what a great game by Hans Niemann, winning against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Okay, a moment of brevity there on a very, very, very big win.
Would you finish in this style, Yasser?
No, never. I would have been playing.
So unnecessary.
I would have been playing A7 hours ago, putting my king on A6.
He picked up a bishop.
No.
He literally planned to. We should show the audience that because those come from studies as well.
What was his intention, Maurice?
Here, if King A7, you cannot capture and ask for a rook or a queen or a rook because it's a stalemate.
Right.
So he picked up a bishop to signal his intention that he knew this. He didn't want to do it after. Oops! Oh man, I realize I have to do it now.
Right.
And by the way, he could also ask for a knight.
A knight also.
But he picked up the bishop intentionally. It would have been cool if he picked up the bishop and a knight.
Right.
Put it in front of him and say, I'm going to pick one when the time comes.
Right.
But, I mean, he reached over.
Look at that. So Hans is playing rook
No,
c8.
this is the move that,
the rook c8,
that does the job. I'm curious, and see, he's just a little bit of uncertainty over this.
The double,
just to make sure that he was
checking.
right. But what I'm interested in, if we could get back to that position, is when he reached and picked up a bishop.
Yes.
The most unnecessary thing you could do. I'd love to see that. Like a bishop is
I like
missing.
just signaling your opponent, this is coming.
Right.
I'm intending to show you how many ways I know how to win that position. That was wild. That was
a huge win.
That was cheeky, to be sure.
Absolutely. Let's jump to Anastasiya.
Yeah, Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. We were actually watching the end of this game with Irina together, and we were discussing that actually Hans just stopped the winning streak of Mishra, who didn't lose 71 games in a row. And also we were discussing Irina's event here, yes, where it's coming, win or lose every round. Yes, how is it going for you?
Yeah, so I guess I've had all decisive games so far.
Exactly.
It's a little unusual, yeah, not to have any draws at all. My game today, I felt, my subjective feeling was I wasn't very happy with how I did. My main takeaway is that I am never going to go to the confessional booth again. Because, I think you got to be true to yourself, right? Some people, it's not going to affect them. But I'm kind of more like a chess purist, right? And I felt when you go in there, it's a little bit more of a performance, right? I sympathize with the idea of letting the spectators know what you're thinking. It makes it more exciting to watch, which is actually why I just tried it. But immediately after that, within a few moves, I let my position deteriorate. So it could be a coincidence, or it could be some loss of focus, right? But I kind of feel for me personally, I just gotta focus completely on the game. And if I want to share my insights with people about chess, to do it on my YouTube channel later.
Yeah, okay, that's still a good plan if you would like some people still to know what you were thinking during the game. But it took quite a while to win this position, but what was the moment you felt that you were actually much better?
Well, the thing is that I feel I spoiled a really nice opening and turned it into something where I was actually defending, and it was completely chaotic. I guess I defended okay, but yeah, certainly this position over here was not the plan. I think I did a few good things, this bishop e7, king g7 was kind of clever, getting out of the pin, and suddenly white is losing this g5 pawn. So here I knew I wasn't in danger anymore, but still winning is a little bit tricky because my extra pawn is a doubled pawn, my bishop on e7 is not amazing. So this was still kind of up in the air. But of course, it's very safe for black. There's no question who is better at this point. Queen g8 was kind of a nice touch. And here I decided to force this end game with knight f5. I don't have to do this move here, but I did feel my winning chances were really good. It's not I'm just simplifying into some easy draw for white, because I'm going to win back the f5 pawn, and white is just down a clear pawn, and plus I have this active king on f5. So I did think my chances here to win were really good. Again, subjectively, I wasn't so happy with my technique in the rook endgame because it felt like it got a bit wild. but maybe it was okay. Like, that's just my subjective feeling. You know, you want to win without letting your opponent have any chances at all. But I feel like, okay, she probably had some hopes at some point.
Yeah, maybe, but still, at the moment you have +1 in the tournament, and it's still open. What will happen? Tomorrow you're playing against Carissa. How do you take it?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a big matchup. But again, every single game here, it counts the same 1 point, right? So, yeah, I'm just going to try to play better than I did today.
Result speaks for something different, but okay. Like, it was a great game. Thank you so much, Irina. Congratulations once again, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Our congratulations as well. Standings, give me some results.
Not quite yet. We will wait. But let's take a look what Hans was reaching for in his game against Abhimanyu Mishra.
So in this moment, Hans wants to play the move Rook C8, but he knows after
he did take the knight in bishop.
He wants to have a
he's going to
choice.
underpromote, but he can underpromote to either a bishop or knight, and it's basically he's saying to himself, make sure it's one or the other.
No, but he's saying to his opponent, look, this is what I'm planning.
What I'm planning to do. It's like showboating a little bit.
100%.
But now we have standings for women, so let's take a look. Alice Lee with a really important win today against Nazi Paikidze, and Anna Sargsyan, she lost to Carissa Yip, so these two players are tied for the first place with 3.5 points, and then we have a three-way tie for the third place. Irina Krush, Anna Zatonsky, and Tatev Abrahamian.
Anna's loss really just opened up the field wide open to a lot of players now vying for the title in the open section. Nope, no open, because we still have one game still going on, Awonder Liang versus Grigoriy. The notorious ending. How have you done when you've had this?
I played only once with white, and I was almost winning, and then I thought it's a draw, and it was like we just agreed to a draw.
Agreed to a draw. Yeah. Anastasiya has a special guest.
Yes, Yasser, I have a special guest, the hero of the day, Hans Niemann, who just managed to stop a winning streak of his opponent, who actually was unbeaten for 71 games. How do you feel, Hans?
It reminds me of the last time I broke an unbeaten streak in St. Louis.
I see. And actually...
There have actually been 3. So first in Sinkfield, and then last year's championship, Lenier, and then now Mishra. So I suppose it's my... I'm the heartbreaker.
I see. This is it's your job now, yes, to stop people.
Someone has to be the villain.
Looks like, and you did it in style today. I mean, these last moments of the game were followed where you gave a checkmate actually to your opponent. Before that, you took the bishop. We noticed. Can you speak about it?
Well, if he goes king a7, I promote to the bishop. But obviously, he should resign. Like, I don't know why he continued playing on.
You know, some players sometimes they allow the opponents to give a checkmate.
Yeah,
what do you think about this?
Like a checkmate USA-India match where you he can play on, but I'm more teasing him a bit that he didn't resign.
I see.
I took the knight and the bishop because I can do either one.
Ah, so you also took the knight as well. I see. So you had both.
Just to show my options.
Just to make it sure. Yeah, any moment you would like to mention during this game? I'm sure there were so many critical ideas here, but can you pick up a special moment which we can show to the viewers?
Yeah, I think after we play the move f3, and I spent a lot of time, and I had to find this entire sequence, which...
Was it scary, you know?
Of course it's scary.
All these pawns are running.
The entire line hinges on this bishop sacrifice. But yeah, I sort of knew that there was some idea to sacrifice the bishop because my a pawn is so strong. Yeah. At this point, there's so many options here. Yeah, this was so. For example, let's say I played a5 first. You know, then
a5, yes.
No, without rook d3.
Without rook d3,
then
f5, yes.
Then he goes g2, and rook d3, and now the king comes to f4. And if I go rook d1, the king comes to g3. So
rook d3, king f4. Let's show it, and king g3.
Yeah, the
yes.
king, so I have to include check first. King can't go to f4 because bishop d5. So then the king goes to e4, a5, and yeah, he has to go G2, rook D1. But yeah, bishop D5 was...
Yeah, so here we continue the line, G2.
he played a
Yes.
G2 first.
So H5 was one of the options, it seems like.
Yeah, I thought...
Did you calculate
A6,
this one?
yeah,
A6, yes, H4. A6, H4. I was checking this line, also H3.
But don't I have rook takes
Yes,
F3?
I think yes, H3. Or even, yes, F2 first. Here, rook F3, yes.
Take push and you have no way to...
I was calculating something else also. Rook A6. So I think it's Yasser showing us this line. So
But I should be able to win somehow.
Yeah, I was also checking some other lines. Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of...
But the bishop D5 move is really not an easy, because, for example, after bishop D5, he could play rook D6. And now I have rook D1, king G3, bishop F3, and my bishop protects the rook.
Protects the rook, yes.
So there's even a funny line here. Rook
King
takes
G3, yes.
funny line.
Bishop F6.
Even, yeah, but let's say even rook takes D5. I'm winning by one.
Rook takes D5, yes.
Rook takes D5, king G3.
Yes, rook D1, rook takes D5, and king G3.
Yeah, rook D3.
And G5 is
H5
protected, yes.
Yeah, but I
the
queen
square.
with check.
Oh, got it, yes. Okay, so many crazy lines. Hans, we can analyze this game forever, but I want to ask you the final question about the tournament situation. Now you have +2, if I'm
Yes.
not mistaken, and you share for the first time the lead in the tournament. Your thoughts about it?
No, I'm in a great mood. Great results.
Tomorrow you're playing against Levon.
Yeah, it's always interesting.
We're looking forward. Thank you so much, Hans, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Hans. I think you're going to go back, check the game, and discover he really played a great game, and really a game to be proud of. The whole bishop D5, bishop takes F3 concept, it felt study-like to us as we were watching the game in real time. A really very, very fine victory indeed.
He made the most out of his chances, but I think he also realized that there were chances that Abhi had that were missed as well. He missed a couple of variations there. In the meantime, we have this ending that we could have seen in the Hans game, but now we're seeing it here. Very frequent guest at the top level.
Yes.
Rook and bishop versus rook, and you have to know the technique of how to save yourself. What move number did this appear?
White has only 15 more moves.
How many?
15.
15, and his opponent has been playing correct defense to get to this point, but they hope for fatigue in these moments. And you hope that you have some kind of trick that your opponent misses, but it looks as though Oparin is well up to the task, not allowing his opponent to get anything here. Of course, you have to play as white, but this one looks like it's going to be a draw.
This was, for me, the famous Zen position. It's spelled S-Z-E-N. Apparently, this was a player who studied this end game, and he showed that when you're on the first rank, in this case, whichever you pin the bishop, and whichever way the king goes, whoop,
the opposite way.
You go the opposite way. So as soon as the king goes to e4, and if white waits, you wait. You wait, and eventually white decides, okay, I'm declaring, well, so am I. I'm going this way. So let me just refresh the board, and yep, we've got it. So we expect the move rook d7 at the moment.
Rook d7 on the board.
Grigoriy knows his classics. I remember visiting the Soviet Union in the late 70s, and one of the people in the media center gave me a book, and the book was in Russian, and it was devoted to this ending with some really marvelous stories, which I couldn't read because I never studied Russian or spoke Russian, but I had David Bronstein read to me.
Wow.
Yeah, like, hey, dude, what is he saying? And there we have it, a draw agreed. Wow. For Awonder, he has played very, very well. He's been on the plus side, if you will, on a number of his games. He hasn't broken through with the victory, 50%. He's drawn all of his games, but you feel like with just a little extra luck, he could be up there on the podium as well.
I need more than luck right now. You got three people who are +2. You haven't won any games. You got to catch all three of them.
Exactly.
And any one of them could break out of the pack and go to +3, and you only have 6 rounds left.
Yeah, I know. It's tough.
You better finish strong here.
Yeah, I felt the same way in the game between Robson and Sam Shankland, two very, very ambitious players who have every right to be ambitious. They're at -1, and they're looking across the board from each other and saying, we need a result. Well, when you made a good draw, both of you are leaving the tournament behind, running out of road. Well,
So
where
our
are we?
picks.
Hey,
We're not
today...
so-
We did well today.
Today really made the tournament topsy-turvy, and Carissa bringing herself back from the dead. That's probably overrated.
Why are you pointing to Carissa? Krush is
and Irina,
ahead of her.
Well, Irina has been on this crazy no-draw streak.
Right, they're not
Victories,
tied, are
losses. No. Carissa made 50% thanks to her win.
Yeah, Carissa is still a half a point behind.
Behind.
Who
Yeah.
picked Carissa?
Well, Carissa, yeah, me.
Oh, I didn't like the fact that you got to pick Caruana before I did.
What?
Had to pick Levon.
What, are you a fair-weathered friend? I mean, Levon is right in there.
He is right in there in the mix.
You should be proud.
Good job, Maurice. You
Good
did
job.
you did quite well.
It's all about finishing ahead of you two. That's all that matters,
No.
especially this guy.
And by the way, wasn't there a confessional magic touch?
Yes, because all players who went to confessional room today, they won. Irina Krush, Alice Lee, and Carissa Yip.
Hans Niemann.
And Hans Niemann.
as well. Irina, just a second. Don't say I won't be in confessional anymore. I got to just focus on my game because look,
all
magic.
4?
Yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, standing.
And we have standing. So let's take a look at the women's section. As we see, Alice Lee won a really important game today, while Anna Sargsyan, she lost, and these players are tied for the first place with 3.5 points. And then a three-way tie, Irina Krush, Anna Zatonsky, and Tatev Abhimanyu.
But if you look, that chasing patch, Carissa, Jennifer, Nazi, Jennifer's furious with herself. Why isn't Jennifer you at 3 points? She's asking herself. And finally, in the open section.
In the open section, Wesley So drew really fast, and Fabi won and Hans won. So we have a three-way tie now for the first place with also 3.5 points. And clear fourth, it's Maurice's pick, Levon Aronian.
Oh, Levon!
Not Varusian's pick. Maurice's pick. I like the way she did that. Respects, Katja. Thank you for sharing your day with us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. And in the meanwhile, good night from St. Louis. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.